He said I was too emotional, so I let his fiancée read our texts herself. I, 27F, dated my ex Jake, 29M, for 2 years before he dumped me last March. His reason? I was too dramatic and too emotional about everything. Which was rich, coming from the guy who once cried because I forgot to record his favorite show. The breakup was sudden. 1 week we were talking about moving in together. The next he's telling me we want different things and he needs space to figure himself out. Classic. I was devastated, spent weeks analyzing every conversation, every text, wondering what I did wrong. My friends told me to move on. I tried. Then in June, just 3 months after our breakup, I see the engagement photos on Instagram. Jake and Emma. Emma, his best friend, who he'd always sworn was like a sister to him. Emma, who I was apparently being crazy and insecure for questioning. The same Emma he told me not to worry about because she's not even my type. I stared at those photos for an hour. They looked so happy, so in love. The kind of photos that take months of dating to build up to, not 3 months. That's when it clicked. I went back through my phone. All those nights Jake said he was working late or hanging with the guys. The times Emma would conveniently text him during our dates. The weekend trip he took alone to clear his head in February. I still had everything. Screenshots of weird conversations, photos with metadata, voice notes where he sounded guilty about something but wouldn't say what. I spent a week going through 2 years of digital breadcrumbs, and the timeline was damning. There were texts from Emma in January asking when he was finally going to do it. Photos of them at a restaurant I'd never been to, dated February 14th, Valentine's Day, while he told me he was at a work dinner. A voice note from late February where he told someone on the phone, I know, I just need to find the right time. He didn't need space to figure himself out. He needed space to be with her without the messy overlap. I didn't confront him. I didn't reach out. I saved everything in a folder labeled Evidence and went completely silent on social media. No vague posts, no sad lyrics, nothing. I let everyone think I was just quietly moving on. 3 months pass. I'm actually doing okay. Therapy, new hobbies, the works. Then, last week, I get a text from Jake. Hey, I know this is random, but I'm getting married next month. I'd really like to meet up for coffee before the wedding. Closure, you know? I think it would be good for both of us. My therapist's voice echoed in my head. Don't engage with people who hurt you just because they want to feel better about it. But I had a different idea. I texted back, Sure. Saturday work? Saturday comes and I'm sitting in our old cafe, the one we used to go to every Sunday morning. Jake walks in looking confident, almost smug. He's dressed well, got a new haircut, seems lighter, happy. We make small talk for maybe 5 minutes. He tells me about the wedding plans, how Emma is perfect for him, how everything just fell into place so naturally. I nod, smile, sip my latte like I'm genuinely happy for him. Then he leans back and says it. The line I knew was coming. You know, I think you just need to learn to be less emotional in relationships. Maybe then someone will actually want to marry you. He says it like he's giving me friendly advice, like he's doing me a favor. I take a slow sip of my coffee, put it down, look him straight in the eye. Oh, I think your fiancé would love to hear about how unemotional you were last April. He freezes, his smile flickers. What? You know, when you were texting her about finding the right time to break up with me, while we were still together. That's not, you're being paranoid again. This is exactly what I'm talking about. I shrug. Maybe. Or maybe she should just decide for herself. What did you do? His face goes pale.
I didn't do anything. I just sent her some old messages this morning, for context, so she knows the full story before the wedding. He starts stammering, pulling out his phone, trying to call Emma. It goes to voicemail. He tries again. Voicemail. You're insane. You're actually insane. There you go with the emotional stuff again. That's when the cafe door opens. Emma walks in, and she does not look like a happy bride-to-be. She's holding her phone in one hand, and I can see the screen. It's our old text thread, the one where Jake told her, "Don't worry, she'll never find out about us until after I'm engaged." Jake stands up so fast he almost knocks over his chair. "Emma, babe, let me explain." "Explain?" Emma's voice is shaking. She looks at me, then back at him. "Explain which part? The part where you were cheating on her with me? Or the part where you called her crazy for suspecting exactly what was happening?" She starts reading from her phone, her voice getting louder with each message. "She's so exhausting, I can't wait to just end it. February 10th. You told me you were broken up already. Just a few more weeks and we can stop sneaking around. February 28th. You didn't break up with her until March 15th. Don't worry, she'll never find out about us until after I'm engaged. March 30th. 2 weeks after you dumped her." People are staring now. Jake is trying to grab her arm, pulling her toward the door, whispering urgently. She yanks away from him. "You told me she was psycho, that she was controlling and paranoid. But she was right the whole time, wasn't she? Baby, please, not here. Don't baby me. We're done. The wedding is off." She turns to me. For a second, I think she's going to yell at me too, blame me somehow. Instead, she says, "Thank you. I wish you'd told me sooner, but thank you." Then she walks out. Jake is still standing there, red-faced, shaking. "You just ruined my life." "No," I say, standing up and grabbing my purse. "You ruined your own life. I just returned the emotional energy you gave me." I leave him there with his cold coffee and his excuses. The fallout was immediate. By that evening, the story had spread through our mutual friend group. I didn't have to say a word. Emma had apparently sent a group message to everyone invited to the wedding, canceling it and explaining why. She didn't hold back. My phone blew up. Friends who'd been cold to me after the breakup were suddenly apologizing. "We had no idea. He told us you were crazy jealous. We should have believed you." Jake's own brother called me 2 days later, said his family was mortified and thanked me for showing Emma who he really was before she married him. His mom sent flowers with a card that said, "You dodged a bullet. I'm sorry my son put you through this." Jake tried to do damage control on social media, some vague post about misunderstandings and respecting privacy. But it was too late. Emma had receipts, and apparently she'd been showing them to anyone who asked. I kept quiet for 3 days. Then I posted one line. "Honesty really is the best wedding gift." The post got 200 likes in an hour. People knew. Everyone knew. Some people are saying I went too far, that I should have told Emma privately instead of ambushing them at the cafe, that I'm vindictive and immature. My cousin called me petty. An old friend from college sent me a message saying I stooped to his level and should have just moved on. But here's the thing. I tried moving on. I went to therapy. I worked on myself. I didn't blast him online or trash talk him to our friends. I literally did nothing until he decided to meet up with me one last time to insult me under the guise of closure. And yeah, maybe I could have just DM'd Emma privately. Maybe I could have sent her the evidence and let her confront him alone. But after 2 years of being called crazy, dramatic, and too emotional,
After months of mutual friends believing his version where I was the problem. I wanted him to see it happen. I wanted him to watch his lies fall apart in real time. Emma seems to be doing okay. She blocked both of us, which I get. She needs space from the whole mess. I don't know if she'll ever reach out again, and I don't expect her to. We weren't friends before, and this isn't exactly the foundation for a friendship now. As for Jake, I heard through the grapevine that he moved back in with his parents and has been keeping a low profile. Someone said he's been telling people I set him up, and that the texts were taken out of context. But no one's buying it anymore. I don't feel triumphant. I don't feel vindicated. Mostly I just feel tired, and maybe a little relieved that I'm not the villain in this story anymore. My therapist asked me in our last session if I thought the confrontation gave me the closure I needed. Honestly, I don't know. Some days I feel free. Other days I wonder if I just dragged myself back into drama I'd already escaped from. So, Reddit. Am I the judge for letting the truth speak for itself instead of warning her privately? Did I take it too far by orchestrating that cafe confrontation? Or did he get exactly what he deserved?
Finding my girlfriend's cousin in our bed made me plan a revenge that shattered her perfect little lie. I, 30, work as a mechanic at a shop downtown. My girlfriend Tessa, 28, does social media marketing, influencer stuff, brand deals, the whole package. We'd been living together for about 2 years in this cramped apartment on the edge of the city. Past tense on that living situation, by the way. So there I was, standing in my own bedroom doorway at 2 p.m. on a Tuesday, staring at some guy asleep in my bed. Not just any guy, her cousin, Marcus. My hands were shaking, not from anger yet, just this cold, empty feeling spreading through my chest. I need to explain how this all started, because I didn't just stumble into this blind. 3 months earlier, Tessa started mentioning this cousin who needed help moving apartments. Family emergency type situation, she said. He was going through a rough breakup and needed support. Made sense at the time. She's close with her family, always helping someone with something. The first weekend she went to help him, I thought nothing of it. She came back Sunday night, exhausted but in a good mood, talking about how grateful Marcus was for her help. Then it became every other weekend. Then every weekend. She'd leave Friday evening and come back Sunday with these stories about moving boxes, painting walls, picking out furniture. Always exhausted, but happy. Glowing even. I remember thinking it was nice that she had family she could be there for like that. My buddy Jake started making comments around the 6-week mark. We were at a bar after work and I mentioned Tessa was helping Marcus again. Jake just looked at me and said, "Man, she talks about this cousin a lot." I brushed him off, told him he didn't understand how close some families are. He dropped it, but I could tell he wasn't convinced. The weekend trips kept happening. She'd kiss me goodbye Friday, tell me she loved me, and head out. I'd spend the weekend working on cars or hanging with friends. It was fine. We were fine. Or so I thought. 2 weeks before the bedroom incident, Jake texted me at midnight. Just a photo, no message. I opened it and felt my stomach drop. Tessa and Marcus at a bar across town. He was kissing her forehead. She was leaning into him, both of them laughing at something. The way she looked at him. I'd seen her look at me like that maybe twice in 2 years. I stared at that photo for an hour straight. My first instinct was to call her, to drive over to wherever she was and demand answers. But something stopped me. Maybe I didn't want to believe it. Maybe I wanted more proof before I destroyed everything. I texted Jake back and asked where he got the photo. His coworker had been at that bar and recognized Tessa from meeting her once at a work barbecue. Small world. I should have confronted her right then. I know that now.
but I didn't. I played dumb for a whole week. That week was surreal. Tessa came home that Sunday like always, tired and happy. She told me about helping Marcus hang curtains. She kissed me. She made dinner. She acted completely normal. And I acted normal back, even though every time I looked at her I saw that photo. Him kissing her forehead, her leaning into it. The following Tuesday she sat me down after dinner and told me Marcus needed to crash at our place for a few days. His new apartment had some issue with the lease timing, and he needed a place to stay while it got sorted out. She seemed nervous asking, like she expected me to say no. I said yes immediately. Told her of course he could stay, family's important, whatever he needs. The relief on her face was almost funny. She hugged me and thanked me and said I was the best boyfriend ever, that I was so understanding. The plan formed pretty quickly after that. If she was going to bring this guy into my home, into my space, then I was going to get the proof I needed. Real, undeniable proof. The next morning was a Wednesday. She kissed me goodbye before I left for work and said she'd be gone all day, helping Marcus move his stuff into storage. Said she probably wouldn't be back until evening. I told her to take her time, that I'd probably work late anyway. I didn't work late. I told my boss I was feeling sick around noon and headed home. Her car was in the parking lot when I pulled in. That cold feeling from earlier started creeping back in. I walked up the stairs to our apartment, key in hand, trying to think of innocent explanations. Maybe she came back early. Maybe the moving fell through. Maybe she forgot something. I opened the door as quietly as I could. The apartment was silent, except for the faint sound of water running. The shower. Our bedroom door was half open. I walked to the doorway and looked in. Marcus was in our bed. My side of the bed, actually. Asleep, covers pulled up to his chest. His clothes were on the floor next to Tessa's. The shower kept running in our bathroom. That's when the anger finally hit. Not hot anger. Not the kind where you yell and break things. Cold. Calculating. The kind that settles in your bones and makes you think clearly for maybe the first time in months. I backed out of the apartment as quietly as I'd entered. Got in my car. Drove to a coffee shop 3 blocks away and sat there for 2 hours, staring at my phone. I didn't cry. Didn't call anyone. Just sat there letting it all sink in. She'd lied for months, brought him into our home, into our bed. And she'd done it all while looking me in the eye and telling me she loved me. I wasn't going to yell. I wasn't going to break down and beg for explanations. I was going to make this hurt the way it hurt me. And I knew exactly how to do it. I came back to the apartment around 6 p.m. Gave them plenty of time to clean up their mess, I guess. When I walked in, Tessa was in the kitchen cooking dinner. Pasta, from the smell of it. She had music playing softly and was humming along like it was just another Wednesday evening, like she hadn't spent the afternoon in bed with another man. She smiled when she saw me, asked how work was. I told her it was fine, just long. Then I asked where Marcus was, keeping my voice as level as possible. She froze for just a second. Her hand stopped stirring the pot. Then she recovered and said he'd left a few hours ago to handle some apartment stuff, that he'd probably be back later to grab his things. Her voice was normal, too normal. I walked over to the counter and leaned against it, looked right at her and said I came home early today, around 2 p.m., said I wasn't feeling well. The color drained from her face. The spoon slipped from her hand into the pot. She just stared at me for a moment, and I watched her brain trying to figure out what I knew, what I'd seen. Then she started crying. It wasn't even a slow build. 1 second she was standing there pale and shocked, the next she was sobbing, saying she was sorry, that she never meant for this to happen, that it was a mistake. I just stood there and watched her fall apart. Didn't move to comfort her. Didn't say anything. She kept talking through the tears, telling me it only happened twice, that she was going to end it, that she loved me and Marcus was just a moment of weakness, that she'd been confused about what she wanted, but now she knew. All the classic lines you hear about in these situations. Then she said something that made my blood boil. She looked at me with those red, puffy eyes and said she never meant to hurt my feelings. Not hurt me, hurt my feelings. Like I'd be upset that she forgot my birthday or something. Like 6 months of lying and bringing another man into our home was just a minor inconvenience to my emotions. I told her I needed time to think, that I couldn't be around her right now. She grabbed my arm and begged me not to leave, asked if we could talk about it, work through it. She actually looked hopeful, like there was a chance I'd just forgive and forget, if she cried enough and said the right things. That's when I knew exactly what I had to do. I packed a bag and went to stay with Jake. Didn't tell Tessa where I was going, just said I'd be in touch when I was ready. She texted me about 30 times that first night. Long paragraphs about how sorry she was, how much she loved me, how this was all her fault and she'd do anything to fix it. I read every single one and didn't respond to any of them. Jake asked what I was planning to do. I told him I hadn't decided yet. That was a lie. I'd already decided in that coffee shop. The thing about Tessa is that her whole life revolved around her online presence. She had about 45,000 followers across Instagram and TikTok. 3 active brand deals at the time, some skincare line, a fitness app, and a sustainable fashion company. Her whole brand was built on authentic living and real relationships. She'd post about us sometimes, about how important honesty and communication were in a relationship, about being your genuine self online and in life. The irony wasn't lost on me. Over the next 3 days, I went back to the apartment when I knew she'd be out. She'd texted me her schedule, probably hoping I'd show up so we could talk. Instead, I used that information to avoid her entirely. I needed evidence, real, documented proof. I remembered her phone passcode from months ago when she'd asked me to check a message while she was driving. She'd never changed it. Her phone was sitting on the nightstand, charging. I unlocked it and started digging. The screenshots took about 20 minutes to gather. Messages between her and Marcus going back 6 months, way longer than the 2 times she'd admitted to. They'd been planning this for half a year, meeting up during her family help weekends, talking about how guilty they felt but how they couldn't stay away from each other. There were photos, too, in a hidden folder she probably thought was secure. Pictures of them together. Intimate ones. I sent everything to my email and deleted the sent messages from her phone. Put it back exactly where I found it. That night, I created an anonymous email account. Spent hours crafting the perfect message. It wasn't angry or emotional. It was professional, almost journalistic. The subject line was simple. A case study in influencer authenticity. The email talked about the disconnect between online personas and reality, how influencers sell authenticity while living completely fabricated lives. I used Tessa as a specific example. Explained how she'd built a following on honest relationships and genuine living, while conducting a 6-month affair she'd told everyone was her cousin. I attached the screenshots, the photos, time-stamped evidence of her lies. I sent it to all 3 of her brand partners, to their PR departments, their marketing teams, anyone I could find an email address for. I also sent it to 4 different influencer gossip accounts that I knew had decent followings. Then I waited. The first brand dropped her within 48 hours, posted a professional statement about values alignment and thanking her for her past work with them. Very corporate, very final. Her followers started asking questions in the comments of her posts, asking what happened, why the brand dropped her so suddenly. Tessa called me that afternoon. I almost didn't answer, but curiosity got the better of me. She was hysterical, screaming about how someone had sent lies about her to her sponsors, asking if I'd told anyone what happened, if I'd talked to my friends about us. I told her I hadn't said a word to anyone, and that was technically true. I hadn't told a single person. I'd told several companies and gossip accounts, but no people in my personal life besides Jake. The second brand dropped her 3 days later, then the third one the day after that. Her follower count started dropping. Not dramatically at first, just a steady decline. A few hundred here, 1,000 there. The gossip accounts had started posting about it. No names at first, just blind items about an influencer who'd been caught in a major lie. But her followers were smart. They connected the dots. I went back to the apartment one more time. We had this shared Instagram account she'd created about a year into our relationship. One of those couple pages that made me uncomfortable, but I went along with because she wanted it. She'd stopped posting there around the time the affair started. The account still had about 8,000 followers. I logged in and posted one of the photos from her hidden folder. Tessa and Marcus, clearly together, his arm around her waist, both of them looking at each other like they were the only two people in the world. The caption was simple. Family ties, right? With a white heart emoji. I didn't tag anyone, didn't explain anything. Just let it sit there for people to see and interpret however they wanted. Then I logged out and deleted the account credentials from my phone. She moved out within 3 days of that post going live. Didn't even try to fight for the apartment or ask to talk things through. Just showed up with Marcus and some guy I didn't recognize, loaded her stuff into a U-Haul, and left. I wasn't there when it happened. Jake texted me that he'd seen the truck outside our building, and I decided to stay away. Gave her space to get her things without another confrontation. When I finally went back, the apartment felt empty in a way that had nothing to do with her missing furniture. Her side of the closet was cleared out. Bathroom counter where she kept all her products was bare. The only things she left behind were a few books and this ceramic mug I'd bought her on a trip we took to the coast. Seeing that mug sitting in the cabinet felt worse than all the empty spaces combined. Her follower count dropped by about 12,000 in the first 2 weeks. All 3 brand deals were gone. I checked her Instagram a few times. I'm not proud of that. And saw she'd lost several smaller sponsorships too. Posts that used to get thousands of likes were barely breaking 100. Her comments were either turned off or heavily filtered because the few that showed were all supportive friends telling her to stay strong. Marcus disappeared from the picture entirely. I heard through someone who knew someone that he wanted nothing to do with the drama once it went public. Apparently having an affair is one thing, but being part of a public scandal was where he drew the line. Tessa's friends started reaching out about 2 weeks in. Some were angry, calling me vindictive and cruel, telling me I'd ruined her life over a mistake. Others were just curious, probably hoping I'd give them details they could share in their group chats. I ignored most of them. But one friend, Sarah, actually met me for coffee. She seemed genuinely conflicted about the whole thing, told me she'd known Tessa was unhappy, but didn't know about Marcus. Then she said something that stayed with me. She told me Tessa had been complaining about me for months before the affair started. Said I was boring, that I didn't understand her creativity or her ambitions, that Marcus got her in ways I never could. That hurt more than I expected. Not the boring part. I can accept that I'm not the most exciting person. But the idea that she'd been tearing me down to her friends while acting like everything was fine at home. That she'd been building a narrative where I was the problem and Marcus was the solution. Jake asked me one night if I felt better, if the revenge had been worth it. I didn't know how to answer that. The satisfaction lasted maybe a week. That first brand dropping her felt like justice. Watching her online presence crumble felt like she was finally facing consequences for her choices. But after that initial rush wore off, it just felt empty. I still couldn't sleep in our bed. Every time I tried, I'd see Marcus there on my side, Tessa in the shower like it was the most natural thing in the world. I ended up buying a new mattress about 3 weeks in. Didn't help as much as I thought it would. Her stuff that she didn't take kept haunting me. That mug, a sweater she left in the back of the closet, a half-empty bottle of her shampoo in the shower. I couldn't bring myself to throw any of it away, but seeing it every day was slowly driving me crazy. 2 weeks after she moved out, I got a long text from her. Just one message, no follow-ups. It said I'd destroyed her career over a mistake, that I'd taken something she'd built for years and burned it to the ground because I was hurt, that she hoped I was happy now, that she hoped the revenge was worth it. No apology, no acknowledgement of the lying or the 6 months of betrayal, just blame, like I was the villain in her story for refusing to quietly accept what she'd done. I read that text probably 50 times, started typing responses and deleted them all. Eventually, I just left it on read. It's been a month now. She moved to another city, or at least that's what I gathered from seeing someone's Instagram story where Tessa was tagged in the background of some coffee shop 2 hours away. Good for her, I guess. Fresh start, somewhere people don't know what happened. I'm still at the shop, still living in the apartment. Rent's harder to cover alone, but I'm managing. Started seeing a therapist about 2 weeks ago. Didn't expect to need that, but Jake suggested it, and he was right. Talking to someone neutral about everything has helped more than I thought it would. My friends are split on what I did. Half think she deserved it, that you don't get to destroy someone's trust and walk away without consequences. The other half think I went too far, that ruining her career was disproportionate to what she did to me, that 2 wrongs don't make a right, and all those other sayings people use when they're uncomfortable with justified anger. My mom found out through the family gossip chain somehow. She called me last week, and I thought I was in for a lecture about stooping to someone else's level. Instead, she just asked if I was okay. Didn't judge, didn't give advice. Just wanted to know if her son was holding up. That conversation made me cry for the first time through this whole thing. I saw Marcus once, randomly, at a grocery store last week. We made eye contact across the produce section. He looked at me, looked away, and kept walking. I did the same. What was there to say? We both knew what happened. No point in pretending otherwise. Some days I feel completely justified in what I did. She lied for 6 months, brought him into our home, made me look like an idiot to everyone who knew. She built her whole online presence on authenticity and honest relationships while living the exact opposite. Taking that away from her felt like the only real consequence she'd face. Other days I wonder if I became someone I don't recognize, someone who destroys people's livelihoods because they got their heart broken. The version of me from a year ago wouldn't have done this. That guy would have just broken up with her and moved on. But that guy also didn't know what it felt like to be betrayed this completely. Jake asked me yesterday if I regret it. I told him I didn't know. That's the honest answer. I don't regret exposing her lies. I don't regret showing her that actions have consequences. But I do regret that it came to this, that the person I loved enough to live with for 2 years turned out to be someone I barely knew. I keep thinking about what she said in that final text, that I destroyed her career over a mistake. But was it really just about the cheating? Or was it about the lies, the manipulation, the way she made me feel crazy for suspecting anything, the way she brought him into our home and expected me to just accept it? I wanted her to feel what I felt, to understand that you can't just hurt people and walk away clean. Mission accomplished, I guess. Her career took a hit. Her reputation tanked. She had to start over somewhere new. But here's what I can't figure out. Was I wrong for going after her public image, her career, everything she built? Part of me thinks I was justified, that she made her choices and I simply made sure those choices had consequences. and part of me wonders if I'm just as bad as she is now. If revenge, no matter how satisfying in the moment, just makes you into a different kind of liar. The kind who tells themselves they're doing the right thing while burning someone else's life down. Catching my fiancé. Working late ended with a surprise wedding he'll never forget. I, 27F, have been engaged to my fiancé Marcus, 30M, for about 8 months now. We'd been dating for 3 years before that, and honestly, I thought I knew everything about him. We met through mutual friends at a barbecue, hit it off immediately, and within 6 months we were basically inseparable. He worked in marketing at a mid-sized tech company. I'm a graphic designer who freelances from home. Our lives just fit together, or so I thought. About 2 months ago, things started shifting. Marcus began staying late at the office more frequently. At first, it was once or twice a week. Totally normal, I get it. Work gets busy. But then it became 3, 4, sometimes 5 nights a week. He'd come home around 10 or 11 p.m., exhausted, barely able to hold a conversation. I'd ask how his day was, and he'd give me one-word answers before collapsing into bed. The thing that really started bothering me was his coworker, Lisa. He'd mentioned her before. They worked on the same team, had similar project deadlines, the usual. But suddenly her name was coming up constantly. Lisa and I grabbed lunch to discuss the campaign. Lisa thinks we should pivot the strategy. Lisa's going through a tough time with her marriage, so I've been trying to be supportive. That last one should have been my first red flag, but Marcus assured me it was nothing. "She's like a sister to me," he said one night when I asked why he was texting her at 9 p.m. "Her husband's kind of a jerk, and she just needs someone to vent to. You'd like her if you met her." I never did meet her, though. Every time I suggested coming to one of his work events or happy hours, he'd make an excuse. "It's just going to be boring shop talk. You'd hate it, trust me. Next time, I promise." 3 weeks ago, everything came crashing down. It was a Thursday night, and Marcus had texted me around 6 p.m. saying he'd be working late again. Another deadline, another crisis, another night of reheated dinner. I was frustrated, tired of eating alone, tired of feeling like I was engaged to a ghost. So I decided to do something spontaneous. I'd surprise him at the office with his favorite Thai food from the place near our apartment. I got dressed, grabbed the takeout, and drove the 20 minutes to his office building downtown. The parking lot was nearly empty when I arrived around 8:30 p.m., which made sense for that time of night. I spotted his car immediately. It's hard to miss a red Honda Civic with a dent on the passenger side from when he backed into a pole last year. But his car wasn't in the office parking lot. It was parked across the street, outside a Holiday Inn. My stomach dropped. I sat there in my car for probably 5 minutes, just staring, trying to come up with innocent explanations. Maybe there was a work conference. Maybe the office Wi-Fi was down and they needed to use the hotel's business center. Maybe I was seeing things and it wasn't even his car. But I knew that dent. I knew that stupid Bernie Sanders bumper sticker he refused to remove, even though the election was years ago. I parked my car and walked toward the hotel entrance, my hands shaking so badly I almost dropped the bag of food. Through the large glass windows of the lobby, I could see inside clearly. The front desk, the sitting area with its generic hotel furniture, a few people milling about. And there, standing near the elevator bay, was Marcus, with Lisa. I recognized her immediately from her Facebook profile. I'd looked her up weeks ago during one of my paranoid moments, then felt guilty about it. She was petite, blonde, wearing a tight black dress that was way too fancy for working late. And Marcus had his hand on her lower back, leaning down to kiss her. Not a peck, not a friendly goodbye kiss. A real kiss, the kind of kiss you give someone you're sleeping with. I stood there frozen on the sidewalk, watching through the window like it was a movie. They pulled apart, laughing about something, and then they walked into the elevator together. His hand never left her back. The Thai food slipped from my hands and hit the pavement. I didn't even hear it. I somehow made it back to my car. I don't really remember the drive home. I was on autopilot, my brain just completely numb. When I got back to our apartment, I sat in the parking lot for probably an hour, trying to figure out what to do. Part of me wanted to call him immediately, scream at him, demand answers. But another part of me, the part that was quickly getting angrier, wanted something more. We had our engagement party scheduled for the following Saturday. My parents had paid for the venue, the catering, the flowers. My mom had spent weeks planning it. Over 100 people were invited. Friends, family, co-workers, people from our entire lives. And suddenly, I had an idea. I went inside, washed my face, and got into bed with my clothes still on. Around 11 p.m., I heard Marcus's key in the lock. He came into the bedroom quietly, probably thinking I was asleep. "Hey, babe," I said, keeping my voice steady. "How was work?" He jumped a little, surprised I was awake. "Oh, long. Really long. This campaign is killing us." He started undressing, not meeting my eyes. "How was your night?" "Fine. Quiet. Missed you, though." "Missed you, too." He climbed into bed and kissed my forehead. My skin crawled, but I didn't move. "Love you." "Love you, too," I lied. The next morning, I waited until he left for work. Then I drove back to that Holiday Inn. I walked straight up to the front desk where a woman in her 50s was working. Her name tag said, Patricia. "Hi," I said, trying to keep my voice from shaking. "This is going to sound crazy, but I need your help." I told her everything. I showed her a photo of Marcus from my phone. I explained about the engagement party next weekend, and I asked if there was any way, any possible way, she could help me get security footage from the night before. Patricia stared at me for a long moment, then said, "Honey, I've been married for 30 years. If my husband did that to me, I'd want to know too. Give me your number. I'll see what I can do." 2 days later, she texted me. She'd pulled footage from the lobby camera showing Marcus and Lisa entering together at 8:42 p.m. The timestamp was clear. The kiss was clear. Everything was clear. "I could lose my job for this," her text said. "But some things are more important." Get him, girl. I spent the next few days acting completely normal. I helped my mom finalize the seating chart. I confirmed the cake delivery. I smiled and laughed and pretended everything was perfect. Marcus seemed relieved that I wasn't asking about his late nights anymore. I guess he thought he'd gotten away with it. The night before the engagement party, we had a small rehearsal dinner with just immediate family. Marcus gave this whole speech about how lucky he was, how he couldn't wait to spend forever with me, how I was his best friend and soulmate. His mom cried. My dad shook his hand. I sat there smiling, the video file saved on my laptop upstairs. Saturday arrived. The venue looked beautiful. My mom had outdone herself with the decorations. White roses everywhere, string lights, a champagne fountain. Guests started arriving around 6 p.m., and by 6:30, the place was packed. I saw Lisa walk in with a man I assumed was her husband, based on the wedding ring. She had the audacity to come up and introduce herself to me. "You must be the lucky bride," she said, smiling. "Marcus talks about you all the time." "Does he?" I said sweetly. "That's so nice to hear." Around 7 p.m., my dad clinked his glass to get everyone's attention. He gave a toast welcoming everyone and thanking them for celebrating with us. Then he handed the microphone to Marcus. Marcus launched into this long, emotional speech. He talked about the day we met, our first date, the moment he knew he wanted to marry me. He talked about building a life together, about trust and partnership and forever. People were tearing up. His mom was crying again. I just stood there next to him, waiting. And I just want to say, Marcus concluded, his voice thick with emotion, that I'm the luckiest man in the world to have found someone who loves me unconditionally, someone who trusts me completely, someone who I can't imagine my life without. I love you so much. Everyone applauded. He tried to hand me the microphone for my speech, but I held up a finger. Actually, I said loudly enough for people nearby to hear, I'd like to show everyone a video first, a little journey of our relationship. I'd already set everything up with the venue's AV guy, told him I wanted to surprise Marcus with a sweet slideshow. The lights dimmed slightly, and the large screen behind us flickered to life. The video started exactly as I'd planned. Photos of us from our early dating days, at the beach, at concerts, celebrating birthdays. Our proposal in Central Park, me crying happy tears, the ring sparkling. Recent photos of us at family dinners, on vacation in Mexico, looking like the perfect couple. The music was soft and romantic. People were smiling, awing at the cute moments. Then the photos stopped. The screen went black for just a second, and then the hotel security footage began to play. The timestamp was clear in the corner. The date, the time. 8:42 p.m. on that Thursday 3 weeks ago. The footage showed the lobby, slightly grainy but perfectly visible. And there was Marcus, clear as day, his hand on Lisa's back, pulling her close. The kiss. The laugh. Walking toward the elevator, his arm around her waist. The room went dead silent. Then someone gasped. Then someone else said, "Oh my God." I turned to look at Marcus. His face had gone completely white. He was staring at the screen like he couldn't process what he was seeing. "What the fuck?" someone said loudly. I think it was Lisa's husband. Marcus finally tore his eyes from the screen and looked at me. "I can explain." "Can you?" I took the microphone back from his limp hand. My voice was steady, cold. "Can you explain why you told me you were working late when you were actually checking into a hotel with your coworker? The one who's like a sister?" His mom had started crying, different tears this time. My mom was standing up from her table, her hand over her mouth. Lisa was trying to leave, but her husband had grabbed her arm, his face red with fury. "This isn't what it looks like," Marcus stammered, reaching for me. I stepped back. "Really? Because it looks like you've been cheating on me for weeks while I sat at home waiting for you, eating dinner alone, planning our wedding." I was surprised at how calm I sounded. "It looks like you've been lying to my face every single day. It looks like you gave this whole speech about trust and unconditional love while you were sleeping with someone else." The room had erupted into chaos. People were standing up, talking over each other, pulling out their phones. Lisa's husband was yelling at her by the exit. Marcus's mom was sobbing into her napkin, while his dad just sat there looking shocked. I twisted the engagement ring off my finger, the ring that suddenly felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds, and held it up. "I think you'll want this back." I placed it carefully on the microphone stand, the diamond catching the light. Then I turned and walked toward the exit. My mom rushed to follow me, and so did my best friend Claire, but I barely registered them. Behind me, I could hear Marcus calling my name, his voice cracking. I didn't turn around. My dad handled everything after that. He told the venue staff to wrap up the event, made sure all our family and friends knew I was okay. Claire drove me home while my mom followed in her car. We packed up Marcus's stuff that night. Clothes, toiletries, his PlayStation, everything. Put it all in garbage bags and left it in the living room. He came back around midnight. I'd changed the locks, My dad had a guy come out as an emergency. Marcus knocked and knocked, calling through the door, but I just turned up the TV volume. Eventually, he gave up and left. The next morning, my phone was flooded with messages. Supportive ones from friends, furious ones from Marcus's family, and weirdly, messages from complete strangers. Apparently, someone at the party had recorded the whole thing and posted it online. By Sunday afternoon, it had gone viral. Most of the comments were supportive. "She's a queen. He got what he deserved. This is how you handle a cheater." But some people thought I'd gone too far, that I should have handled it privately, that I was cruel for humiliating him like that. Marcus sent me a long text on Sunday night. He claimed it had only happened twice, that he was planning to end it, that he loved me and we could work through this. I blocked his number without responding. By Monday, his company had gotten wind of what happened. Apparently, someone sent them the video. Marcus and Lisa both got written up for unprofessional conduct and violation of workplace ethics policies. I heard through a mutual friend that Lisa's husband filed for divorce. I also heard that Marcus moved back in with his parents. I got our venue deposit refunded. The owner said she completely understood and even waived the cancellation fees after hearing what happened. My parents got their money back for the catering, too. The only thing we lost was the cost of the invitations, but honestly, that felt like a small price to pay. It's been 3 weeks now since the engagement party. I'm still living in our apartment. I signed a new lease in just my name, and Marcus's name is officially off everything. I've been seeing a therapist to work through everything, which helps. Some days I'm angry, some days I'm sad, and some days I feel absolutely nothing. Claire keeps asking if I regret exposing him that way, in front of everyone we know. She says she would have done the same thing, but she wants to make sure I'm at peace with it. Honestly, I don't know. Part of me feels vindicated. He deserved to be exposed, and I'm glad everyone knows the truth. But another part of me wonders if I did it for the right reasons, or if I just wanted to hurt him the way he hurt me. My mom says I saved myself from marrying a cheater, and that's what matters. My dad says he's proud of me for standing up for myself. But Marcus's mom sent me a long email about how I destroyed her son's reputation and ruined his career prospects. That I should have handled it privately like an adult. The video is still circulating online. Every few days someone new finds it and it gets shared around again. I've been tagged in it hundreds of times. My Instagram has gained like 10,000 followers, mostly people sending me messages of support or calling me an inspiration. But I can't help wondering, did I actually ruin his life? Was public humiliation taking it too far? Everyone keeps telling me, you didn't ruin the engagement. He did. But I'm the one who put that video on the big screen. I'm the one who made sure everyone we knew saw what he did. So I guess my question is, AITA for exposing him in front of everyone, instead of just breaking up with him privately. Catching my wife's work husband in her phone led to the most calculated revenge I've ever pulled off. I'm a 35-year-old software engineer, and my wife Sarah is 33. We've been married for 6 years, together for 10 total. We met during our senior year of college at some forgettable house party, bonded over our mutual hatred of the music playing, and somehow turned that into a decade-long relationship. I genuinely thought we had something solid. We bought a house 3 years ago, adopted a dog, did the whole suburban couple thing. I trusted her completely. That was my first mistake. About 8 months ago, Sarah landed a new job at a marketing firm downtown. Better pay, better benefits, the works. I was happy for her. She'd been stuck in her old position for too long, complaining about the lack of growth opportunities. This new place seemed perfect. The first few weeks were normal. She'd come home tired, complain about learning new systems, adjusting to the office politics, the usual stuff everyone deals with at a new job. I'd ask how her day went. She'd vent for a bit. We'd make dinner together. It was fine. It was normal. Then around month 2, a new name started appearing in basically every conversation. Derek. At first, it was innocent enough, or at least that's what I told myself. She'd mentioned that Derek showed her this great lunch spot near the office. Derek had the funniest stories about his last company. Derek thought she should apply for that senior position that was opening up. I didn't think much of it initially. People have work friends. I have work friends. I talk about them at home. It's normal. But then it escalated in a way that made my stomach turn, though I kept trying to rationalize it. She started calling him her work husband, with this little laugh, like it was the cutest thing in the world. She'd say it in front of our actual friends at dinner parties. The first time she said it, everyone kind of laughed awkwardly, and I felt like an idiot sitting there smiling along with it. But she kept saying it, over and over. My work husband this, my work husband that. Like I was supposed to think it was endearing. The late nights at the office became a regular thing. Always some project deadline, always some client presentation to prep for, always something urgent that required her to stay until 8 or 9 p.m. I work in tech. I get deadlines and crunch time, but this was constant. Multiple times a week, sometimes 4 or 5 nights in a row. And the texting became absolutely relentless. During dinner, she'd have her phone next to her plate, checking it between bites. During movies, the screen would light up her face in the dark living room every few minutes. Right before bed, she'd be typing away while I was trying to tell her about my day. The phone guarding was what really got my attention, though. Sarah used to be completely careless with her phone. She'd leave it on the kitchen counter, on the couch, in the bathroom, wherever. Face up, unlocked most of the time, didn't matter. I could pick it up to check the time or change the music, and she wouldn't even glance over. Suddenly it was always face down, always within arm's reach, always with her when she moved rooms, even just to grab water from the kitchen. And when she was texting, she'd physically angle her body away from me, like she was literally hiding the screen with her shoulder. When I'd walk into a room, she'd quickly close whatever she was looking at, or flip the phone over fast enough that I'd hear it smack against the table. I'm not an idiot. I know what that looks like. I've seen enough movies and heard enough stories from friends going through similar situations. But I kept telling myself I was being paranoid. Maybe I was projecting my own insecurities. Maybe this is just what having a close work friend looks like in the modern workplace. Maybe I was being a jealous husband who couldn't handle his wife having male friends. I kept trying to ignore the gut feeling that something was very, very wrong. I even tried talking to her about it once, about a month before everything exploded. I asked if everything was okay with us, if she was happy. She looked at me like I'd grown a second head and said everything was fine. She was just stressed with work stuff. She said I was being weird and insecure. That conversation lasted maybe 3 minutes before she changed the subject to something about needing to repaint the guest bedroom. I dropped it because I didn't want to be that guy, the controlling husband who can't handle his wife having a career and work friends. Then came the night that changed absolutely everything. It was a Tuesday in early September, around 10 at night. Sarah had just gotten home from another one of her late project meetings and went straight upstairs to shower. She'd been doing that lately, coming home and immediately showering before even really talking to me. At the time, I figured she just felt gross after a long day at the office. Now I know better. Her phone was charging on the kitchen counter. I was loading the dishwasher, just cleaning up after the dinner I'd eaten alone while she was at her meeting. I wasn't trying to snoop. I wasn't even thinking about her phone. I was literally just putting plates in the dishwasher when the screen lit up with a text notification. It was right there in my direct line of sight, maybe 2 feet from my face. The preview read, "I can still taste you. Same time tomorrow?" I froze with a plate still in my hand, soap and water dripping onto the floor. I stared at that message for what felt like an hour but was probably 5 seconds. The sender's name at the top of the notification. Derek, with a heart emoji next to it. A heart emoji, on my wife's phone, from her work husband. I could hear the shower running upstairs, the sound of water hitting tile. She was up there, probably washing off evidence of whatever the hell "I can still taste you" meant. My brain went into this weird autopilot mode where I wasn't really thinking, just acting on pure instinct. I picked up her phone. She'd never changed her passcode from our anniversary date, which would be funny if it wasn't so pathetic. I opened the messages and my hands started shaking immediately. The most recent message was the one I'd just seen. I scrolled up. More messages. Flirting that got progressively worse, then explicit content. Photos I definitely did not need to see. References to hotel visits during her team meetings. Inside jokes about their time together. Plans for their next meetup. All of it right there in black and white. I pulled out my own phone and started taking photos. Screenshots weren't enough in my head. I wanted backups of backups, something she couldn't claim was photoshopped or manipulated. My hands were shaking so badly that the first several photos came out blurred, and I had to retake them. I scrolled back through months of messages. The affair had been going on since at least May, maybe longer. There was a whole pattern to it. They'd meet at hotels during her supposed late work nights. They'd have lunch dates at restaurants across town where no one from either of their offices would see them. I opened her email on her phone and found receipts. Hotels, dinners, even a weekend getaway to some bed and breakfast 2 hours away that she'd told me was a mandatory company retreat. I'd stayed home that weekend, watched the dog, ordered takeout and played video games. Meanwhile, she was off screwing Derek at some romantic inn. I spent 20 minutes going through everything while the shower ran upstairs. Every message, every photo, every receipt, every calendar entry. I documented all of it. When I heard the water finally turn off, I put her phone back on the counter exactly where it had been, made sure it was positioned the same way, and walked to the living room on legs that felt like they might give out. She came downstairs about 10 minutes later in her pajamas, hair wet, smelling like her lavender body wash. She walked over to where I was sitting on the couch, kissed me on the forehead like nothing was wrong, grabbed her phone from the kitchen, and said she was exhausted and heading to bed. I said goodnight. My voice sounded normal somehow. She smiled at me and went upstairs. I sat on that couch until 3 in the morning, staring at the photos on my phone, feeling like my entire life had just been revealed as a performance. Everything I thought was real was fake. Every late night, every work husband joke, every time she'd pulled away from my touch or said she was too tired, it was all because of him. I felt like I was going to throw up. Instead, I just sat there in the dark, looking at the evidence of my wife's betrayal, and started planning my next move. The next morning, I called in sick to work. I never call in sick. I'm the guy who shows up with a cold and works through it. But I could not sit at my desk and pretend to care about code while my marriage was imploding. Sarah left for the office around 8, kissing me goodbye and telling me to feel better, asking if I needed her to pick up anything on her way home. I said I was fine, just needed rest. The second her car pulled out of the driveway, I was on my phone Googling divorce lawyers. I need to explain something about myself here because it's relevant to why I handled things the way I did. I'm a planner. It's literally what makes me good at my job. I see systems, I identify problems, I find the most efficient solution. And sitting in that lawyer's office later that morning, looking at this guy in his expensive suit explaining my options, I realized something important. Confronting Sarah emotionally would accomplish absolutely nothing. Sure, I could scream at her. I could throw her stuff on the lawn.
I could blow up at Derek, maybe even drive to his office and punch him in the face. But then what? She'd cry. She'd apologize. She'd swear she'd ended. Maybe she actually would for a while. And then I'd spend the rest of my life wondering, checking her phone, questioning every late night, never trusting a single thing she said. That's not a marriage. That's not even a life. That's just slow torture. So sitting there in that office, I made a decision. I was going to treat this like a project at work. Identify the problem, gather the data, execute the solution cleanly. The lawyer was this straightforward older guy who'd clearly seen this exact situation 1,000 times. He barely reacted when I showed him the photos on my phone. He just nodded, made some notes, and laid out my options. With the evidence I had, I was in a strong position. We discussed asset division, the house, savings accounts, retirement funds, all of it. He recommended I document everything and act completely normal. Don't let her know anything is wrong. Don't give her time to hide assets or prepare a defense. The element of surprise would work heavily in my favor. I left that office with a plan and a retainer paid. For the next 2 weeks, I became an actor in my own life. I came home from work and asked Sarah about her day. I listened to her lie to my face about meetings and projects and office drama. I laughed at her stories. I made dinner. We watched our shows together. We had sex twice during those 2 weeks, which felt like the most disgusting thing I'd ever done, but I couldn't break character. The whole time, she'd be texting Derek right next to me on the couch, and I'd pretend not to notice. I'd see his name pop up on her phone screen and just keep watching whatever was on TV. It was the most surreal experience of my entire life. Playing house with someone I now knew was actively betraying me. Having conversations about weekend plans and grocery lists while knowing I was about to blow up her entire world. Some nights I'd lie awake next to her, listening to her breathe, wondering how she could sleep so peacefully while living such a massive lie. During those 2 weeks, I was busy. I quietly transferred half our savings into a personal account I'd opened at a different bank. Our joint account terms allowed either party to withdraw funds, and I made sure to take exactly half, not a penny more. Nothing that could be used against me later. I contacted our mortgage lender to understand our options for the house. I backed up all our shared files and documents to an external hard drive. I changed passwords on all my personal accounts. I even went to see a therapist once, just to make sure I wasn't having some kind of breakdown and completely misreading the situation. She listened to everything, looked at the evidence, and confirmed I wasn't crazy. She also said I seemed remarkably calm for someone going through this, which I guess was accurate. I felt calm. Weirdly, artificially calm. Sarah's birthday was coming up on a Saturday in late September. We'd been planning a small gathering at our house with her parents and younger sister for weeks. She'd been excited about it, kept making lists of food to serve, debating whether we should do a theme. She wanted everything to be perfect. I had a different version of perfect in mind. The morning of her birthday, I woke up early and drove across town to pick up a custom order I'd placed at a print shop 3 days earlier. They'd done exactly what I asked. Professional quality printing, every page clear and legible, bound nicely in a black leather folder. I paid extra for the nice folder. Then I stopped at the store and bought expensive wrapping paper, the kind she always liked with the metallic gold finish. I wrapped that folder like it was something precious, put a bow on top. It looked like a thoughtful, carefully chosen gift. Her family started arriving around 2 that afternoon. Her mom brought a homemade cake, her favorite kind with cream cheese frosting. Her dad fired up our grill to make burgers. Her sister showed up with decorations and that over-enthusiastic energy she always had. Sarah was in the best mood I'd seen her in months, laughing, joking around with her dad, helping her mom in the kitchen, taking photos with her sister, playing the role of the perfect daughter, the perfect wife.
I felt physically sick watching her, but I kept my face neutral. I smiled. I helped grill. I made small talk with her parents. We ate. We sang happy birthday around the dining table. She blew out candles and made a wish. I wondered if she wished to not get caught. Then came presents. Her parents gave her a necklace she'd been eyeing for months. Her sister gave her a gift certificate for a spa day. They all made a big fuss over each gift, lots of hugging and thank yous. Then I handed her my gift, the wrapped folder. I remember exactly what I said. Saved the best for last. She smiled at me, that genuine, excited smile, like she actually thought I'd gotten her something romantic, maybe concert tickets or a weekend trip. She tore off the wrapping paper while her whole family watched, eager to see what her thoughtful husband had gotten her. The folder was nice, black leather, expensive looking. She opened it, and I watched her face change in real time. The first page was the divorce papers, already filed, just waiting for her signature. Behind that were printed screenshots of her messages with Derek, organized chronologically. Then hotel receipts, then calendar entries with their coded meetups. Every single piece of evidence I'd gathered, printed and labeled and arranged neatly. It probably looked like a presentation deck. I watched her face go from confused to horrified in about 3 seconds. Like her brain was trying to process what she was seeing, but couldn't quite catch up. The color drained from her face completely. Her hands started shaking so hard the papers rustled. I kept my voice calm and even. Happy birthday. I'm giving you the gift of freedom. Now you can be with Derek full time. No more sneaking around. Her mom grabbed the folder before Sarah could close it or hide it. I heard her gasp, this sharp intake of breath. Her dad looked over her shoulder, and his expression went from confused to absolutely furious in about 2 seconds. His face turned red. Her sister just stared at Sarah with her mouth hanging open, then grabbed the folder from their mom and started flipping through pages. With each page, her expression got more disgusted. Sarah tried to speak, but nothing came out at first. Just this strangled sound. Then stammering, "This isn't... we were just..." I cut her off. "You were just what? Friends? Work spouses?" Because I have about 4 months of documented evidence that says otherwise. Her dad slammed his beer bottle down on the table hard enough that I thought it might break. Her mom looked like she was going to cry, or throw up, or both. Her sister was still flipping through the folder, shaking her head. Sarah's mom found her voice first. "How long?" She was looking at Sarah like she'd never seen her before. Sarah was crying now, full breakdown mode, mascara running down her face. She reached for me across the table. I stepped back, moved away from her completely. I answered before Sarah could. 6 months that I found, give or take. Could be longer. That's just what I documented. Sarah finally managed to form words through the crying. Please, we can fix this. I'll end it right now. I'll do anything. Please don't do this." I was so calm it almost scared me. "I know you will. You'll sign those papers. My lawyer will contact you next week to discuss the house and dividing our assets. Until then, I'll be staying at a hotel. You should probably start figuring out your living situation." I grabbed my keys from the hook by the door and picked up the duffel bag I'd pre-packed that morning from the bedroom closet. I'd already loaded my car with my laptop, important documents, things I'd need. I'd planned every detail. Sarah was standing now, trying to come toward me, but her dad actually put his arm out to stop her. Her mom was crying. Her sister looked shell-shocked. I walked out the front door while her entire family sat there in stunned silence, and Sarah sobbed. I got in my car, drove to the hotel I'd booked 3 days earlier, checked in, went up to my room, and finally let myself feel it. I sat on the edge of that generic hotel bed with its scratchy comforter, and I cried for probably 2 hours straight. Cried harder than I'd cried since I was a kid. Then, I ordered pizza, turned on the TV, and started figuring out what the hell my life looked like now. That was 2 months ago. Feels like 2 years. The divorce is nearly finalized now. Sarah tried to fight it at first, hired her own lawyer and everything. She wanted to drag it out, maybe hoping I'd change my mind, or we could go to counseling, or whatever fantasy she'd constructed in her head. But then her lawyer apparently sat her down and explained exactly how screwed she was with all the evidence I had. After that conversation, she gave up, signed everything. We're splitting assets 50-50, which is fair. I could have pushed for more given the circumstances, but I didn't want to be that vindictive. I just wanted out. I'm keeping the house. She didn't want to fight for it after everything, and honestly, I think her parents pressured her not to. They were absolutely mortified by the whole thing. Her mom actually called me about a week after the birthday incident. That was a weird conversation. She apologized for her daughter, said she didn't raise her to be like this, that she was ashamed. I didn't really know what to say to that. I told her I appreciated the call and that I didn't blame her or Sarah's dad for any of this. She cried on the phone. I felt bad for her. None of this was her fault. The Derek situation resolved itself in the most predictable way possible, which honestly gave me more satisfaction than it probably should have. Turns out Sarah wasn't the first coworker he'd gotten involved with. Apparently this was his pattern. He'd done it at his previous company too, and the one before that. Someone at Sarah's company found out about their relationship. I don't know if Sarah reported it herself or if someone else figured it out, and HR launched an investigation. They started digging and discovered he'd been pulling this same move for years at different companies. Serial workplace affair guy. Real winner Sarah chose there. He got fired about 3 weeks ago for inappropriate workplace conduct and violation of company fraternization policies. When I heard, I felt this weird mix of satisfaction and emptiness. Like I'd won something, but the prize was just more confirmation that my marriage had been destroyed over someone who wasn't even worth it. Sarah called me that same day, absolutely hysterical. I saw her name on my phone and my first instinct was to answer, which shows how ingrained that habit still is. But I didn't. I let it go to voicemail. She left this long, rambling message about how Derek had ghosted her immediately after getting fired. Blocked her number, blocked her on everything, completely cut her off. She said she realized she'd destroyed her marriage for someone who didn't actually care about her at all. She said she was in therapy now, that she was working on herself, that she finally understood the magnitude of what she'd done. She begged me to talk to her, even just for 5 minutes. Said she didn't expect me to take her back, but that she needed closure or forgiveness or something. I deleted the voicemail without finishing it. I don't owe her closure. I don't owe her forgiveness. She can work that out with her therapist. She's living with her parents now. The apartment she'd moved into after I kicked her out of the house was apparently too expensive on just her salary. From what I've heard through mutual friends, most of whom sided with me after the full story got out, she's struggling pretty badly. Lost her marriage, her affair partner, and a decent chunk of her friend group, all within a few weeks. Part of me feels bad about that for maybe 5 seconds. Then I remember those messages, and the feeling evaporates completely. I've been doing okay, all things considered. Some days are better than others. Therapy has been helping a lot. My therapist keeps telling me I need to actually process the anger instead of just staying in this calm, controlled mode all the time. Apparently, my coping mechanism of treating my divorce like a work project isn't entirely healthy long term. Who knew? Work has been a good distraction. I threw myself into a major project, and it's actually going really well. My boss even commented that I seem more focused lately, which is ironic. I've been going to the gym more consistently than I have in years. Lost about 15 pounds. Started reconnecting with friends I'd kind of neglected during my marriage. Went to a concert last weekend with my buddy from college. It was good. Normal. I'm doing all the things you're supposed to do after a divorce, the self-improvement montage portion of the breakup process. But some days are still really hard. I'll see something that reminds me of Sarah, or I'll instinctively start to text her about something funny, before remembering we're not those people anymore. We're not anything anymore. Sometimes I'll be at the grocery store and automatically reach for something she liked before catching myself. The muscle memory of being married to someone for 6 years doesn't just disappear. My friends are pretty split on how I handled the whole thing.
About half think the birthday reveal was brutal, but completely deserved. They say she had it coming, that public humiliation was appropriate given what she did. The other half think I should have confronted her privately, that embarrassing her in front of her family was taking it too far. A couple friends have even suggested that my calculated approach was kind of cold, and maybe I should have let myself be more emotional about it. Her family definitely thinks I'm an asshole, except for her dad, weirdly enough. I heard through the grapevine that he told Sarah she got exactly what she deserved, and that he would have done the same thing in my position. Her mom and sister apparently aren't speaking to me, which is fine. I never have to see them again anyway. I don't know if I'm proud of what I did or ashamed of it. That's the honest truth. Some days it feels like justice, like I handled an impossible situation in the best way I could. Other days it feels like I let my hurt and anger turn me into someone cold and calculating, someone I don't totally recognize when I look in the mirror. I keep going over it in my head, wondering if there was a better way, if confronting her privately would have been more mature, if giving her a chance to explain before destroying her birthday would have been the right thing to do. But then I remember her lying to my face for months, and I think maybe she didn't deserve consideration, or privacy, or a gentle letdown. The divorce should be final in about 3 weeks. Then I'll officially be single for the first time in a decade. That's a weird thought. I've been with Sarah for my entire adult life, basically. I don't really know how to be a single guy in his mid-30s. I went on exactly 1 date since all this happened. My friend set me up with someone from her office. Nice woman, pretty, good job, funny. It was a complete disaster. I spent the entire dinner comparing her to Sarah. Not in a good way either, just constant hypervigilance. She checked her phone once to see the time, and I immediately wondered who she was texting. She mentioned a male coworker, and my brain went straight to worst-case scenario. I couldn't relax at all. She definitely picked up on it because there was no second date. Can't say I blame her. Trust issues are fun like that. I know logically that not everyone is going to cheat. I know Sarah's actions are her responsibility, not representative of all women or all relationships. My therapist has explained this to me multiple times. But knowing something intellectually and actually believing it emotionally are 2 different things. Right now, the idea of trusting someone enough to be vulnerable with them again seems impossible. I've been thinking a lot about whether any of this was worth it. The revenge, the calculated approach, the public humiliation. Did it actually make me feel better? In the moment, walking out of that house while Sarah cried, I felt powerful, vindicated, like I'd taken control of a situation where I'd been made to feel powerless. But now, sitting alone in this house that's too big for one person, I'm not sure the satisfaction was worth what it cost. Not the marriage. That was already dead the second she started sleeping with Derek.
but maybe it cost me something else. Some part of myself that used to be warmer, more trusting, less cynical. I look at who I was 2 months ago, carefully documenting evidence and planning my revenge down to the gift wrapping, and sometimes I don't recognize that person. That version of me was so controlled, so methodical about destroying someone I'd loved for 10 years. And I'm not sure if that was strength, or if it was something darker that I'll have to deal with eventually. The house is quiet now, just me and the dog. I'm doing okay. That's what I tell people when they ask, and most of the time it's even true.
Caught my husband working late with his coworker, so I sent his boss the real overtime report. I, 33 have been married to my husband David, 35, for 7 years. We live in a suburb about 30 minutes outside the city, and I work in marketing from home while he's in sales at a mid-sized tech company. We don't have kids, which honestly became a factor in all of this later on, but I'll get to that. About 4 months ago, David started mentioning a new coworker. Her name was Rachel, and she'd just joined his sales team. At first, it was completely innocent. He'd come home and tell me about how Rachel suggested a new approach for the Morrison account, or how Rachel had this great idea for their quarterly presentation. I didn't think anything of it. He'd mentioned coworkers before. This felt the same. Then the late nights started. It began with one night, maybe 6 weeks after Rachel started. David texted me around 5 p.m. saying he had to stay late to finish the quarterly reports with Rachel. He got home around 9:30 p.m., which seemed reasonable. The next week it happened again. Then it became twice a week. Then 3 times a week. Every time it was something urgent. The Morrison account needed immediate attention. The sales projections were due. Rachel and he were the only ones who could handle it. I want to say I suspected something immediately, but I didn't. I really didn't. I trusted him. We'd been together for almost a decade. He'd never given me a reason not to trust him. The first red flag came about 3 weeks into this pattern. He came home at 11 p.m. on a Thursday, and I could smell wine on him. Not drunk, just the smell of alcohol. I asked him about it, and he said they'd grabbed a quick bite while working because they were starving. He made it sound so casual, so normal. I said okay and went back to watching TV. But then I noticed he went straight to the shower. He always used to shower in the mornings, always. Suddenly he's showering the second he walks through the door, and I'm sitting there wondering why someone who's been sitting in an office all day needs to shower immediately. The phone thing started around the same time. David used to leave his phone on the kitchen counter, on the coffee table, wherever. Now it was glued to his hand. He started taking it to the bathroom. He'd flip it face down when I walked into a room. When it buzzed, he'd grab it instantly and check it with this little smile on his face before catching himself and going neutral again. I still didn't want to be that wife, you know? The paranoid one who accuses her husband of cheating because he's busy at work. I kept telling myself I was being crazy. Then I paid our credit card bill. We have a joint card that we both use. I'm usually the one who handles the finances, so I go through the statements every month. This particular month, I was scrolling through the charges and saw a few I didn't recognize. An $85 charge at some upscale Italian restaurant downtown. The date stamp said 8:30 p.m. on a Tuesday. I checked my phone. That was one of his late work nights. I remembered it because I'd eaten leftover Chinese food alone that night. Then I saw another charge. A hotel bar. The Marriott downtown. $67. His office is nowhere near that Marriott. It's on the complete opposite side of the city. The charge was from 9:45 p.m. on a Wednesday. Another late work night. I sat there staring at my laptop screen for probably 20 minutes. My hands were shaking. I wanted to call him immediately and demand an explanation, but something stopped me. Maybe it was pride. Maybe it was fear of looking stupid if there was some reasonable explanation. Maybe I just knew, deep down, that confronting him with only this would get me nowhere.
He'd have an excuse. He always had an excuse. That's when I remembered the cloud account. We'd set up a shared iCloud account years ago for photos. It was supposed to make it easier to share pictures from trips and stuff. David isn't super tech savvy, and I don't think he ever realized that his phone was set to automatically sync everything to that account. Photos, messages, all of it. I logged in. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The photos loaded, most recent first. There they were. Selfies of David and Rachel. Multiple photos from different restaurants. They weren't doing anything overtly inappropriate in them, but the way they were sitting close together, the way they were smiling at each other, it wasn't professional. In one photo, Rachel's hand was on his arm. In another, their heads were tilted toward each other like they were sharing a secret. Then I found the one that made me stop breathing. It was clearly taken in a hotel room. You could see the hotel-branded notepad on the desk in the background and the generic corporate art on the walls. Rachel was in the photo, laughing at something. The angle suggested David had taken it while they were sitting on the bed. I closed my laptop. I didn't cry. I thought I would, but I didn't. I just felt cold. That night, David came home around 10 p.m. and kissed me on the forehead like nothing was wrong. He asked what was for dinner. I told him I'd already eaten. He heated up some leftovers and scrolled through his phone while he ate. I watched him from across the kitchen counter and wondered how long this had been going on. How many lies he'd told me. How stupid I'd been. I didn't sleep that night. I lay there next to him, listening to him breathe, and I made a decision. I could confront him right then with what I had, and probably get fed some story about how the photos were innocent and the receipts were explainable. He'd make me feel crazy for even suggesting something was happening. Or I could be smart about this. I could wait, watch, and gather enough evidence that he couldn't lie his way out of it. I chose smart. Over the next 3 weeks, I became someone I didn't recognize. I checked that credit card every single day. I logged into the cloud account every night after he fell asleep. I took screenshots of everything, every receipt, every photo, every timestamp that didn't match his story. The photos kept coming. I found ones of them at different bars, different restaurants. In some of them, Rachel was wearing the same dress across multiple dates, which told me they were seeing each other regularly enough that she wasn't even bothering to change outfits for their meetings anymore. I found text message backups in the cloud that made my stomach turn. Nothing explicitly sexual, but the tone was clear. Lots of inside jokes. One message from her said something like, "Can't wait for our overnight business trip next month," with a winky face. His response was, "Me neither." I also discovered he'd been logging into our shared Google Calendar to track his work hours. We'd set that up years ago so we could coordinate schedules, but he'd been using it to log his overtime. Every late night was marked as overtime hours. I started cross-referencing those logged hours with the credit card charges and the photo timestamps. On nights he claimed to be at the office until 10 p.m., the credit card showed him at a restaurant at 8 p.m. The math wasn't mathing. I made a spreadsheet. Date, time he said he was working, actual location based on credit card receipts, amount charged. It was meticulous. It was damning. And honestly, it kept me sane. Focusing on the data meant I didn't have to focus on the fact that my husband was cheating on me. Then came our anniversary. 7 years. I'd made reservations at our favorite restaurant 2 months in advance. The place is impossible to get into, but I'd called in a favor. I was excited. I thought maybe this dinner would remind us of why we got married in the first place. Maybe I'd been wrong about everything, and this night would prove it. He texted me at 4 p.m. "So sorry, babe. Have to work late tonight. Crisis with the Henderson account. Rain check?" I stared at that text for a solid 5 minutes. Our anniversary. He was canceling our anniversary dinner via text for a work emergency. I wrote back something like, "Okay, hope it gets resolved," because I didn't know what else to say. I called the restaurant and canceled the reservation. The hostess sounded sympathetic when I told her it was for our anniversary. I sat at home that night eating takeout Thai food by myself. I kept checking the credit card app on my phone. At 7:30 p.m., a charge came through. $120 at a restaurant across town. Not his office. Not anywhere near his office. I cried then. I let myself cry for about 10 minutes, and then I got angry. Not sad angry. Not hurt angry. Cold, calculated angry. I was done being the understanding wife. That weekend, while David was out running errands, I went through everything again. I looked at his overtime logs more carefully. He was claiming 10-15 extra hours per week, and his company paid time and a half for overtime. I did the math. He was making an extra $800–1,200 per month in fraudulent overtime pay. Money that was coming into our joint bank account. Money he was then using to take Rachel out on dates. He wasn't just cheating on me. He was stealing from his company to fund the affair. That's when the plan formed. I knew if I just confronted him and filed for divorce, he'd play the victim. He'd tell everyone we'd grown apart. He'd probably even keep his job and continue seeing Rachel. The thought of them ending up together while I was left picking up the pieces made me want to break things. But if I could prove he was committing fraud, that was different. That had consequences beyond our marriage. I found his boss's email address on the company website. They had one of those corporate directories where you can look up anyone in the company. His boss was some guy named Richard in the sales department. I created a burner email account through Proton Mail and spent an entire evening crafting the perfect message. The subject line was unauthorized company time theft and misuse of corporate funds. Employee David, last name. I kept it professional, like I was a concerned colleague. I attached my spreadsheet showing every instance of him claiming overtime, while the credit card receipts proved he was at restaurants and hotels. I included images of the receipts. I added screenshots of the photos, including the hotel room one with Rachel clearly visible. I wrote that I was reporting this anonymously because I feared retaliation, but that the company should investigate the fraudulent overtime claims and misuse of what I assumed was a corporate card. I finished it with something about how this kind of behavior reflects poorly on the entire sales team. I read it over probably 15 times. Then I sent it. It was 11 p.m. on a Sunday night. I figured his boss would see it first thing Monday morning. I didn't sleep at all that night either. Monday came and went. David went to work like normal, came home at a reasonable hour for once. Tuesday, same thing. I started wondering if the email had been ignored or filtered to spam. Then Wednesday happened. David came home, and he looked like he'd seen a ghost. He was pale, quiet. He barely touched his dinner. I asked him if everything was okay, and he said HR had called him in for a meeting. They were investigating some discrepancies in his timesheets. I asked what kind of discrepancies. He said he didn't know. They wouldn't tell him details. He kept looking at me like he was trying to figure out if I knew something. I just nodded sympathetically and said I was sure it was a misunderstanding. I could tell he was panicking, though. He kept checking his phone obsessively. At one point, I saw him texting someone rapidly, and I wondered if he was warning Rachel. The next few days were tense. He barely spoke to me. He'd come home from work and go straight to his laptop, typing frantically. I assume he was trying to cover his tracks or come up with explanations. The following Monday, exactly 1 week after I sent the email, David came home early. It was 2 p.m., and I was in the middle of a work call when I heard the front door open. I wrapped up the call and found him in the kitchen. He was holding a cardboard box with his desk plant and some framed photos in it. He'd been fired. He told me someone had sent HR evidence of him falsifying timesheets and inappropriately using company resources. He was furious, pacing around the kitchen, ranting about who could have done this to him. He threw out names of coworkers he thought might have had grudges against him. He was spiraling. I let him talk for about 5 minutes. Then I said, very calmly, I did. The look on his face when I said that is something I'll never forget. Complete shock. His mouth actually fell open. He stammered something like, "What are you talking about?" And I just walked to my office and came back with a folder. I'd printed everything. Every receipt, every photo, every text message screenshot. I dropped it on the kitchen table in front of him. He tried to deny it at first. Said the photos were innocent, that Rachel was just a work friend. I didn't argue with him. I just slid the divorce papers across the table and told him to sign them. That's when he broke down. He admitted to the affair, but immediately tried to minimize it. He kept saying it was just emotional, that they never actually had sex. I pointed to the hotel room photo and asked him if he really expected me to believe that. He started crying, actual tears, saying he'd made a mistake and he'd do anything to fix it. I told him he could start by signing the papers. He asked if we could talk about this, go to counseling, work through it. I reminded him that he'd canceled our anniversary dinner to be with her. That shut him up for a minute. Then he switched tactics and got angry, started yelling about how I'd ruined his life, how I'd gotten him fired, how he'd never be able to work in this industry again. I just sat there and let him yell. When he was done, I pointed out that he'd ruined his own life by committing fraud. I didn't make him falsify timesheets. I didn't make him steal company money to fund his affair. I just reported it. He didn't have much to say to that. The cover page of the divorce papers was his overtime log spreadsheet. I'd printed it out and stamped fraud across the top in red ink. Petty, I know, but it felt appropriate. He moved out that weekend, went to stay with his brother across town. He took his clothes and his gaming setup and not much else. I told him we'd sort out the rest through lawyers. About a week after he moved out, I heard through a mutual friend that Rachel had been transferred. Not fired, but sent to the company's Denver office. Apparently it was a lateral move on paper, but everyone knew it was a demotion. She'd been exiled. I also found out through the same friend that Rachel's husband had discovered the affair too. Their marriage was imploding just like ours. I felt a weird sense of satisfaction about that, which probably makes me a terrible person. David wouldn't stop texting me. Long paragraphs about how sorry he was, how he'd made the biggest mistake of his life, how I was the love of his life and he couldn't lose me. I read the first few and then started deleting them without opening them. Eventually, I blocked his number and told him all communication had to go through my lawyer. It's been 6 weeks since I sent that email to his boss. The divorce is moving forward. My lawyer says I'll likely keep the house, and David has to pay my legal fees as part of the settlement. He's apparently working as a server at some chain restaurant now because nobody in his industry will hire him after getting fired for fraud. His brother told my sister that David's struggling financially and emotionally. I'm supposed to feel bad about that, I think, but I don't. I posted the story on a few Reddit forums, mostly because I needed to get it out, and I couldn't talk to my real-life friends about it without feeling judged. The responses were mixed. A lot of people said I was a hero, that he got what he deserved. But there were also people saying I went too far, that destroying his career was vindictive and unnecessary. Some comments said I should have just divorced him quietly and moved on with my life. That's the part that's been messing with me. My sister called me savage, but in an approving way. My best friend took me out for drinks and toasted to my strategic genius. But my mom said I should have handled it more privately, that airing out our problems and getting him fired was cruel. I justified it to myself by saying he was actually committing fraud. He was stealing from his company. I didn't make that up or exaggerate it. He was claiming overtime hours he wasn't working and using company time to have an affair. Those are fireable offenses. I just reported the truth. But if I'm being honest, I didn't report it because I'm some champion of corporate justice. I reported it because I wanted him to hurt the way I was hurting. I wanted him to lose something important. I wanted consequences. David's family has been calling me non-stop. His mom left me a voicemail calling me vindictive and cruel. His brother sent me a long text about how I've destroyed David and I should be ashamed of myself. His dad apparently told someone I'm a cold-hearted bitch. None of them seem to care that he cheated on me or stole from his company. I'm the villain in their story. My family is mostly supportive, but even they're split. My dad said David had it coming. My mom keeps saying she wishes I'd just divorced him quietly and maintained some dignity. My sister thinks the whole thing is hilarious and wants me to write a book about it. I'm starting to second-guess everything. Was I justified because he actually was stealing? Or am I just as bad as him for deliberately destroying his career? Could I have just filed for divorce and moved on without nuking his entire life? Did I go too far? He cheated on me on our anniversary. He stole money from our joint account to wine and dine another woman. He committed fraud against his employer. But I'm the one who gathered the evidence. I'm the one who sent it to his boss. I'm the one who made sure he lost everything, not just me. Last night, David showed up at my door with flowers. I watched him through the peephole but didn't answer. He stood there for maybe 10 minutes before leaving them on the doorstep and walking away. An hour later, his brother texted me saying, "I've ruined David's life and he's having suicidal thoughts." I don't know if that's true or if it's manipulation. I don't know what to believe anymore. I don't even know if I care. Caught my husband on dating apps, so I turned his business trip into his last one. I, 32, have been married to my husband Jake, 35, for 7 years. We met in college, got married right after graduation, and honestly, I thought we had a pretty solid marriage. No kids yet. We've been talking about it, but Jake kept saying he wanted to wait until his career was more stable. He works in sales for a mid-sized tech company, and I'm a graphic designer working from home. About 4 months ago, things started feeling off. Jake became glued to his phone in a way he never was before. He'd take calls in the garage, shower with his phone on the bathroom counter, and started sleeping with it under his pillow. The classic signs, right? But I'm not the paranoid type, so I tried to ignore it. Then came the business trips. Jake had traveled maybe twice in the 7 years we'd been married, and suddenly, he needed to go to 3 conferences in 2 months. Seattle, Austin, Denver. Always weekend trips, always vague about the details when I asked what the conferences were about. The first trip, I believed him. The second trip, I got suspicious. The third trip? That's when I decided to do some digging. We share an iCloud family account, something we set up years ago, and honestly, I'd forgotten about it until that moment of paranoia hit me at 2 a.m. one night. I grabbed my laptop, logged in, and there it was. His photo library, syncing in real time. Screenshots, so many screenshots. Tinder conversations, Bumble matches, Hinge chats with women half-dressed in their profile photos. Messages like, "Can't wait to finally meet you in person," and "Booked the hotel for Friday night." One girl, a blonde named Melissa, kept coming up. Their texts were explicit. He'd sent her a photo of a hotel booking confirmation for Denver, the Hilton downtown, October 14 to 16. That was next weekend. I sat there in our bed, my husband snoring next to me, and something just clicked. I wasn't going to cry. I wasn't going to scream. I was going to do something else entirely. The next morning, I called his office. I disguised my voice slightly and asked to speak to someone in HR about confirming travel arrangements for Jake's upcoming Denver conference. The woman on the phone sounded confused. Conference? Jake hasn't submitted any travel requests this quarter. Let me transfer you to his manager. His manager, Tom, picked up. I dropped the act and told him who I was. Tom got quiet. I'm really sorry to tell you this, but Jake hasn't traveled for work in over a year. We haven't sent anyone to a conference since COVID protocols changed our budget. I thanked him and hung up before he could ask any follow-up questions. So Jake was lying to everyone. His job didn't know. I didn't know. Only Melissa knew where he'd actually be this weekend. I opened my laptop and booked a flight to Denver. Same hotel. I requested a room on the same floor as his reservation. I could see his room number in the screenshot. Then I did something that felt absolutely insane, but also perfectly justified. I called the hotel's concierge and explained that I wanted to surprise my husband with a romantic dinner reservation at their nicest restaurant. Could they make it for Friday night at 8 p.m. under his name? They thought it was adorable. Done. 3 days until Denver. 3 days to plan exactly how this would go down. Friday morning, Jake kissed me goodbye like nothing was wrong. He had his small suitcase, his laptop bag, and that stupid grin on his face. I'll miss you, babe. Back Sunday night. Miss you too, I said, and watched him drive away. 2 hours later, I was at the airport. I landed in Denver around 3 p.m. and checked into the Hilton. The front desk confirmed Jake had checked in an hour before me. Room 847. I was in 851. I could practically hear my heartbeat in my ears as I walked past his door to my room. I spent the afternoon getting ready. Not for him, for me. I put on the black dress I'd bought for our last anniversary that he'd barely noticed. Did my makeup, straightened my hair. I looked good. I looked like someone who wasn't about to watch her marriage implode in a hotel restaurant. At 7:45 p.m., I went downstairs to the restaurant. The host recognized the reservation. Ah, yes, the surprise for Mr. Peterson. How lovely. Right this way. They'd set up a nice table near the window, candles, the whole romantic setup. I sat down and ordered a glass of wine. Then I waited. 8:03 p.m. Jake walked in, but he wasn't alone. Melissa looked exactly like her photos, blonde, tall, wearing a tight red dress. She was laughing at something he'd said, touching his arm. Jake looked relaxed, confident. He looked happy in a way I hadn't seen in months. They walked toward the host stand, and I watched the host's face brighten. Mr. Peterson, your table is ready. Your wife has been waiting for you. Jake's face went completely white. Melissa looked confused. The host gestured toward me. I raised my wine glass slightly and smiled. Jake just stood there, frozen. Melissa figured it out fast. Her expression shifted from confusion to horror to anger in about 3 seconds flat. You're married? She hissed at him. Have a seat, I said calmly, gesturing to the empty chairs. Dinner's already ordered. Melissa turned on her heel and walked straight out of the restaurant. Smart woman. Jake, however, had no choice but to approach the table. He looked like he might throw up. Sit down, Jake, I said. We're going to have dinner. You're going to stay for the entire meal, and then you're going to listen to what happens next. He sat. His hands were shaking. I know about all of it, I continued, keeping my voice steady. Tinder, Bumble, Hinge, Melissa, the fake business trips. Tom from your office knows too, by the way. He's expecting a conversation with you Monday morning about why you've been committing expense fraud.
I can explain, he started.
No, I cut him off. You can't. Here's what's going to happen. That credit card you used to book this hotel room? I called the bank this morning and reported it stolen. It's frozen. So this entire trip, the room, the flights, this dinner, it's all on you to figure out. Oh, and I sold your gaming setup today. The PS5, the racing wheel, all of it. Got $2,000 for it on Facebook Marketplace. That's paying for my actual vacation next month. The server arrived with appetizers. I smiled at her. Thank you so much. Jake stared at the plate like it was evidence in a murder trial. We sat through the most awkward dinner of my life. Jake tried to apologize, tried to explain, tried to say it was a mistake and he'd end things. I just ate my salmon and let him spiral. When the check came, $340 for 2 people, I stood up. I already paid with the card that's not frozen, I said. Consider it my parting gift. Good luck getting home. I walked out of that restaurant, went back to my room, and slept better than I had in months. Saturday morning, I flew home. Sunday evening, Jake showed up at the house. He'd had to borrow money from his brother for a flight back. We barely spoke. I told him to pack a bag and stay somewhere else. He tried to argue. I threatened to send the screenshots to his entire family. He left. Monday afternoon, I got a call from Tom. Jake had been fired. Not just for the fake trips, but because he'd apparently been using the conference excuse to skip important client meetings. The company had been covering for him, thinking he was actually traveling for work. They felt lied to. So did I. Tuesday, I posted about the whole thing on a few Reddit forums. Half the comments said I was savage and justified. The other half said I should have just divorced him quietly and taken the high road. A few people called me petty for selling his gaming stuff. It's been 3 weeks now. Jake's staying with his brother and blowing up my phone asking if we can work through this. His mom called me crying, saying I ruined his life and asking if I could talk to his boss. I blocked her number. I've hired a lawyer. Divorce papers are being drafted. I'm keeping the house. It was my parents' down payment that bought it anyway. Jake's trying to claim I financially sabotaged him by freezing the card and getting him fired. My lawyer laughed at that. Some of my friends think I went too far. My sister says I'm a legend. My mom just keeps asking when I'm going to start dating again. Honestly, I don't regret a single thing. Maybe selling his gaming setup was petty. Maybe the public restaurant humiliation was cruel. But he lied to me, to his job, and to Melissa. He doesn't get to be the victim here. So Reddit, am I the diff for making my cheating husband pay for his own humiliation? Or should I have just confronted him at home like a normal person and let him keep his dignity? Because right now, I'm sitting in my house, drinking wine on a Tuesday afternoon, and I genuinely don't know if I'm a hero or a villain. Part of me doesn't care. Part of me wonders if I should have done more. What would you have done? Finding his gym bag filled with lingerie made me rewrite our anniversary plans. I'm a 29-year-old woman, married to my husband Jake, 31. We've been together for 6 years, married for 3. Up until about 4 months ago, I thought we had a solid relationship. Not perfect, but good. We both worked full-time jobs, split household duties fairly, and still made time for date nights. Jake worked in IT. I'm a marketing manager. Normal life, you know? Then in January, Jake suddenly became obsessed with fitness. And I mean obsessed. Now I need to give you some context here. My husband has never been a gym guy. In our entire relationship, he maybe went to the gym twice, complained about being sore for a week, and that was it. He was always more of a, let's order pizza and watch Netflix kind of person, which honestly, I loved. We were comfortable together. But suddenly, out of nowhere, He announces he's joining a gym, says he wants to get in shape and feel better about himself. Okay, fine. I actually thought it was great. I encouraged him. I even offered to go with him sometimes. He said no. He wanted to do this alone, for himself. Red flag number 1, but I ignored it. Within 2 weeks, he's going twice a day, morning before work, evening after. He's showering at the gym every single time. He starts buying new clothes, nicer cologne. He's on his phone constantly, but always angling it away from me. When I'd walk into the room, he'd quickly close whatever he was looking at. I asked him about it once. "Babe, who are you texting so much?" "Just the guys from the gym," he'd say. "We have a group chat about workouts." I wanted to believe him. I really did. But then there was the gym bag. This black duffel bag that he suddenly treated like it contained nuclear launch codes. He'd take it with him everywhere, even just running to the store. He'd bring it inside the house and immediately take it to our bedroom, never leaving it in the car or by the door like a normal gym bag. If I got anywhere near it, he'd tense up. "Why do you guard that bag like Fort Knox?" I asked him one night, trying to laugh it off. "I don't," he said, annoyed. "I just don't want my gym stuff stinking up the living room." Okay, sure. This brings me to 3 weeks ago, the morning that changed everything. I was doing laundry on a Saturday. Jake had left for his morning workout session, and I was gathering clothes from our bedroom. His gym bag was on the floor by his side of the bed, which was weird because he usually took it with him. I figured he'd grabbed his backup one or something. I wasn't snooping, I swear I wasn't. I was just walking past with a laundry basket, and I accidentally kicked it. The bag tipped over, the zipper was partially open, and things spilled out. A red lace bra, size 34C. I'm a 32B. A small bottle of expensive perfume I'd never seen before. A hotel key card. And underneath all that, his actual gym clothes, barely wrinkled. I stood there for what felt like an hour, but was probably 30 seconds. My brain was trying to make it make sense. Maybe he was buying me a gift? But a used bra? No. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe I was going crazy. But I wasn't crazy. I knew exactly what this was. The weird part? I didn't cry. I didn't scream. I didn't even feel angry yet. I just felt cold, calculating. I carefully put everything back in the bag exactly how I found it, zipped it up, and placed it back in the same position. Then I sat on our bed, and I planned. Our 5th anniversary was coming up in 2 weeks. Jake had already made reservations at some fancy restaurant downtown, acting like the devoted husband. And now I knew why he was trying so hard to seem normal. I didn't confront him, not yet. Instead, I went shopping. I bought him a smartwatch, a really nice one, the kind he'd been wanting for months. Top-of-the-line model. He'd mentioned it maybe 5 times, showing me articles about its features. Here's the thing about this particular model. It has amazing GPS tracking and location sharing, and if you set it up through the Family Sync feature, you can monitor it from another device. When I gave it to him 3 days later, he was thrilled. "Babe, you didn't have to do this. This is way too expensive." "You've been working so hard on your fitness journey," I said, smiling. "You deserve it. Plus, now you can track all your workouts properly." He hugged me. Actually hugged me and kissed my forehead while I stood there thinking about that red bra. That night, while he was in the shower, I set up the watch on my phone using the family account feature. I had access to everything. Location, heart rate, the works. I told him I'd already set it up for him to make it easier, just needed him to add his preferences. For the next week and a half, I watched. His morning gym sessions pinged at the actual gym. Fine. But his evening ones? 3 times that week his location showed a hotel. The Grandview, about 20 minutes across town. He'd be there for exactly 2 hours, then come home smelling like shower gel, acting tired from his workout. I said nothing. I played the loving wife. I asked about his day. I meal prepped his lunches. I acted completely normal while screaming inside. Our anniversary was on a Friday. We had dinner reservations at 8 p.m. That afternoon, around 5 p.m., Jake told me he was going to squeeze in a quick gym session before dinner. "I want to look good in my suit tonight," he said, kissing my cheek. "Of course, babe. Take your time." The second he left, I checked the GPS. He drove toward the gym, but then the location changed. He was heading to the Grandview. I waited 15 minutes. Then I got in my car. I wore the black dress I'd bought for dinner. Full makeup. Heels. I looked good. I wanted to look good. The GPS showed he'd been parked at the hotel for 10 minutes when I arrived. I sat in my car in the parking lot, watching the entrance. My heart was pounding, but my hands were steady. I saw him walk in, and 5 minutes later, a woman followed. Blonde, shorter than me, wearing a tight gym outfit that she definitely hadn't worked out in. They went to room 412. The GPS confirmed it. I walked into the hotel lobby like I owned it. I went straight to the front desk. "Hi," I said, smiling at the desk clerk. "My husband just checked into room 412. It's our anniversary and I want to surprise him. Could you send up a bottle of your best champagne with 2 glasses? I'll pay for it now, and I'd like to deliver it myself with your staff, as a surprise." The clerk, a young guy who probably thought this was romantic, smiled. "Of course. That's so sweet. Let me get that arranged for you." I paid. I waited. A staff member brought out the champagne on a cart, and I followed him to the elevator. When we got to the 4th floor, I took out my phone and started recording. The staff member knocked. "Room service. Champagne delivery." There was shuffling, whispered voices. Then Jake opened the door, wearing the hotel robe, looking confused. "I didn't order." That's when I stepped out from behind the cart. The look on his face. I have it on video. It's burned into my memory. His face went white, then red. His mouth opened, but nothing came out. Behind him I could see her, the blonde, scrambling to cover herself with the bedsheet. "Happy anniversary, babe," I said, my voice completely calm. I walked past the frozen staff member, past my frozen husband, and picked up the champagne bottle from the cart. I opened it right there, the cork popping loud in the silent room. I poured myself a glass, took a long sip, and looked directly at him. "Hope your workout's worth it." Then I turned and walked out. I could hear him starting to stammer something, hear her crying, but I didn't stop. I walked to the elevator, got in, and left. I sat in my car and watched the entire video. My hands were shaking now, but I still didn't cry. I uploaded the video to 3 separate cloud accounts. Then I drove home. He came home 2 hours later. I was sitting on the couch with a glass of wine and our wedding photo album in my lap. Don't ask me why I was looking at it. Maybe I needed to mourn what I thought we had. He started talking immediately. "I can explain. Please let me explain. It's not what it looks like. It was a mistake. It meant nothing. I love you. Please." I didn't let him finish. "Get out." "What?" "Get out of this house. Go to your parents. Go to a hotel. I don't care. But you're not sleeping here tonight." He tried to argue. He tried to cry. He got angry, then desperate. But I had already called my brother, who was on his way over. When Jake saw I was serious, he packed a bag and left. The next morning, I called a divorce attorney. By Monday, I had consultation appointments with 3 different lawyers. I picked the best one. On Wednesday, exactly 1 week after our anniversary, Jake was served divorce papers at his office. He's been calling, texting, emailing. His mother even called me, crying, asking me to reconsider. I blocked them all. Here's something I didn't expect. The mistress was married too. Her name is Ashley. Her husband found out because apparently Jake couldn't keep his mouth shut and told one of his actual gym buddies about the affair. That friend knew Ashley's husband through a work connection. Small world. Ashley's husband filed for divorce too. Last I heard, Ashley and Jake aren't even together anymore. Apparently affairs are only fun when they're secret. My friends and family have been incredible. My mom came over and helped me pack up all of Jake's stuff. My best friend made me delete social media for a while because I was tempted to post everything. My brother offered to have a conversation with Jake, which I declined but appreciated. I did post about it on Reddit, though, on a throwaway account. I needed to know if I was wrong for how I handled it. Should I have confronted him privately first? Was the public humiliation too much? The response was overwhelming. Hundreds of comments. Most people were supportive. Someone commented, "You didn't lose a husband. You lost 180 pounds of dead weight." That one made me laugh for the first time in weeks. But some people said I was vindictive, that I should have handled it privately, that I embarrassed him unnecessarily, that I could have just confronted him at home. Maybe they're right. Maybe I went too far. But here's the thing. I don't regret it. Not even a little bit. It's been 3 weeks since that night at the hotel. The divorce is in progress. Jake is apparently staying with his parents and trying to work on himself. Too little, too late. I'm okay. I'm not great, but I'm okay. I'm staying in the house since I can afford it on my own. I've been going to therapy. I've been working out, actually, which is ironic. I've been spending time with people who actually care about me. Sometimes I wonder if there were signs earlier that I missed. Sometimes I wonder if I should have tried to work it out. But then I remember that gym bag, that hotel room, his face when he lied to me over and over. So I guess my question is, AITA for exposing my husband's cheating the way I did instead of confronting him privately first? Did I take it too far with the whole hotel room service plan? And honestly, should I feel bad that his mistress's marriage also fell apart because of this? Because I'm trying to feel bad about it, but I just don't.
Found my fiancé's private folder before our wedding, so I gave him a public surprise. Instead I, 29 Failth, thought I knew everything about my fiancé Marcus, 31 Failm. We'd been together for 5 years, engaged for 8 months, and exactly 2 weeks away from what was supposed to be the happiest day of my life. It was a Tuesday night when everything fell apart. Marcus was at his weekly basketball game with his buddies, and I was home finishing the final seating chart for our wedding. My laptop had died mid-work, so I grabbed his from the home office. He'd never cared before when I used it. We had each other's passwords, shared streaming accounts, the whole modern relationship package. I opened his laptop and went straight to his documents folder, looking for the spreadsheet where we'd been tracking RSVPs. That's when I saw it. A folder labeled Work Projects, Q3 Reports. Weird, because Marcus worked in sales and always kept his work stuff on his company laptop. But whatever. Maybe he'd brought something home. I almost didn't click it. I wish I hadn't. Inside were subfolders organized by month. January, February, March, all the way through October, last month. My hands were shaking as I opened the most recent one. Photos, videos, hundreds of them. Marcus with another woman. Not just any woman. Someone around my age, blonde, laughing in pictures taken at restaurants I recognized. Restaurants in our city. Some of the photos were time-stamped. I checked the dates against my phone calendar, my stomach turning with each comparison. March 15th.
the night he said he had a work dinner. There he was, his arm around her waist at some wine bar. June 3rd, my birthday weekend. He'd claimed he had to fly to Denver for a conference. The metadata on a video showed it was taken at a hotel right here in town. I could hear her voice calling him baby. August 22nd, 3 weeks after he proposed to me. I sat there frozen for what felt like hours but was probably 20 minutes. Part of me wanted to confront him the second he walked through the door. The rational part of my brain kept saying, think this through. Don't act on emotion. Then another part of me, the part that had spent 8 months planning every detail of our wedding, the part that had merged finances with this man, the part that had defended him to my skeptical father who said Marcus seemed too smooth. That part wanted revenge. I heard his car pull into the driveway. I quickly closed all the folders, cleared the recent files list, and opened the seating chart like nothing had happened. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst through my chest. "Hey, babe," Marcus called out as he walked in, gym bag slung over his shoulder. "How's the wedding planning going? We're so close now." I looked up at him, this man I thought I'd spend my life with, and smiled. "Really good, actually. I think everything's coming together perfectly." The next 2 weeks were the best acting performance of my life. I kept planning the wedding like nothing was wrong. I confirmed the florist. I did the final dress fitting. I smiled through the rehearsal dinner while his mother gave a speech about how lucky I was to marry her son. The morning after I found the folder, I'd called my maid of honor, Sarah, 30 UF Peel, and my sister, Jenna, 26 UF Peel. I told them everything over emergency brunch. Sarah wanted to key his car. Jenna wanted to call off the wedding immediately. But I had a different idea. "The slideshow," I said. "We're supposed to show that slideshow of our relationship during the reception." Sarah's eyes went wide. "You're not." "I absolutely am." I spent those 2 weeks being the perfect fiancé while secretly preparing. I made a backup of everything from that folder, uploaded it to 3 different cloud accounts, just in case. I created a new slideshow, carefully editing it to look like it would start normal before transitioning into the evidence. I even practiced my exit speech in front of my bathroom mirror. Marcus suspected nothing. If anything, he seemed happier than usual, probably relieved the wedding was almost here, and he'd gotten away with it. He kept saying things like, "I can't wait to call you my wife," and "This is going to be perfect." Each time I wanted to vomit. 3 days before the wedding, the woman, I'd found out her name was Brittany through some Instagram detective work, posted a story from a work trip to Seattle. The timestamp matched Marcus telling me he had a last-minute client meeting. He FaceTimed me from his hotel room that night. I smiled and blew him a kiss, already knowing where he really was. The night before the wedding, we stayed in separate hotels as per tradition. He texted me, "Can't wait to see you tomorrow. You're going to be the most beautiful bride. I'm the luckiest man alive." I typed back, "See you at the altar, heart." The wedding day arrived. I got ready with my bridesmaids, let the photographer take pictures, smiled for every shot. I looked incredible. I'd made sure of it. If this was going to be my moment, I was going to look unforgettable. I walked down that aisle on my father's arm. Marcus was crying, actual tears, as I approached. The ceremony was beautiful. We exchanged vows that he'd written about faithfulness and partnership and forever. I said mine too, word for word as planned, though every sentence tasted like ash. The reception started normally. Dinner was served. Toasts were made. His best man made jokes about Marcus finally settling down. My dad welcomed Marcus into our family. Everyone was having a great time. Then it was time for the slideshow. Ladies and gentlemen, the DJ announced, the bride and groom have prepared a special presentation showing their love story. The lights dimmed. The screen lit up. The first few slides were normal, photos of us from our early dating days, a shot from our first vacation together. People were smiling, making those aw sounds. Then the slideshow changed. The next slide was a screenshot of that folder. Work projects, Q3 reports. People looked confused. Then came the photos. Marcus and Brittany at a restaurant. Marcus and Brittany at a hotel. Marcus and Brittany in various stages of undress. Each photo had the date stamped clearly visible. Each date was annotated with what Marcus had told me he was doing that day. The room went silent. You could have heard a pin drop. I watched Marcus's face drain of color. He looked at the screen, then at me, then back at the screen. He stood up, reaching for the laptop controlling the presentation, but my sister was already there blocking him. The final slide was simple text. I found these 2 weeks ago. There will be no wedding today. I stood up, took the microphone from the DJ, and faced our 150 guests. Thank you all so much for coming today, and for being part of what we thought would be a celebration of love and commitment. I'm sorry you had to see that, but I felt you deserved to know why there won't be a wedding today. The bar is still open. The food is paid for, so please stay and enjoy. Consider it a party for honesty and self-respect instead. My bridesmaids surrounded me immediately. Sarah grabbed my bouquet. Jenna grabbed my hand. We walked toward the exit while the room erupted in chaos behind us. Marcus tried to follow, shouting something about explaining and it's not what it looks like. But his groomsmen held him back. His mother was screaming at me, calling me every name in the book. My mother was screaming back at her. His father just sat there, looking stunned. But here's what I didn't expect. As we walked out, maybe half the guests started clapping. Some of the women even stood up. One of Marcus's cousins, who I'd always liked, gave me a thumbs up. We went back to my hotel room and ordered room service. I was still in my wedding dress, eating French fries and drinking champagne while my phone blew up with messages. Most were supportive. Some were from Marcus's family calling me cruel and vindictive. A few were from mutual friends who apparently knew about Brittany and never said anything. Those hurt almost as much as the original betrayal. The venue manager, this sweet woman named Patricia, called me personally the next day. She said she'd refunded my entire deposit and was keeping Marcus's family's payment as a penalty for raising a cheater. I cried. Marcus tried everything, texts, calls, emails, showing up at my apartment until I threatened to call the police. He claimed Brittany meant nothing, that he had cold feet about the marriage, that he would do anything to make it right. I blocked him on everything. I moved out of our shared apartment a week later, with my dad and brother's help. Marcus wasn't there. I'd made sure to go when he was at work. I took my stuff, left my engagement ring on the kitchen counter, and never looked back. That was 3 months ago. Last week I posted my story on Reddit's r/relationship advice, asking if I was wrong for humiliating him publicly instead of confronting him privately. The post went viral, like hundreds of thousands of views, articles written about it, the whole thing. Most people said I was a hero. Some said I was cruel. Some said we were both wrong. Marcus's aunt found the post and sent it to his whole family. Apparently, he's been telling everyone I humiliated him over a misunderstanding. Now they know the full story. I've been in therapy working through everything. Some days I feel powerful and proud of myself. Other days I wonder if I should have just called it off quietly and moved on with dignity. I keep thinking about all those guests, including elderly relatives and children, who had to see those images. My friend told me yesterday that Marcus and Brittany broke up. Turns out she didn't know about me either. Thought he was single. Part of me felt vindicated. Part of me just felt empty. So I guess my question is, did I do the right thing? Was the public humiliation justified, or did I stoop to his level? Should I have confronted him privately and called off the wedding quietly? And here's what I really can't stop wondering. How many of our mutual friends knew and never told me?
How I exposed my cheating boss and his affair partner during a live company presentation. I'm a 33-year-old project coordinator at a large tech firm, and for the past 3 years, I thought I was building a solid career here. The pay was good, the work was interesting enough, and I had a clear path forward. Or at least I thought I did until everything went sideways about 8 months ago. My boss, Derek, 47, married with 2 kids, always had this way of lingering too long in conversations with me. Compliments that towed the line, unnecessary check-ins about my weekend plans, standing just a bit too close during project reviews. I kept it professional. I'd dealt with guys like him before, and I knew the game. Keep responses short, redirect to work topics, never be alone in a room with the door closed. It was exhausting, but manageable. Then there's Sarah, 29, who joined our team as a junior analyst. She seemed nice enough at first. Eager, asked a lot of questions, always volunteering for extra work. I actually helped train her during her first month, showed her our systems, introduced her to key people in other departments, gave her advice on how to navigate office politics. She thanked me constantly, told me I was such a good mentor. 3 months ago, everything shifted. Derek announced that Sarah was being promoted to senior analyst. The position hadn't even been posted internally. No interview process, no announcement that the role was available. Just an email one Monday morning congratulating Sarah on her new position. I'd been working toward that exact role for over a year. So had Mike and Jennifer, 2 other coordinators on our team who had more experience than Sarah. We all just got an email saying the decision had been made and to join Derek in congratulating her. After that, the favoritism became impossible to ignore. Sarah suddenly got assigned to every high-visibility project. Derek started including her in executive meetings that were way above her pay grade. During team calls, he'd praise her work excessively while barely acknowledging the rest of us. She'd make a basic observation, and he'd act like she'd just solved world hunger. Meanwhile, my project proposals kept getting pushed back or reassigned to her. The office morale tanked fast. People started showing up late, leaving early, doing the bare minimum. Mike put in for a transfer to another department. Jennifer started job hunting openly, taking calls with recruiters right at her desk. I watched the team I'd helped build just fall apart, and there was nothing I could do about it. And there were signs. Obvious signs that I was trying not to see because I didn't want to believe my boss was that stupid. Sarah and Derek taking long client lunches that lasted 3 hours. Both of them arriving late on the same mornings, sometimes within minutes of each other. Inside jokes during meetings that nobody else understood. Her laughing too hard at things he said that weren't remotely funny. That thing where they'd make eye contact across the room and smile like they had a secret. 2 weeks ago, everything became crystal clear. I was working late on a Tuesday, finishing up a budget report that was due the next morning. Around 8 p.m., I got an email notification on my phone. The sender was Derek's personal Gmail account, not his work email. The subject line said, "Tonight was amazing." I almost deleted it thinking it was spam, but then I saw my email address in the to field and got curious. I opened it. The email started with something about missing her already and wanting to see her again soon. Flirty stuff that made my stomach turn once I realized what I was reading. But then there was a forwarded message attached. An internal strategy document about our department's restructuring plans for next quarter. Confidential stuff that hadn't been shared with the team yet. I kept scrolling and found the thread. Multiple emails back and forth between Derek and Sarah, clearly meant to stay between them. And there it was.
A message from 3 days earlier, where they were discussing me specifically. Derek wrote about how they needed to manage the situation carefully, that I'd been asking too many questions about Sarah's promotion. Sarah responded saying I was becoming a problem and suggested they find a way to push me out. Then Derek's response. Once we get her to quit or find cause, you'll slide right into that coordinator position. More money, and we can finally work side by side without suspicion. Just need to be patient a little longer. I read that email maybe 10 times sitting at my desk in the empty office. My hands were shaking. 3 years of work, of proving myself, of mentoring someone who was actively plotting to take my job while sleeping with my married boss. And they were discussing it so casually, like I was just an obstacle to remove. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about going to HR first thing in the morning, marching in there with the email and demanding action. But then I remembered that our HR director, Tom, was close friends with Derek. They golfed together every other weekend. Their families went on vacation together last summer. I'd seen the photos on Facebook. Tom was the one who'd fast-tracked Sarah's promotion paperwork. If I went to him with this, would he actually do anything? Or would he tip Derek off and I'd be the one who ended up fired for causing trouble? I started digging instead. I had access to our shared drives as project coordinator. I could see expense reports, travel receipts, email chains I'd been copied on over the past year. I spent the entire next day going through everything systematically. The hotel charges showed up first. 5 luxury hotel stays in the past 4 months, all charged to the company card. Derek had claimed they were for conferences, but when I cross-referenced the dates with actual industry conferences, none of them matched. Just random weekends in expensive hotels 2 hours away from the office. Then the restaurant receipts. Dozens of them. Always dinners for 2, always expensive places, always labeled as client entertainment, but with no client names attached. All on the same dates as the hotel stays. The emails were worse. I found messages where Derek sent Sarah confidential salary information for everyone on our team. Discussions about restructuring, where he asked for her input before bringing anything to the actual team leads. A chain from 2 months ago, where he'd promised her my coordinator position before it was even officially open, saying he'd make sure she got it. I had 2 weeks until our quarterly presentation to the executive board, 2 weeks to build an airtight case. The timing was perfect, because I was the one handling the slide deck. I created every quarterly presentation for the past 2 years. Derek always just showed up and read from my slides while taking credit for the work. I kept showing up to work every day like nothing had changed, smiled at Sarah when she made condescending comments about my project timelines, nodded along when Derek gave me fake, concerned looks and asked if everything was okay. Meanwhile, I was building a presentation that would burn their careers to the ground. Over the next 10 days, I became someone I didn't recognize. I'd get to the office early, leave late, and spend every spare minute compiling evidence. I had a folder on my personal laptop at home labeled Backup Projects that contained everything I was finding: screenshots, downloaded expense reports, forwarded emails sent to my personal account. I wasn't taking any chances with this disappearing from company servers. The expense reports were damning on their own. I made a spreadsheet tracking every questionable charge over the past 6 months. The Ritz-Carlton in San Diego for 3 nights, $2,100. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, party of 2, $340. Another hotel in Santa Barbara, Ocean View Suite, $1,800. All of it billed to the corporate card under vague descriptions like client development or industry research. When I added it all up, we were looking at $47,000 in what was clearly personal spending disguised as business expenses. But the emails were the real gold mine. There was one chain where Derek sent Sarah the salary ranges for every position in our department before annual reviews. She responded asking if he could bump her up to the highest tier, and he said he'd make it happen. Another thread showed him giving her advance notice about projects before they were announced to the team, so she could prepare proposals that would look impressive. He was literally feeding her insider information to make her look good. The worst one was from 6 weeks ago. Sarah had complained that I questioned one of her project decisions in a team meeting. Derek responded that he'd start documenting any mistakes I made, building a case for a performance review that could lead to my termination. He actually wrote out a timeline. Get me on a performance improvement plan by end of quarter. Document failures for 60 days. Terminate before the holidays. They had a whole plan mapped out. The psychological toll of knowing all this while pretending everything was normal nearly broke me. I'd sit in team meetings watching them exchange glances, seeing Sarah smirk when Derek shut down one of my ideas, listening to him praise her mediocre work. My friend Marcus, who worked on the data analytics side, kept asking if I was okay. I looked exhausted, he said. Was something going on at home? I told him I was fine, just working on a big project, which wasn't technically a lie. Sarah got bolder as the days went on. She started making comments about how maybe I should focus on smaller projects since I seemed overwhelmed. She volunteered to take over the quarterly presentation prep, saying it might be above my pay grade now that the executive team was asking for more detailed financial analysis. Derek actually considered it for a minute, before I reminded him that I'd been doing these presentations for 2 years and knew exactly what the board wanted to see. 5 days before the presentation, Derek officially assigned me the slide deck. He sent over the usual outline: revenue updates, project completions, team achievements, budget allocation overview. Standard stuff that I could build in my sleep. What he didn't know was that I'd already been working on 2 versions. The official version had everything he asked for: clean charts, positive metrics, professional formatting with our company colors. I showed him this version during our rehearsal 3 days before the actual presentation. He barely looked at it, just scrolled through quickly and said it looked great. Sarah was there too, sitting in his office like she had any right to be involved. She said something about hoping I didn't mess it up since it was important. I smiled and told her I'd do my best. The real version was different. Buried between the budget allocation slide and the Q4 projections, I'd added slide 23. The header read, "Unauthorized company expenses," in the same corporate font as everything else. It looked like it belonged there, like just another financial review slide. Underneath were 2 columns of itemized expenses, with dates, locations, and amounts. Hotel receipts on one side, restaurant charges on the other. Below that, screenshots of 3 emails, cropped to show just enough context without revealing my source. The affair was obvious from the language, but more importantly, the fraud was undeniable. I created a backup of this version on 3 different USB drives, one in my purse, one in my car, one at home. I also emailed it to my personal account from a coffee shop near my apartment. If anyone tried to make this disappear, I had copies everywhere. The days before the presentation crawled by. I kept having moments of doubt, usually around 3 a.m. when I couldn't sleep. Was I really going to do this? Could I just report it quietly through the ethics hotline? Maybe go to someone on the board directly? But then I'd remember that email about getting me fired before the holidays, and the doubt would disappear. The final push came 2 days before the presentation. I was working late again, and Derek's office door wasn't fully closed. I could hear him and Sarah talking inside. He was saying something about the timeline, asking if she was ready to take on more responsibility. She laughed and said she'd been ready for months. Then I heard her ask when they were going to make the move with me. Derek said by end of quarter. They'd already drafted the performance review. A few more documented issues, and they'd have enough to either put me on a plan or let me go. Sarah said something about finally not having to pretend to be nice to me anymore. They both laughed. I stood in the hallway outside his office with a stack of folders in my arms, listening to them plan my professional execution like it was nothing. That was it. Any remaining hesitation I had evaporated. They'd made their choice, and I'd made mine. The morning of the presentation, I barely ate breakfast. I was running on coffee and adrenaline. Quarterly reviews were always held in the large conference room on the executive floor. The entire board would be there. CEO, CFO, COO, all the C-suite executives, plus all the department heads, and Derek's full team including Sarah. Usually around 40 people total. These presentations were treated seriously. Careers were built or broken based on how departments performed. I arrived an hour early to set up, tested the projector, made sure the laptop connection was solid, ran through the slides one more time. The version loaded on the presentation laptop was the real one, the one with slide 23 embedded in the middle. I'd timed it perfectly. By the time anyone realized what they were seeing, it would already be up on the screen for everyone to witness. Derek and Sarah arrived 15 minutes before start time. He was wearing his expensive suit, the one he saved for important meetings. She had on a dress that was just slightly too nice for a normal workday. They both looked confident, relaxed even. Sarah caught my eye and gave me this little smile, like we were sharing a secret. I smiled back. The room filled up quickly. Everyone took their usual seats. Derek at the head of the table, Sarah beside him, me at the laptop running the presentation. The CEO called the meeting to order and handed things over to Derek to begin our department review. The first 22 slides went exactly as planned. Revenue numbers, project completions, client satisfaction scores. Derek read from the slides in his usual style, taking credit for everything, while I clicked through. A few people asked questions. The CFO wanted clarification on one of our budget line items. Standard stuff. People were engaged but not overly interested. These presentations tended to get boring in the middle. Then we reached slide 23 of 30. I advanced the slide and said something about reviewing departmental expenses. The screen changed. Unauthorized company expenses, in bold across the top. Everything went quiet. I watched every person in that room sit up straighter. The CFO leaned forward in his chair, squinting at the screen. The CEO's expression shifted from bored to confused to focused in about 3 seconds. I kept my voice steady and explained that during a routine budget review, I discovered some expenses that seemed inconsistent with company policy and thought the board should be aware. The slide showed everything. Hotel names, dates, amounts, all lined up in neat columns. The email screenshots were below, cropped just enough to show the relationship and the planning, but not so much that it looked like I was airing personal drama. This was about the fraud, the misuse of company resources, the breach of ethics policies. The affair was just context. Derek stood up halfway from his chair. His face had gone completely white. He stammered something about a technical error, reached toward the laptop like he was going to close it or switch slides. I moved the laptop slightly away from him and said this was important information the board needed to see. My hands were shaking, but my voice stayed calm. Sarah grabbed Derek's arm. She wasn't looking at the screen anymore, just staring at Derek with this frozen panic on her face. Someone in the back of the room made a noise. Might have been a gasp or a laugh, I couldn't tell. The CFO pulled out his phone and started taking pictures of the screen. The CEO held up his hand and asked Derek and Sarah to wait outside the conference room. Derek tried to say something, started a sentence about how this was all a misunderstanding, but the CEO cut him off. Just asked them again to step outside and wait. They left. Sarah was crying by the time she reached the door. Derek kept looking back at me, and I couldn't read his expression. Shock, maybe. Betrayal. Like he couldn't believe I'd actually done this. The CEO told me to continue with the presentation, so I clicked to slide 24, which was about Q4 projections, and kept going like nothing had happened. My voice was steady, but my heart was pounding so hard I thought everyone could hear it. The rest of the presentation took maybe 15 minutes. Nobody asked questions. Everyone just sat there in this heavy silence, looking at me differently than they had an hour ago. The meeting ended, and I was immediately escorted to HR. Not Tom, the guy who golfs with Derek. They brought in the senior HR director and legal counsel, people I'd only seen in all-hands meetings. We sat in a windowless conference room for 3 hours while they asked me everything. How did I find this evidence? Was I authorized to access those files? Why didn't I report it through proper channels first? I explained about the email I received, showed them the original on my phone, told them about HR's personal relationship with Derek and how I didn't trust the information would be taken seriously if I reported it quietly. Showed them the email where Derek and Sarah discussed forcing me out. Legal took notes on everything. They made copies of all the evidence I had on my personal laptop. Their faces stayed professional, but I could tell they were trying to figure out if I'd crossed any legal lines getting this information. I hadn't. Everything I accessed was through normal company systems that I had legitimate permission to use as project coordinator. The misdirected email was just that, an accident. I didn't hack anything or go through anyone's personal belongings. It was all right there in company files that I was authorized to review. They sent me home around 6 p.m., told me not to come in the next day, that they'd be in touch. I drove home in a daze, the adrenaline finally wearing off. I sat in my apartment that night wondering if I'd just ended my own career along with theirs. I didn't hear anything for 3 days. Radio silence from work, just an automated email saying I was on paid administrative leave pending an investigation. But Marcus texted me on day 2, saying Derek and Sarah were both gone. Their offices had been packed up. Security had walked them out. He wanted to know what happened, but I told him I couldn't talk about it yet. The company moved fast once they started digging. Apparently my evidence was just the beginning. They pulled phone records from company devices and found text messages between Derek and Sarah that were even more explicit. They audited Sarah's entire employment file and found that her starting salary was 40% higher than anyone else at her level. Derek had personally approved bonuses for her that weren't tied to any performance metrics. There were other expense reports, trips I hadn't even found, dating back almost to when Sarah started. A week after the presentation, I got the official email. Derek and Sarah had both been terminated for cause. The list of violations was long: expense fraud, misuse of company resources, conflict of interest, creating a hostile work environment. Derek was being required to repay the $47,000. Both of them were potentially facing legal action, depending on what else the investigation uncovered. The office grapevine filled in the rest. Derek's wife filed for divorce within a week of his termination. Someone saw the court documents posted online. Sarah apparently tried to get another job in our industry, but word travels fast in tech. Last anyone heard, she'd moved to another state. 2 weeks after everything went down, they offered me Derek's position. Interim department director at first, then permanent after a month. Better title, significant pay increase, my own office with a door that actually closed. It should have felt like a victory, and it did, partially. But it came with costs I hadn't fully anticipated. Some people treated me like a hero. Marcus said I did what no one else had the guts to do. A few other co-workers thanked me privately for exposing what everyone knew was happening. But others stopped talking to me entirely. I'd hear whispers in the break room that would stop when I walked in. Someone wrote on an anonymous company forum that I was vindictive, that I'd destroyed 2 careers just because I was jealous. The word snitch got thrown around. The executives had mixed reactions too. The CEO personally thanked me, said I'd done the right thing bringing this to light. The CFO seemed grateful that we'd caught the fraud before it got worse.
But there was also this wariness in how they looked at me now.
Like they respected what I'd done, but were also slightly afraid of what it said about me. Nobody wanted to be on my bad side after seeing what I was capable of. 6 months later, I'm still here. I have the career advancement I wanted. My salary is higher than I'd ever expected at this point. But the office dynamics never fully recovered. I keep professional distance from everyone now. Can't tell if that's my choice or theirs, or both. I kept a copy of that presentation file on a USB drive in my desk drawer, just in case. I don't know what I'd use it for now, but having it makes me feel like I still have some control. Late at night sometimes I wonder if I could have handled it differently, if there was a way to expose the fraud without the public humiliation. But then I remember that email about getting me fired before the holidays. The casual way they discussed destroying my career while lying to my face every day. The system was protecting Derek until I forced everyone to look at what he was doing. So here I am, department director at 33, respected and feared in equal measure, with a reputation as someone who plays hardball when pushed too far. Some days I feel completely justified. They were committing actual fraud and tried to force me out to cover it up. Other days I wonder if the public execution was too much, if I did it partly for revenge rather than purely for justice. I exposed real wrongdoing, but I also destroyed 2 people's careers in the most brutal way possible, in front of 40 witnesses. I got justice, but I also got revenge. And I'm still not entirely sure where the line between those 2 things is, or if I even care anymore.
Never thought a smart TV would expose them.
I'm a 32-year-old guy who's been living with my girlfriend Sarah, 30, for 3 years now. Pretty standard setup. I work from home doing software consulting. She works at a marketing firm downtown. We had a good thing going. Talked about marriage, had a comfortable routine, the whole deal. I thought we were solid. 2 weeks ago, we bought a new 75-inch smart TV. One of those fancy ones with all the bells and whistles. It had this feature where both our phones could automatically sync media to a shared folder on the TV. Photos, videos, everything just saves there for easy access. We set it up together one Saturday afternoon. She thought it was cool. I thought it was convenient. No red flags. Just seemed like a nice quality of life upgrade. Life was normal. I'd be working from my home office while she went downtown every day. She'd come home around 6. We'd make dinner, watch shows, talk about our days. She mentioned her coworkers sometimes. There was this guy Tom from her team. I'd actually met him twice at company events. Seemed like a regular dude. I never thought twice about it. Last Tuesday night changed everything. Sarah had gone to bed early. Said she was exhausted from back-to-back meetings. I stayed up because I wanted to watch a movie. Something action-heavy that she wouldn't be into anyway. I grabbed the remote and opened the shared folder on the TV, thinking maybe I'd find that film we'd downloaded last week. Instead, I found a video thumbnail that made my stomach drop. It was our living room, our couch, and Sarah with someone who definitely wasn't me. I clicked it. I don't know why. Maybe I needed to confirm what I was seeing. The video played on that giant 75-inch screen in full HD. It was her, with Tom, in our apartment, on our furniture. The timestamp said it was from 3 weeks ago, middle of the afternoon when I'd been out meeting a client. I sat there frozen. Then I checked the folder again. There were more. Different dates going back almost 2 months, different angles, different rooms. Some from days when I thought she was working late. Some from afternoons when I'd run errands. They weren't even trying to hide it. Or maybe they just didn't know the TV was saving everything. I watched them for 2 hours. All of them. Every single video that had synced to our shared folder. My relationship died on a 75-inch screen at 1 a.m, while my girlfriend slept peacefully in our bedroom. When I finally stopped, I just sat in the dark. Didn't cry. Didn't punch anything. Just sat there feeling numb. Around 3, I went to the guest room and stared at the ceiling until sunrise. The next morning I acted completely normal. Made coffee, said good morning, asked how she slept. She didn't notice anything was wrong. Kissed me goodbye before heading to work like it was just another Wednesday. I watched her leave and realized something. I wasn't going to confront her. Not yet. I spent that day copying every single video to a USB drive, organized them by date, made sure the quality was good, backed everything up twice. Meanwhile, the TV kept syncing. A new video appeared Thursday, then another Friday. Almost daily now. They were comfortable, laughing, using my home like a hotel. Thursday's video was filmed in our bedroom. That's when I stopped watching them all together. But I kept my routine. Worked my normal hours, made dinner when she got home, watched TV together in the evenings. She was affectionate, happy even. Started talking about her birthday next week, how she wanted to have a small gathering with close friends. Nothing big, just 8 or 10 people coming over for cake and drinks. She hugged me from behind while I was doing dishes one night and mentioned she'd made a cute photo montage of our relationship. Asked if I could play it during the party on our new TV. Show everyone our favorite memories together. I said sure. I'd take care of all the tech stuff. The ring I'd bought 3 months ago was still hidden in my sock drawer. I'd been planning to propose on her birthday. Had the whole thing mapped out in my head. Now it just felt like a prop from someone else's life. I kept going through the motions. Started apartment hunting on my phone during lunch breaks. Quietly moved some money around. Packed a few things into boxes in the garage. Said I was organizing if she asked. She never asked. The week leading up to her birthday was surreal. I'd wake up next to someone I didn't recognize anymore. Make small talk over breakfast, then watch her leave for work knowing exactly what she'd been doing in our home. The videos kept syncing. Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday. I stopped checking the dates. Just let them pile up on that USB drive. She texted me cute messages during the day. Heart emojis, inside jokes, complaints about meetings. One afternoon, we were having dinner at our usual Thai place when Tom texted her. I saw the notification flash on her screen. She flipped the phone over fast, laughed it off as work stuff. I just nodded and kept eating my pad thai like nothing happened. The apartment hunting got serious. Found a place across town, put down a deposit, signed a lease for the 1st of next month. My brother knew what was happening. I had to tell someone. He offered to help me move out, no questions asked. I told him to keep his schedule clear for the day after her birthday. Every night felt like playing a character in a play. She'd curl up next to me on the couch, the same couch where those videos were filmed, and rest her head on my shoulder. We'd watch whatever show we were binge-watching. Sometimes she'd mention the party, ask if I thought 10 people was too many, or if we needed more wine. I'd tell her it sounded perfect. I tested the TV setup multiple times when she wasn't home. Made sure I knew exactly which input played from USB, how fast the videos loaded, whether the remote was responsive. Changed the batteries just to be safe. Checked the video files one more time to confirm they'd play properly. They did. Crystal clear, perfect audio, no corruption. Her birthday fell on a Saturday. She was excited all week, texting her friends, planning the menu, making sure everyone could come. Some co-workers were invited, but not Tom. That detail felt almost funny. She'd bought a new dress for the party, asked me 3 times if I liked it. I said she looked beautiful. She did. That was the worst part. The morning of her party, she was buzzing around the apartment, setting things up. Bought flowers, arranged snacks, chilled champagne. I helped move furniture, set up the TV area so everyone could see the screen. She thanked me for being so supportive, said she was lucky to have me, kissed my cheek while holding a tray of cupcakes. People started arriving around 7. Her close friends, a couple of co-workers, her college roommate who flew in as a surprise. Everyone was in good spirits, laughing, drinking, wishing her happy birthday. I played the perfect boyfriend. Refilled drinks, chatted with guests, took photos. Her best friend told me I was a keeper. Around 8:30, after we'd done cake and she'd opened a few gifts, Sarah turned to me with this big smile. She announced to everyone that I'd helped put together a special photo montage of our relationship. Her friends got excited, grabbed their drinks, gathered around the TV. Someone dimmed the lights for ambiance. She handed me what she thought was her USB drive. I was already holding mine. I walked to the TV, plugged in my drive, and grabbed the remote. Sat down on the arm of the couch with my beer. I hit play. The first video started. Our living room in daylight. The angle from the bookshelf where her phone must have been propped. It took people a few seconds to understand what they were watching. Then someone gasped. Sarah's face went white. She lunged for the TV, but I had the remote. Just sat there taking a sip of my drink while Video 1 kept playing on that massive 75-inch screen. Her friends screamed at me to turn it off. Sarah was trying to grab the remote from my hand, yelling my name. I switched to Video 2. Different day, same couch, same guy. The room exploded. People shouting, someone crying, her college roommate calling her a disgusting person. 2 people left immediately. One of her co-workers stood there with her mouth open, drink forgotten in her hand. Sarah was hysterical now, begging me to stop, trying to unplug the TV. I queued up Video 3, the bedroom one. Her best friend threw her drink in Sarah's face. That's when I finally turned it off. I stood up, placed the remote on the coffee table, and grabbed my jacket. Sarah was on the floor sobbing, mascara running, her new dress soaked with champagne. Everyone was staring at either her or me. The silence was deafening. I looked at her once and walked toward the door. She grabbed my leg, literally grabbed my leg, begging me not to leave, saying we could fix this, that she loved me. I stepped out of her grip and left. Drove straight to the hotel I'd booked that morning. My phone exploded with calls and texts that night. Sarah called 17 times before I turned it off. Her friends were messaging me, some calling me cruel, others saying she deserved it. I ignored all of it and slept better than I had in weeks. Sunday morning, I checked her work schedule on the shared calendar we still had synced. She'd be out of the apartment either at her parents' place or hiding at a friend's. I called my brother, and we headed over with his truck. It took 3 hours to pack everything that was mine. Clothes, electronics, books, my desk set up from the home office. I didn't take anything that was ours together. Left the kitchen stuff, the decorations, the furniture we'd picked out. Just grabbed my life and loaded it into boxes. My brother didn't ask questions, just helped me carry everything down 4 flights of stairs. Before I left, I went to the bedroom one last time. Pulled that engagement ring from my sock drawer. It had cost me $4 grand. I'd picked it out 2 months before I found those videos, back when I thought I knew who I was marrying. I placed it on the kitchen counter next to the USB drive. Left my keys right there with them. No note, nothing to say. We drove across town to my new apartment. 1 bedroom, smaller than what we'd had, but it was mine. My brother helped me unload, ordered pizza, and sat with me for a few hours. He asked if I regretted it. I told him I didn't know yet. The calls started again Monday. I'd turned my phone back on because I needed it for work. 47 missed calls. Texts that started with apologies and spiraled into anger and back to desperate pleas. She was sorry. It meant nothing. It just happened. She was confused. I'd humiliated her, destroyed her life. Please, could we just talk? I blocked her number on Tuesday. Her friends kept reaching out, though. The messages were split pretty evenly. Half saying I was justified, that she'd been cheating in my home and deserved to be exposed. The other half calling me psychotic, saying public humiliation was abuse, that I'd handled it like a monster. Her college roommate sent me a 3-paragraph message about how betrayed she felt, how she'd always thought Sarah and I were perfect. Ended it by saying what I did was still unforgivable. I found out through a mutual friend that Tom got fired. Their company has a strict policy about workplace relationships, especially affairs. Someone at the party must have known he worked there too. HR got involved Monday morning. He was gone by Tuesday. Sarah apparently had to sit through multiple meetings about it, but kept her job since she's not the one who's married. Tom's wife found out the same day. That whole situation imploded. Sarah moved back in with her parents by Wednesday. Couldn't afford the apartment alone, and probably couldn't stand being there anyway. I heard she told them I'd gone insane, that I'd fabricated everything. Her dad called me once. I didn't answer. He left a voicemail saying I was no longer welcome in their family. Fair enough. My brother asked me last night if I felt better now, if the revenge was worth it. I told him I felt empty mostly. Not satisfied, not guilty exactly, just hollow. I'd spent 2 weeks planning this moment, watching it play out perfectly in my head, and now that it was done, I just felt tired. People keep asking if I regret it. Coworkers who heard through the grapevine, friends who saw the fallout on social media. Even my mom, who called horrified after Sarah's mom contacted her. Everyone wants to know if I think I went too far. Honestly, I don't know. Some days I think about how brutal it was, how calculated, how I sat there with my beer and cycled through videos while she fell apart in front of everyone she cared about, how I turned her birthday into a public execution. That wasn't the person I thought I was. But then I remember those videos. 2 months of her bringing someone into my home, into my bed, laughing and comfortable while I worked in the next room. Planning a future with me while destroying the one we had. The ring on the counter that would have made her my wife. She did this in my home. For months. While I was planning to propose. So I guess what I'm asking is this. Was I too harsh? Did she deserve to be humiliated like that in front of everyone? Or should I have just packed my stuff and left like an adult? Because right now, I'm not sure if I'm the justified one or the villain. Half the people who know think I'm a hero. The other half think I'm a psycho. And I genuinely don't know which half is right. Sudden honeymoon cancellation. 31, had been engaged to my fiancée 29 for 8 months, when everything I thought I knew about our relationship shattered in the span of a 5-second airdrop notification. We were 3 weeks away from our wedding. 3 weeks from what was supposed to be this perfect beach ceremony we'd been planning for months. The deposits were paid. The Maldives honeymoon suite was booked. Our families were excited. Everyone kept telling us how perfect we were together, how lucky we were to have found each other. On paper, everything looked flawless. She was beautiful, successful. We got along well. We'd met 2 years prior and fell into this comfortable rhythm pretty quickly. I loved the idea of building something stable with her, and she always said she wanted the same thing. The night of her bachelorette party, I was at home on the couch watching some forgettable show on Netflix. My phone buzzed around 11 p.m. with an airdrop notification from a number I didn't have saved. I figured it was one of her bridesmaids sending me funny pictures from the party, so I accepted it without thinking twice. The first video loaded. It took me a second to process what I was seeing. My fiancée was in what looked like a hotel room, making out with some guy. Not just kissing, she was grinding on him, hands in his hair, his hands all over her. I felt my stomach drop, but I couldn't look away. I sat there frozen, watching this 5-second clip loop automatically. Then the second video started playing. This one was her sitting with her bridesmaids, drinks in hand, all of them laughing. She looked slightly drunk but completely coherent. And then I heard her voice say the words that changed everything. She told them I was stable, the safe choice. That some guy named Marcus was the one who actually made her feel alive. That marrying me was just practical. One of her bridesmaids asked if she was really going through with it, and my fiancée just laughed.
She said, "What I didn't know wouldn't hurt me. That she'd get the wedding and the house and the life she wanted. Everyone wins," she said. I watched both videos 3 times. My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped my phone. Every instinct screamed at me to call her, to drive to wherever she was, to blow everything up right then and there. I started typing out a text, deleted it, started again, deleted it again. Then something clicked in my brain. She didn't know I had this. The maid of honor clearly sent it to the wrong person, probably meant to send it to her sister or another bridesmaid. Nobody knew this bomb had just landed in my lap. I sat there for probably 20 minutes, just staring at my phone, replaying those videos. The longer I sat there, the calmer I became. Not calm like peaceful, calm like cold, clear-headed. If I exploded right now, she'd have time to spin the story, to make excuses, to do damage control. She'd cry, blame the alcohol, say it didn't mean anything. And knowing her family, knowing my family, knowing how much money and planning had gone into this wedding, there'd be pressure to forgive, to move forward, to not throw away 2 years over one mistake. But this wasn't one mistake. This was her entire plan. I was the stability, the safe investment, the guy who'd give her the life she wanted while she kept her real passion on the side. She came home the next morning around 10 a.m., looking hungover and tired but happy. She kissed me on the cheek, asked if I'd missed her. I smiled and told her of course I did. She started talking about the party, how much fun the girls had, how they just stayed at the hotel bar and did some karaoke. Lie after lie, delivered with such ease. I asked her what she wanted for breakfast. She said she was too tired to eat, just wanted to nap. I told her I loved her and couldn't wait to marry her. She smiled, kissed me again, and went to bed. While she slept, I sat in the living room with those videos still on my phone. 3 weeks. I had exactly 3 weeks until the wedding. 3 weeks to either fall apart or get smart. I chose smart. The next few days I played the role of the perfect, excited groom. I asked her about centerpiece options, confirmed the final head count with her, even surprised her with flowers one afternoon. She had no idea. Every smile I gave her was calculated. Every kiss was just part of the performance. I reached out to her maid of honor through Instagram, keeping it casual. I told her I wanted to put together a surprise video montage for the reception and asked if she had any fun clips from the bachelorette party. She sent me a few safe ones, nothing incriminating. But when I pushed a little harder and mentioned I'd heard they went to some after-party, she got weird. Started deflecting, saying it was just boring hotel stuff. That told me everything I needed to know. She was aware of what happened that night. I did some digging on social media and found Marcus pretty quickly. Wasn't hard once I knew his name. He'd been liking her photos, even recent engagement ones, which was bold. I went through his tagged photos and found his friend's Instagram story from that same night. Same hotel, same timestamp as the videos. I screenshotted everything,
Made sure it was all date-stamped and saved in 3 different places. 2 weeks before the wedding, I called the maid of honor directly. Told her I'd seen the video she accidentally sent me. She went completely silent. Then she started apologizing, crying, saying it wasn't supposed to go to me. I cut her off and made her a deal. Send me everything else from that night. Every video, every text, every screenshot. And I'd keep her out of whatever was coming. She agreed immediately. Within an hour, my phone was flooded with evidence. Multiple videos of them together. Screenshots of group chats where my fiancée talked about her real feelings. Photos of them leaving the hotel together. Text messages from after the party where she told Marcus she missed him. That she just needed to secure things with me first, and then they could figure out their situation. The entire time, my fiancée had no clue. She was picking up her wedding dress, showing me fabric swatches, talking about our honeymoon activities. She'd fall asleep next to me every night while I stayed up organizing folders of evidence on my laptop. One night she rolled over and told me she couldn't believe we were almost there. I told her neither could I. 5 days before the wedding, I contacted the venue coordinator privately. I explained that there had been a situation, and I needed help with a change of plans. She was sympathetic, probably thought I was just a nervous groom. I asked if she could deliver a letter to my fiancé on the morning of the wedding, and then play a video slideshow I'd prepared. She seemed confused but agreed. I created the slideshow that night. Nothing fancy, just the videos, the screenshots, the timestamps. Set it to autoplay with a password only I knew. I also called the resort in the Maldives. Told them I needed to update the reservation, change some guest names. They were reluctant at first, until I explained it was my booking, my credit card, just updating who'd be staying there. I invited my 2 cousins I'm close with, told them to trust me and that they'd want to be there for this trip. They were confused but agreed. The rehearsal dinner was the hardest part. Her parents gave this beautiful toast about love and commitment. My mom cried. My fiancée squeezed my hand under the table and whispered that she couldn't wait to be my wife. I squeezed back and told her tomorrow would be unforgettable. She smiled at me like I'd just said the most romantic thing in the world. That night, I barely slept. She was at the venue early the next morning with her bridesmaids getting ready. I showered, put on jeans and a t-shirt instead of my tux, and grabbed the USB drive with the slideshow. I met the coordinator in the venue parking lot at 9 a.m., 2 hours before the ceremony was supposed to start. I handed her an envelope with the letter I'd written and the USB drive. Told her to give my fiancée the letter when she was alone with her bridesmaids, then start the slideshow on the ceremony screen at exactly 10:30, whether I was there or not. She asked if I was sure. I'd never been more sure of anything in my life. I didn't stick around to watch it happen. The coordinator had my number and promised to update me. I went home, grabbed my already packed bag, and headed to the airport. My cousins met me at the gate asking what was going on. I told them they'd find out soon enough. The coordinator started texting me around 10:15. Guests were seated and confused about why the groom wasn't there. At 10:25, my fiancée came out of the bridal suite with smudged makeup and mascara running down her face, holding my letter. At exactly 10:30, the ceremony screen turned on. The coordinator said the first slide read, "A tribute to honesty," and then the video started playing with full audio. My fiancée kissing Marcus. Her voice over the speakers, talking about how I was just the stable choice. 3 full minutes of evidence that wouldn't stop, because the slideshow was password protected. She said guests were standing up, gasping, pointing at the screen. My fiancé's mother was screaming. Her father tried to turn off the screen but couldn't. My fiancée ran for the exit with her bridesmaids chasing after her. Her parents walked out without looking back. My family group chat exploded, but I'd already turned off my phone. We landed in the Maldives that evening. The resort staff congratulated me on my vacation when they saw I was checking in with my cousins instead of a bride. We got upgraded to the honeymoon suite automatically. That first night, we had champagne on the beach. My cousin told me I was either the coldest person he knew or the smartest. Maybe both, I said. For 5 days we swam and drank and didn't talk about what happened back home. I turned my phone back on during the flight home. 347 missed calls. Over 500 texts. She'd called 89 times. The messages ranged from angry to desperate to accusatory. Her parents sent messages about humiliation and cruelty. My parents were worried at first, but supportive once I explained everything. Friends had mixed reactions. Some thought I was justified. Others thought I'd gone too far. I blocked her number, her family, and the maid of honor. 2 weeks later, she showed up at my apartment. I almost didn't answer, but curiosity won. She looked terrible. No makeup, sweatpants, like she hadn't slept in days. I gave her 5 minutes. She tried every excuse, said she was drunk and didn't mean it, that it was just cold feet, that Marcus meant nothing. Then she switched tactics and told me I'd humiliated her in front of everyone she knew, that her parents wouldn't speak to her, that she'd lost her job because word got around her office, that I'd ruined her life over one mistake. I let her finish, stayed calm, told her alcohol doesn't create secrets, it reveals them, that she didn't make one mistake, she made multiple choices, to cheat, to lie, to use me, that I was never her mistake, I was her safety net, and I'd cut the rope, that she ruined her own life the moment she decided I wasn't enough, but my stability was. Then I told her we were done and to leave. She tried one more time, asked about the 2 years we had together, everything we'd built. I asked her about the future she was planning behind my back, the one where I funded her life while she kept Marcus on the side. She started to say it wasn't like that, but I stopped her, told her it was exactly like that. Her words, not mine. I closed the door and listened to her cry outside for about 10 minutes before she finally left. That was 3 months ago. I moved to a new apartment and started dating casually. Through mutual friends, I heard Marcus dumped her 2 weeks after everything went down. She tried to reconcile with her family, and some of them forgave her, but her parents still haven't. Our mutual friends took sides. Some think I'm a hero. Others think I'm vindictive. The maid of honor and I never spoke again. Sometimes at night, I wonder if I went too far. If I could have just called it off, privately. But then I remember she wasn't going to confess. She was going to marry me, lie to my face, and keep living her double life. The public exposure wasn't about revenge. It was about making sure everyone knew the truth before they judged me for abandoning her at the altar. I saw her at a coffee shop last week with someone new. Part of me felt nothing. Part of me felt relieved. And a small part wondered if she ever actually loved me, or if I was always just the plan B, who almost made it to the finish line. The day I found lipstick on his shirt, I started planning a different kind of anniversary surprise. I'm a 29-year-old woman who thought I had it all figured out. 5 years with my fiancé Mark, 31, living together in our apartment, saving for a wedding that was supposed to happen next spring. We had the joint bank account, the shared lease, the whole thing. Our families were close. His mom Karen would call me just to chat. My sister Emma loved him. Everything looked perfect from the outside. It was a Tuesday evening when I found it. I was doing laundry, sorting through the hamper like I did every week, and there it was. A bright red lipstick stain on the collar of his white dress shirt, the one he'd worn to work the day before. I stood there holding it for a solid minute, just staring at it. I don't wear lipstick, never have. I'm a chapstick person, always have been. My mind immediately started racing through explanations, trying to logic my way out of what I was seeing. When Mark got home, I held up the shirt and asked him about it. He barely glanced at it before laughing. Actually laughing. Said it must have been from a hug at work. Someone probably got too close during a goodbye or something. His response was so quick, so casual, like it was the most normal thing in the world. But something in my gut twisted. The laugh was too easy. He didn't seem concerned or confused, or even curious about whose lipstick it might be. He just brushed it off and asked what was for dinner. I couldn't sleep that night. I kept replaying the conversation in my head, analyzing his body language, his tone, that stupid laugh. By morning, I'd made a decision. We shared phone passwords. We always had, for emergencies or if one of us needed to check something while the other was driving. So while he was in the shower, I checked his location history. My hands were shaking as I scrolled through it. Late nights at the office that showed him at hotels across town. Random residential addresses I didn't recognize. A pattern of locations that made no sense for someone who claimed to work late at the office downtown. I took screenshots of everything. Then I went through his social media. He wasn't super active, but he'd been tagged in photos I'd never seen. Pictures at bars and restaurants I didn't know about, always with the same group of co-workers. And one person kept appearing. Jessica, 27, from his department. In some of the photos they were standing close. Too close. The next morning I checked our bank statements while he was out for his morning run. Flower deliveries I never received. Restaurant charges on nights when he said he was working late and brought home takeout for himself. A jewelry purchase from 3 months ago that I definitely never got. I was documenting everything now, screenshots saved to a hidden folder on my laptop. I found the hotel receipt by accident. I was looking for his car keys because mine were dead, and I needed to move my car for street cleaning. It was in his jacket pocket, crumpled up like he'd tried to throw it away but forgot. A hotel downtown. Checked in on a Friday night. He said he had to work overtime on a project deadline. The receipt showed 2 keycards issued. That's when I broke. I sat on the bathroom floor and just let myself process what was happening. Everything I thought I knew was a lie. 5 years. We were supposed to get married in 8 months. I'd already put down deposits. But I didn't confront him. Not yet. I needed more. Part of me still hoped I was wrong, that there was some explanation. The other part of me knew I wasn't wrong, and needed proof that was undeniable. I went through his laptop that weekend while he was out. He had a backup of his text messages synced to it, something he'd set up years ago and probably forgot about. I found everything. Messages with Jessica going back almost 2 years. Explicit texts about their affair, about hotel meetups, about how I had no idea and how I was boring compared to her. There were messages about a weekend getaway. The same weekend he told me he had a business trip to Chicago for a conference. I found the photos from that trip. They weren't in Chicago. They were at some beach resort, lying by the pool together, his arm around her. She was wearing a necklace I recognized from our bank statement, the jewelry purchase I never received. The worst part was reading a message from 2 months ago where he told her he was only staying until after the wedding because the gifts and money will help set us up better. He was planning to marry me for the wedding presents and then leave. Or maybe he was going to keep both of us, I don't know. I don't know which option makes me feel sicker. I closed the laptop and sat there for probably an hour. I thought about just packing my stuff and leaving. Thought about confronting him right then. Thought about calling off the wedding quietly and moving on with my life. But then I remembered. Our anniversary was in 3 weeks, and I had a different idea. I told him that night that I wanted to plan something special for our anniversary. A dinner, a celebration, something to remind us why we were together before all the wedding stress. He loved the idea. Said it was exactly what we needed, that he'd been feeling disconnected lately, and this would be perfect. He even mentioned he had a work meeting that night, and I told him to reschedule it. This was more important. He canceled it immediately, told me he'd make sure nothing got in the way of our special evening. Over the next 3 weeks, I played the perfect fiancé. I was affectionate, attentive, excited about our future. I asked him about wedding plans, laughed at his jokes, had dinner ready when he got home from his late nights at work. Meanwhile, I was compiling everything, every screenshot, every receipt, every photo. I created a slideshow on my laptop, starting with our happy relationship photos and ending with the evidence of his betrayal. I sent invitations to both families and our close friends. A celebration dinner for our 5-year anniversary, private room at our favorite restaurant. Everyone RSVP'd yes. His mom called me crying happy tears, saying how wonderful it was that we were so in love. My sister asked if I was going to announce the wedding date. I told everyone it was a surprise. Mark kept asking what I had planned. I deflected every time, said he'd have to wait and see. I watched him text Jessica when he thought I wasn't looking. Watched him smile at his phone when she sent him messages. The affair was still happening, right up until the day of the dinner. He was still seeing her while planning our anniversary celebration, while telling me he loved me, while his family gushed about our perfect relationship. The morning of the dinner, he brought me flowers, told me he loved me, that he couldn't wait to spend the rest of his life with me. I almost broke right then. Almost confronted him quietly, just the two of us. Then his phone buzzed on the counter and I saw her name. Jessica. The message preview said something about missing him. I got dressed, did my makeup, put on the dress he bought me for my birthday last year. We drove to the restaurant together, his hand on my knee the whole way. Everyone was already there when we arrived. Both sets of parents, my sister Emma, his brother, close friends. 20 people total, all smiling, all happy for us. Mark had no idea what was about to happen. The private dining room looked perfect. I decorated it myself the day before, hung up photos of us from the past 5 years. Our first apartment, holidays with family, trips we'd taken together. The restaurant staff had set up exactly how I asked. Projector screen at the front, my laptop ready to go, champagne glasses at every seat. Mark was completely relaxed. He worked the room like he always did at family events, charming and funny, hugging his mom, joking with my dad. His hand kept finding mine, squeezing it like we were this united team. Everyone kept congratulating us, saying how perfect we were together, asking when we'd finally set a wedding date. He ate it up. When everyone sat down, the champagne was poured. His brother started to make a toast, but I stood up first, said I had a special presentation about our journey together. Mark grinned at me, completely unsuspecting. His mom had her phone out, ready to record what she probably thought was going to be some sweet engagement story. The first slides were normal. Photos of us at concerts, at his family's Christmas party, the day we moved into our apartment. Everyone made those collective "aw" sounds. Mark was holding my hand, beaming at the screen. I could feel my heart pounding, but my hands were steady on the laptop. Then I clicked to the next slide. But every story has parts you don't see. The screenshot filled the screen. Text messages between Mark and Jessica. I'd chosen the worst ones, the ones where he called me boring, where he said I had no idea what he was doing, where he told her she was better in bed than me. The room went completely silent. Mark's hand dropped from mine. He stood up so fast his chair scraped against the floor. His face went from confused to pale to red in about 3 seconds. He said my name like a question and then demanded to know what I was doing. My voice came out calmer than I felt. I told everyone I was showing them the real anniversary we were celebrating. 5 years of me being faithful, and apparently 2 years of him sleeping with his coworker, Jessica. I clicked through more slides. Photos from their weekend trip. The one where he told me he was in Chicago for work. They were at a beach resort, his arm around her, both of them in swimsuits and looking very much like a couple. Hotel receipts with both their names.
Bank statements showing flowers sent to her address. Jewelry I never received. Restaurant charges on nights he said he was working late. Mark tried to grab the laptop, but my brother-in-law stepped in front of him. His mom, Karen, started crying, asking him how he could do this. His dad, Robert, just sat there, staring at Mark like he didn't recognize him. Mark was stammering, trying to explain, saying it wasn't what it looked like, that the messages were out of context, that this was private, and I had no right to air it in public. My dad stood up and told him he was done talking. Some of the friends started leaving. They hugged me on the way out, awkwardly, not sure what to say. A couple of them looked angry at Mark. One of his friends from college just shook his head and walked out without a word. Karen kept demanding answers. She was crying harder now, asking Mark if any of it was true. He finally admitted it. Said it just happened, that he was going to tell me eventually. His voice was defensive, like he was the victim somehow. I asked him when exactly he was planning to tell me. After the wedding? After I spent all my savings on a ceremony for someone who didn't respect me enough to be faithful? That's when he tried to turn it on me. Started saying something about how if I'd been more exciting, more spontaneous, more something. I don't even remember because Robert cut him off. Told his son not to dare blame me for his own choices. Karen walked out, just stood up and left, still crying. Robert followed her, but he stopped next to me first. Told me he was sorry, that I deserved better than his son. That broke something in me, but I held it together. My sister Emma had been sitting quietly the whole time, but I noticed she had her phone out. Later, she told me she'd been recording parts of it and taking photos of the slides. While the confrontation was happening, she uploaded screenshots to Facebook and tagged everyone. Mutual friends, Mark's co-workers, everyone. She tagged Jessica too. Within 20 minutes, Mark's phone started blowing up. He looked at it, and his face went even paler. Emma's post was spreading fast. People were commenting, sharing it, reacting to it. Someone had tagged Jessica, and apparently she was getting messages from people at their company. Mark's colleagues were commenting, asking if this was real. He looked at me with something like panic and anger mixed together. Told me I'd ruined his life. I'd been holding my engagement ring the whole time, twisting it on my finger. I took it off and dropped it into his champagne glass. Told him he did this himself. I just made sure everyone knew the truth. My family stood up with me. Emma grabbed my purse. My dad put his arm around my shoulders. My mom was crying, but she was angry crying, not sad crying. We walked out of that restaurant together, and I didn't look back at Mark. I could hear him behind us, his voice rising, trying to call after me, trying to explain or justify or something. His phone was ringing non-stop. I heard him answer it. Jessica was calling, probably freaking out about the Facebook post and the messages she was getting. In the parking lot, my dad asked what I needed. I told him I needed to get my stuff out of the apartment before Mark got home. We drove there, my parents, Emma, and me. My hands were shaking now that the adrenaline was wearing off. We packed fast. Emma made a list of everything we took so there'd be no question later about what was mine. My clothes, my books, my laptop, important documents, half the kitchen stuff we'd bought together. I was fair about it. Didn't take anything that was clearly his, split the shared things down the middle. I left a note on the counter, told him I'd be back that weekend for the rest and not to contact me. I blocked him on everything except email because we'd need to coordinate about the lease and the wedding cancellations. Emma drove my car,
and I rode with my parents.
My mom kept asking if I was okay, and I kept saying yes, even though I wasn't sure. I felt numb and wired at the same time. My phone was going off constantly. Friends texting. People I hadn't talked to in years reaching out after seeing Emma's post. I stayed at Emma's that night, slept in her guest room, or tried to sleep. Mostly I just lay there replaying everything. The look on Mark's face when the slides changed. His mom crying. His pathetic attempts to explain. The sound of my engagement ring hitting the champagne. My email inbox was full by morning. Mark had sent 17 emails. The first few were apologies, begging me to talk to him. Then they got angry, accusing me of humiliating him, saying I'd destroyed his reputation and his career. I didn't respond to any of them. The emails kept coming for days. Mark would swing between apologizing and blaming me, sometimes in the same message. He'd say he was sorry and then in the next paragraph call me vindictive and crazy. I stopped reading them after the first week, just archived them in case I needed them for legal purposes later. Jessica quit her job. I found out through a mutual friend who still worked at their company. Apparently, the Facebook post spread through the office within hours, and by Monday morning, everyone knew. HR got involved because of the policy about relationships between supervisors and subordinates. Mark was technically a level above her. She handed in her resignation that same day rather than face everyone. Mark's coworkers started reaching out to me. Some just wanted to say they were sorry and that they'd suspected something but didn't know how to tell me. A few mentioned that Jessica had actually bragged about the affair to other people in the office, said she was going to be with Mark once he dealt with his situation at home. That's what she called me, his situation. Karen called me 3 days after the dinner. She was crying again, apologizing over and over. Sayed Mark was staying with his brother because she couldn't look at him. She kept saying she raised him better than this, that she was ashamed. I told her it wasn't her fault, but she didn't believe me. Robert sent me a text message too, short and to the point. Said they weren't excusing Mark's behavior and that they supported me completely. It meant more than they probably knew. The Facebook post stayed up. Emma refused to take it down even when some people said it was too far. She said it was a public service announcement, that other women should know what kind of person Mark was. The post got shared over 200 times. People I didn't even know were commenting on it. Some mutual friends took Mark's side, said I should have handled it privately, that airing everything in public was cruel and vindictive, that I'd embarrassed his family who didn't deserve it. One girl I thought was my friend commented that I was clearly unstable and attention-seeking. I unfriended about 15 people that week, but most people supported me. I got messages from women sharing their own stories of being cheated on, thanking me for having the courage to expose him. Old friends from college reached out. Even some of Mark's friends messaged to say they were sorry and that what he did was inexcusable. The wedding vendors were surprisingly understanding. The venue refunded my deposit after I explained the situation. I guess the coordinator had seen the Facebook post. The caterer, photographer, and DJ all sent refunds with notes saying they were sorry. One of them said she'd been cheated on too and wished she'd had my courage. I wasn't sure if what I did counted as courage or just rage. I started seeing a therapist 2 weeks after the dinner. I needed to process everything: the betrayal, the public exposure, the guilt I was starting to feel about involving his family. My therapist said what I did was a way of taking back control in a situation where I felt powerless, that I'd been gaslit and lied to for years, and the public confrontation was about making sure he couldn't lie his way out of it or rewrite the narrative. But I still went through stages. Relief that I found out before the wedding. Anger at Mark, at Jessica, at myself for not seeing it sooner. Sadness for the relationship I thought I had, the future I'd planned. And doubt. Constant doubt about whether the public exposure was the right choice. Emma and my friends kept reminding me what was in those text messages. That he was planning to marry me for the gifts and money.
that he called me boring, that he was going to keep cheating. They said I saved myself from making the biggest mistake of my life. Then I found out through the grapevine that Mark was telling people I'd overreacted, that I was always dramatic and emotional, that the affair wasn't serious, that he was going to end it with Jessica anyway. He was still not taking responsibility, still trying to make himself the victim. When I heard that, I felt less guilty about the dinner. His reputation at work was destroyed. The company started an investigation into his relationship with Jessica because of the supervisor-subordinate thing. I heard he might be fired, or at least demoted. Part of me felt bad about that. His career shouldn't suffer because of his personal life. But then I remembered he was sleeping with someone he had power over at work, and maybe that did deserve consequences. I found my own apartment after a month of staying with Emma. 1 bedroom, different neighborhood, completely fresh start. It was smaller than the place Mark and I shared, but it was mine. Just mine. I didn't have to wonder if he was really working late, or check location histories, or worry about finding evidence of another affair. Going back to get the rest of my stuff was harder than I expected. I brought my dad and Emma with me. Mark was there, wanted to have a closure conversation. I refused. There was nothing left to say.
He tried anyway.
Followed me around the apartment while I packed, saying he made a mistake, and that what I did was worse than what he did. That I was cruel and vindictive, and that he'd never forgive me for humiliating him. My dad told him to shut up or leave. Mark left. While packing, I found more evidence I hadn't known about. Receipts shoved in drawers, a second phone tucked in the back of his closet. Emma took photos of everything, just in case. I also discovered he hadn't paid his half of rent for the last 3 months. I'd been covering it without realizing, because I handled the finances. He owed me over $4,000. I consulted with a lawyer about the lease and the money he owed me. Turns out I had all the receipts and documentation I needed. The lawyer sent him a formal letter. Mark never responded, but also never asked me for money for anything. So I guess we called it even. 2 months after the dinner, a mutual friend told me something that changed how I felt about everything. Mark had cheated before Jessica. During year 3 of our relationship, there was someone else, a girl from his gym. Multiple people knew, but nobody told me. Jessica wasn't special. I wasn't boring. Mark was just a serial cheater who was never going to be faithful, no matter what I did or didn't do. That information brought unexpected peace. I've been wondering what I could have done differently, how I could have been better, whether if I'd been more exciting he would have stayed faithful. But it was never about me. It was about who he was as a person. It's been 3 months now since the anniversary dinner. I'm doing okay. Some days are better than others. I still get occasional emails from Mark that I don't read. Karen texts me every couple weeks, still apologizing for her son, asking how I'm doing. Emma's Facebook post is still up, with over 500 reactions now. Some people think I'm a hero. Others think I'm vindictive and cruel. My therapist says I was processing trauma and taking back control in the only way that felt powerful in that moment. Mark tells everyone I'm crazy. His mom sends me apology cards. Jessica moved to another state, according to someone who still has her on Instagram. I don't regret exposing him, but I do wonder sometimes if there was a better way. If I could have gotten closure without involving his parents, without making it so public, without destroying his reputation at work. But then I remember those text messages about marrying me for the gifts, and I feel less guilty. Would you say I went too far, exposing him in front of everyone? Or was it the closure I deserved after all his lies? Because honestly, I'm still figuring out the answer myself.
The day I made my cheating fiancé confess in front of both our families.
I, 29, had been with my fiancé Mark,
31, for 6 years. We were planning our wedding at my parents' house, and both families were heavily involved in all the preparations. My mom was handling the catering. His mom kept sending me Pinterest boards for centerpieces, and my dad had already started clearing out the backyard for the ceremony. It was supposed to be this beautiful family affair, exactly what we'd always talked about. Mark and I met through work. He's in sales, I'm in marketing, and we just clicked right away. The first few years were great. Normal relationship stuff, you know. We moved in together after 2 years, got a dog, talked about kids. When he proposed on a beach in Mexico, I genuinely thought I'd found my person. My best friend Sarah was there when I got the call, and she screamed louder than I did. My bridesmaid Rachel, who I'd known since college, immediately volunteered to help plan everything. Rachel was also engaged to her boyfriend David at the time, so we'd joke about having a double wedding. Looking back, that's almost funny. Almost. For the past 4 months before the rehearsal dinner, something felt wrong. I can't even explain it properly. It was just this constant knot in my stomach that wouldn't go away. Mark became distant in ways that were hard to pinpoint. He'd be sitting right next to me on the couch, but he felt a million miles away. His phone became this extension of his body. He'd angle it away when he was texting, which he'd never done before. If I walked into a room while he was on a call, he'd wrap it up quickly or take it outside. The work trips increased too. Mark travels for work sometimes. It's part of his job. But suddenly he was gone 2 or 3 times a month instead of once every few months. He'd come home exhausted, not wanting to talk about it. When I'd ask simple questions about his meetings or how a pitch went, he'd get defensive. He'd say I was being clingy, or that he was tired of being interrogated the second he walked through the door. So I stopped asking. Our physical intimacy basically disappeared. We went from having sex a few times a week to maybe once every 2 weeks, and even then it felt mechanical. When I tried to initiate, he'd say he was stressed about work or too tired. I told myself it was wedding planning stress. That's what Sarah said too when I mentioned it. She said all couples go through rough patches before big life events, that it was probably just cold feet manifesting in weird ways. I wanted to believe her. I really did. But that feeling wouldn't leave. 2 weeks before the rehearsal dinner, Sarah and I were having coffee at our usual spot downtown. We were going over seating arrangements because apparently you can't just let people sit wherever they want at weddings. She was looking at her phone, scrolling through something, and she said this thing that made my blood go cold. She goes, "Oh, that hotel Mark stays at downtown, the Meridian, right? I heard they're doing renovations." Just casual, not thinking about it. I put my coffee down. I told her Mark always stayed at the courtyard by the airport for work trips. He'd complained about it multiple times, said it was convenient, but depressing. Sarah's face changed immediately. The color just drained out of it. She stammered something about maybe misremembering, that maybe she'd mixed him up with someone else. And then she very obviously changed the subject. Started talking about her sister's new job or something random, but I could tell. She knew she'd said something she shouldn't have. That night I couldn't sleep. Mark was right there next to me, snoring softly, and I just stared at the ceiling. My mind was racing through every weird moment from the past few months, every defensive comment, every time he'd pulled his phone away. The Meridian was a nice hotel downtown, the kind of place you take someone you're trying to impress. Not the kind of place you book for a work trip when you're trying to save the company money. The next morning, I did something I'd never done before. While Mark was in the shower, I grabbed his phone off the nightstand. My hands were shaking. His passcode was our anniversary date, which felt like a sick joke. The phone unlocked, and I just sat there for a second, staring at his home screen. Part of me wanted to put it back, to not know, to keep living in whatever reality I'd been existing in. But I couldn't. I opened his messages. There was a contact saved as Danny with a wrench emoji next to it.
I almost scrolled past it, but something made me click on it. The messages that came up were not work-related. They were graphic. They were romantic. They were everything you don't want to see on your fiancé's phone. Plans to meet up, descriptions of what they wanted to do to each other, complaints about having to keep things secret. I scrolled up, my stomach turning, and there were months of these messages. Months. Then I saw a photo. It was a selfie someone had sent to Mark, someone I recognized immediately. Rachel, my bridesmaid, the one who'd been helping me address wedding invitations 2 weeks ago in my kitchen. Rachel, who was engaged to David. Rachel, who I'd known for almost a decade. I heard the shower turn off and I panicked. I started screenshotting everything as fast as I could. The messages, the photos, everything. I airdropped them all to myself and then quickly deleted the airdrop notifications from his phone. My heart was pounding so hard I thought I might pass out. I put his phone back exactly where it had been, grabbed my own phone, and walked into the living room. I opened my email on my phone while I waited for him to get dressed. There were hotel receipts, reservation confirmations at the Meridian, dozens of them over the past year. The most recent one was from 3 days ago, when Mark told me he was visiting a client in Boston. The hotel was 20 minutes from our apartment. Nearly a year. They'd been doing this for nearly a year. Mark came out of the bedroom asking what I wanted for breakfast, completely normal, like nothing was wrong, like he hadn't been destroying our entire relationship for months. I looked at him, and I smiled. I told him whatever he wanted was fine. In that moment, sitting on our couch with my phone burning in my hand, I made a decision. I wasn't going to confront him privately. I wasn't going to give him the chance to lie to my face, to manipulate me, to make me question what I'd seen. I wasn't going to let Rachel cry and apologize and beg me not to tell David. They'd made these choices deliberately, repeatedly, for months. They'd looked me in the eye and lied over and over again. They were going to face what they'd done in front of everyone who mattered. The rehearsal dinner was in 4 days. I had 4 days to plan the best presentation of my life. Those 4 days between finding out and the rehearsal dinner were the strangest of my life. I had to act completely normal while knowing everything. I went to work, came home, kissed Mark hello, asked about his day. I texted Rachel about last-minute wedding details. I even sent her a message asking if she could come early on Friday to help set up. And she said, of course, that she wouldn't miss it. The lies just kept flowing from both of them so easily. At night, after Mark fell asleep, I'd go into the bathroom and work on the slideshow on my laptop. I'd already told my parents I wanted to do a surprise presentation about our relationship at the rehearsal dinner. Something sweet to thank everyone for their support. My mom thought it was the most romantic thing she'd ever heard. She helped me set up the projector and screen in their backyard on Thursday night, kept saying how lucky Mark was to have someone so thoughtful. I spent hours organizing everything. I started the slideshow with real photos of Mark and me. Our first date at that Italian restaurant. A trip we took to Colorado. Christmas with my family. His proposal on the beach. I wanted it to look legitimate, to draw everyone in before I showed them what was really happening. I wrote captions about how we met, our first vacation together, all the normal relationship milestone stuff. The first 3 minutes of that slideshow were genuinely sweet. That was the point. Friday came, and I woke up surprisingly calm. Mark was in a great mood, joking around while we got ready. He kept saying how excited he was to see everyone, how lucky he felt. I just smiled and nodded. We drove to my parents' house together, and he held my hand the whole way. I wondered if he felt guilty at all, or if it was just that easy for him to compartmentalize. Everyone started arriving around 6.
My parents, my younger brother, Mark's parents, his 2 sisters. Our wedding party showed up, about 8 people total, extended family members. By the time everyone was there, we had maybe 30 people in the backyard. It was a perfect evening, not too hot, string lights hanging over the patio. My mom had gone all out with the food. It looked exactly like what a rehearsal dinner should look like. Mark was working the crowd like he always did at family events, hugging people, laughing at my dad's bad jokes, complimenting my mom's cooking. His parents kept telling me how happy they were to be gaining a daughter. His mom showed me photos on her phone of Mark as a kid, telling me stories about what a sweet boy he'd always been. I kept the smile on my face and wondered when it would all implode. Rachel showed up with David around 6:30. She looked pale, said she'd been feeling a little sick all day. I told her she should definitely stay, that she wouldn't want to miss this. She gave me this weird look but didn't say anything. David seemed fine, normal, shook Mark's hand and grabbed a beer.
I felt bad for David. He had no idea what was coming. After dinner, once everyone had eaten and people were standing around talking, I announced the surprise slideshow. Everyone got excited, started gathering chairs to face the screen. Mark looked genuinely surprised, put his arm around me, and squeezed my shoulder. He whispered that I was amazing. I told him to just watch. The slideshow started exactly how I'd planned. Our first date photo came up, with a caption about how nervous we both were. People smiled. A picture from our Colorado trip with a story about how Mark got altitude sickness and I had to take care of him. People laughed. His proposal photo, that beautiful sunset on the beach. His mom started crying those happy tears, dabbing at her eyes with a napkin. The music playing was that cheesy romantic song from our first dance at a wedding we'd attended together. Everything was perfect and sweet and exactly what you'd expect. I felt Mark relax next to me. He thought this was real. He thought I'd forgiven him without even knowing I knew. Then the music changed. It cut to something harsh and jarring. The next slide came up and it just said, "But every story has another side." People kind of laughed nervously, like maybe this was part of the presentation. Like maybe I was about to show some funny blooper photos or something. Mark's arm tensed on my shoulder. The next slide was a screenshot of text messages, blown up huge on a 6-foot screen in my parents' backyard. Messages between Mark and Danny with the wrench emoji. Explicit messages about what they wanted to do to each other. People stopped laughing. I heard someone say, "What the hell?" Mark's arm dropped from my shoulder completely. Another slide. More messages. These ones were about sneaking around, about lying to me, about how hard it was to keep the secret, but how worth it was. Mark stood up. He said my name like a warning. I didn't look at him. Then came the photo. Rachel's selfie that she'd sent to Mark, the one I'd found in his phone, along with his response about how beautiful she looked. The backyard went completely silent, except for someone's sharp inhale. I'm pretty sure it was David. Rachel gasped from somewhere behind me. The slides kept coming. Hotel receipts from the Meridian with dates and times. A screenshot of a reservation confirmation from when Mark told me he was in Boston, showing he was actually 20 minutes away downtown. More messages. Can't wait to see you tonight. Tell her you have a work dinner. I hate lying to David, but I can't stop thinking about you. Mark was yelling now. He kept saying, "Turn it off, turn it off." He tried to move toward the laptop, but my brother physically stepped in front of him. I stayed exactly where I was, arms crossed, watching the screen like everyone else. Someone needed to see this through, and it wasn't going to be him. I said, calm as anything, that everyone should see what they'd been doing, that they deserved to know who they'd been celebrating. Mark grabbed at the laptop again, but my brother shoved him back. Mark started trying to deny it, saying I'd photoshopped everything, that I'd been acting crazy for weeks and this proved it.
I pulled out my phone and held it up. I told everyone I could show them the original messages from his phone if anyone wanted proof. That these were screenshots, not edits. The real confirmation came from Rachel's face. She was sobbing, full body shaking sobs, and she couldn't even look up. She definitely couldn't look at David. Guilt was written all over her, and everyone could see it. That's when Mark's story started falling apart. His mom was crying, but they weren't happy tears anymore. His dad looked disgusted, wouldn't even look at Mark. My mom walked over to me and just stood there, her hand on my back. My dad's face was red, angry in a way I'd rarely seen. Mark tried a different approach. He said it wasn't serious, that it was just a mistake, that he loved me and wanted to work through this. He actually said that in front of 30 people who'd just watched a slideshow of him cheating for a year. My dad cut him off and told him to get out. Just get out of the house. Now. Rachel ran out first, still crying. David stood up without saying a single word, his face blank, and walked out after her. I heard a car door slam a minute later. Mark tried to explain more, tried to talk to his parents, but they were already gathering their things. His mom hugged me on the way out, whispered that she was so sorry. His dad wouldn't look at anyone. Within 20 minutes, they were all gone. Mark, Rachel, David, Mark's whole family. The backyard was half empty, and the slideshow was frozen on a screenshot of hotel receipts. Someone turned off the projector. My remaining friends and family just stood there in the silence, nobody knowing what to say. After everyone left, my family and the friends who'd stayed tried to help clean up. Nobody really knew what to say. Sarah held me while I finally cried, these ugly sobs that I'd been holding in for 4 days. I didn't feel victorious or satisfied or any of the things I thought I might feel. I just felt empty and exhausted. But even then, even crying in my best friend's arms in my parents' backyard, I didn't regret it. I needed them to see it. I needed everyone to know I wasn't making it up, wasn't exaggerating, wasn't the crazy one. My mom made me sleep in my old bedroom that night. She didn't want me going back to the apartment I shared with Mark. I lay there staring at my childhood ceiling, and my phone started blowing up around midnight. Mark was texting me over and over, first apologizing, saying he was so sorry and he'd made a terrible mistake, then blaming me for humiliating him in front of everyone, saying I'd ruined his life, then begging me to talk to him, to let him explain, then angry again, calling me cruel and vindictive. It cycled through every possible emotion like he was workshopping which one would work on me. I sent him one message back. I told him that he humiliated himself, that I just made sure everyone saw it. Then I blocked his number. Rachel's number was already blocked. I couldn't handle whatever justification she was going to try to give me. The next few days were a blur of phone calls and messages from people who hadn't been there but had heard about it. News travels fast, especially news that dramatic. I heard through mutual friends that David had broken off his and Rachel's engagement that same night. She'd tried to talk to him when they got to the car, but he told her to get out, and she'd had to call someone to pick her up from my parents' street. Within a week, Rachel had moved back to her parents' house in another state. I don't know if she ran, or if David kicked her out of their apartment, or what. I didn't ask. Mark moved in with one of his friends across town. He started telling people his own version of events, that I'd trapped him with the slideshow, that I was vindictive and had always been controlling, that he'd made a mistake but I'd taken it too far. Some people believed him, or at least felt sorry for him. I'd see their comments on social media, people saying, everyone makes mistakes, or that public humiliation was cruel no matter what someone did. The social fallout was messier than I expected. Most people were on my side, said that cheaters deserved to be exposed and that I'd done what I had to do. but others pulled away from me. A few mutual friends stopped responding to texts, stopped inviting me to things. One of them told Sarah that what I did made them uncomfortable, that they felt ambushed by being there, like they were somehow the victims in this. Mark's sisters sent me messages calling me a psycho, saying I destroyed their brother's reputation over a mistake. I blocked them too. My bridesmaids' dresses hung in my closet for weeks. 7 dresses in different shades of blue, all tailored and ready for a wedding that wasn't happening. My mom finally asked if she could donate them, and I said yes. I couldn't look at them anymore. I canceled the wedding and lost thousands in deposits. The venue, the caterer, the photographer, the florist. My parents offered to help with the costs, but I told them no. This was my mess to clean up. The money didn't matter anyway. Nothing really mattered for a while. I moved into my own apartment 2 months later. I couldn't stay in the place Mark and I had shared. Everything there reminded me of him, of us, of the life I thought we were building. My brother and my dad helped me move my stuff out on a Saturday when Mark was at work. I left my key on the counter and didn't look back. Starting over at 29 felt surreal. I'd spent 6 years building a life with someone, and now I was buying new furniture and hanging up pictures by myself. My therapist said it was healthy, that I needed a space that was entirely mine. Therapy helped a lot, actually. She asked me once if I regretted the method I'd chosen. I told her the truth, that some days I did and some days I didn't. On the bad days, I thought about how I could have just called off the wedding quietly. I could have confronted Mark privately, returned the ring, told our families that things didn't work out. I could have let Rachel and David figure out their own relationship without my interference. The slideshow was cruel, objectively. It was designed to humiliate them in the worst possible way in front of the people whose opinions they cared about most. But then on the other days, I thought about how many more months or years they would have lied if I hadn't found out. I thought about the possibility that they might have even continued after the wedding, that I could have married Mark while he was still seeing Rachel. I thought about standing at an altar and promising forever to someone who'd already broken every promise that mattered. The slideshow stopped that from happening. It made sure everyone knew the truth all at once, so there was no room for gaslighting or alternative narratives. It's been 5 months now since the rehearsal dinner. I'm not dating, and I don't want to. The idea of trusting someone like that again makes me feel sick. I see Mark's social media sometimes through mutual friends who still follow him. He's not with Rachel anymore. Apparently that burned out fast once it wasn't a secret, once it wasn't exciting and forbidden. Funny how that works. My family still brings it up sometimes. My brother calls it the best PowerPoint presentation in family history, which makes me laugh even though probably nothing about this is funny. Dark humor helps, though. It's better than crying. I still don't know if I did the right thing. Making them face everyone like that, destroying the image they'd built in such a brutal and public way. Part of me feels like they deserved it, that actions have consequences and they'd made their choices. Part of me wonders if I became someone I didn't want to be in that moment, if I let anger turn me into something cruel. My mom says I gave myself closure, that I took back power in a situation where I had none. My therapist says I should focus less on whether it was right or wrong, and more on moving forward with my life. But I can't help replaying it in my head. The looks on their faces when the first screenshot came up. The silence in the backyard. Mark's voice when he was yelling at me to turn it off. Sometimes I'm proud that I made them confess without them having to say a word. Sometimes I'm ashamed of how calculated it was, how I planned every slide to maximize the impact. Mostly I'm just tired. Tired of thinking about it. Tired of defending my choice to some people and justifying it to others.
I don't have a clean ending to this.
I'm not happily moved on with someone new. I haven't forgiven Mark or Rachel, and I don't think I ever will. I'm just existing in this in-between space, trying to figure out who I am when I'm not someone's fiancé, not someone's victim, not someone who's angry enough to blow up her whole life just to expose the truth. I'm working on it. Some days are better than others. That's all I've got right now. Turns out, the side piece loves free rent. I, 29F, thought I had it figured out when I married my husband, Jake, 31M, 3 years ago. I'm a software engineer pulling in 6 figures. He was this charming guy with big dreams about starting his own tech company. I believed in him. That was my first mistake. For context, everything in our life is in my name. The apartment lease, the furniture, the car, utilities, even the LLC for his startup. I funded the whole thing too, about $80K over the past 2 years, because I wanted to support his dreams. I work 50-hour weeks while he's supposedly building this business from home. Then there's Marcus, Jake's business partner, who's been around constantly for the past year, practically living in our guest room 4 or 5 days a week. They're always having these marathon gaming sessions they call business meetings. I convinced myself it was just how startups work, you know? Lots of brainstorming and team building or whatever. About 6 months ago, Jake stopped even pretending to look for side work. The startup wasn't making money, but he said they were close to a breakthrough. Always close. Meanwhile, I'd noticed small amounts disappearing from our joint account. Nothing major, just 50 here, 70 there. Then the work trips started. Jake and Marcus would go away for long weekends, supposedly meeting investors. Never came back with any actual investments, though. Things got weirder. They started locking the guest room door when I came home from work, just casually, like it was normal. I'd hear them scramble around when my key turned in the lock. When I asked about it, Jake said they were working on proprietary stuff and needed privacy. I let it go because I was exhausted from work and honestly didn't have the energy to fight. Then one Tuesday morning, I found Marcus's toothbrush in our guest bathroom. Not a spare one, his actual toothbrush with his name on it in Sharpie. That's when something clicked in my brain. This wasn't just financial freeloading anymore. We already had security cameras in the apartment for safety, but I'd never bothered checking them. That Tuesday, I downloaded the monitoring app on my phone and synced everything up. I didn't confront anyone. I just watched and waited. During my lunch breaks at work, I'd scroll through footage. They were together constantly when I was gone, always in the same room, sitting way too close on the couch. Nothing concrete yet, but the body language was all wrong. I started coming home at random times. They were always ready, though, always just gaming or in a meeting when I walked in. But Jake would be flushed, or Marcus wouldn't make eye contact with me. The energy was off. So I made a plan. I told Jake I had a business trip that Friday and wouldn't be back until Saturday afternoon. I watched him tell Marcus the news over the cameras. They both looked excited. That sealed it for me. Thursday evening, I left work at my normal time but headed straight home instead of to the airport. It was around 6 p.m. when I unlocked the apartment door. The place was quiet. I walked down the hallway to our bedroom and opened the door. Jake and Marcus were in my bed together. Not sleeping. Very much not sleeping. The moment froze. They saw me. Jake's face went white. Marcus made this strangled noise and grabbed for the sheets. They were scrambling, panicking, trying to cover themselves. I didn't say anything. I just closed the door quietly and walked to the living room. Sat down on the couch. Opened my laptop. I could hear them freaking out in the bedroom, frantic whispers and footsteps. Then they came out,
both throwing on clothes, falling over their words trying to explain. Jake kept saying it wasn't what it looked like, which was almost funny given what it very clearly looked like. Marcus said this was literally the first time. They were just experimenting. It didn't mean anything. I kept typing on my laptop. Didn't look at them. Just pulled up my email and started composing a message to my lawyer. Jake grabbed my shoulder. Say something, please. We can talk about this. I finally looked up at both of them and smiled. Get some rest tonight. You'll need it. Then I went into the guest room, the one with Marcus's toothbrush, and locked the door behind me. I had work to do. I spent that entire night in the guest room going through everything. The camera footage going back 4 months, all my bank statements, the LLC paperwork, the lease agreement. Jake kept knocking on the door trying to talk to me. Marcus looked like he wanted to disappear into the floor. I ignored both of them. The cameras told me everything I needed to know. They'd been together since at least June, so 4 months minimum. I watched them on my phone, fast-forwarding through weeks of footage. They weren't even careful about it. The second I left for work, they were all over each other. My bed, the couch, the kitchen counter. I screenshotted the important parts and saved everything to 3 different cloud accounts. I also recovered text messages from our joint phone plan that I paid for. Jake had been sloppy, didn't realize I had access to the account records. The messages went back even further than the camera footage. They'd been planning this, talking about how convenient it was that I worked so much and made so much money. Then I looked at the finances. Every single dollar that went into Jake's startup came from me. Not one payment from him or Marcus. The LLC paperwork I'd filed listed me as sole owner and operator, because Jake said it would be easier for taxes. The lease had only my name because his credit was bad when we moved in. The car title, same thing. Everything was mine. I called my lawyer at midnight. She was annoyed until I explained the situation. Then she got excited. We had a plan by 2 a.m. Friday morning, I came out of that guest room at 7 a.m. with a folder. They were both on the couch, looking like they hadn't slept. Jake's eyes were red. Marcus looked ready to run. I didn't yell or cry. I just handed Jake the stack of papers I'd printed at 3 a.m. using my home office printer. 30-day eviction notice. I was being generous with the legal minimum. Cease and desist from entering my property after those 30 days. Paperwork showing his removal from all joint accounts, already processed as of 6 a.m. when the bank opened. And the company dissolution notice with a buyout clause. He could buy his half of the business he claimed to own for $80K, the exact amount I'd invested. Otherwise, I was dissolving it and selling the assets. Marcus got a trespassing warning on official letterhead. Jake tried the emotional angle first. After everything we've been through, how could I do this? I was his wife. I looked at him and said he was my tenant and he was being evicted. Marcus tried to slip toward the door. I stopped him and told him not to forget his toothbrush. Then Jake switched tactics and threatened to expose me online for being cruel and vindictive. I pulled out my phone and showed him 30 seconds of camera footage from July. Just 30 seconds. I told him to go ahead and post whatever he wanted. I had 4 months of evidence. They were out of arguments after that. The next 30 days were a mess. They scrambled to find a place they could afford, which turned out to be Marcus's studio apartment that he'd had the whole time. He just preferred staying at my place for free, apparently. Jake tried to access the business accounts and found everything frozen with changed passwords. He couldn't do anything without my approval, and I wasn't approving anything. About 2 weeks in, Jake posted this vague social media story about toxic relationships and financial abuse. His friends and family started messaging me asking what happened, if I was okay, taking his side automatically. So I posted once. Just once. A simple timeline with receipts,
bank transfers showing exactly who funded what, screenshots of the LLC documents with my name as sole owner, and a few very strategic screenshots from the camera footage that made it clear what had been going on. The messages stopped. A few people actually apologized to me. Moving day finally came, and I took the whole day off work to supervise. They tried to take furniture, and I pulled out receipts for everything. Marcus's beat-up Toyota was parked outside, stuffed to the ceiling with their things. Jake made one last attempt at getting sympathy from me. I handed him a bill for the month's utilities and groceries and told him Venmo was fine. I had the locks changed that same afternoon. After they left, I deep-cleaned the entire apartment. Every surface, every room. It took me a full weekend, but it was worth it. The place finally felt like mine again. I sold off all the business assets over the next week. The computers, software licenses, office equipment, all of it. Made about $15,000, which I immediately used to book a 2-week solo trip to Portugal. I filed for divorce before I left. We're in a no-fault state, but I had all that evidence anyway, just in case he tried anything. Portugal was incredible. I hadn't realized how exhausted I was until I finally had time to just exist without supporting someone else's life. I ate good food, walked around Lisbon, didn't check my phone except to post a few photos. Jake texted me twice during the trip asking if we could talk. I blocked his number from a cafe in Porto. The fallout for them was apparently rough, according to mutual friends who kept me updated without me even asking. Jake and Marcus moved into Marcus's studio apartment, which it turns out he'd had the entire time. He just preferred free rent and a bigger space. The relationship between them got strained pretty quickly when they actually had to split bills and live in 400 square feet together. Jake tried to restart the business but had no capital, no equipment, and no LLC. He ended up working DoorDash to pay his half of rent. One of our mutual friends saw him doing a delivery, and it was awkward for everyone involved. Marcus apparently had a girlfriend during the first 2 months of the affair who left him when she found everything out. That was a whole separate mess I only heard about third hand. I got promoted at work about 2 months after the divorce was filed. My boss said I seemed more focused and energized. Turns out when you're not financially and emotionally supporting a grown man and his affair partner, you have a lot more bandwidth for your actual career. I also started therapy. My lawyer recommended it for the divorce proceedings, but I kept going after. It helped me process the betrayal, but also recognize all the red flags I'd ignored because I wanted to be supportive. The financial stuff, the constant boundary pushing, the way Jake had slowly stopped contributing anything to our life together. My therapist said I handled the situation remarkably well, which felt good to hear. The divorce finalized 6 months after I filed. He got nothing. We had a prenup I'd insisted on before we got married, because I was already out-earning him significantly, and my parents advised it. Past me had good instincts, apparently. Jake made a few attempts to tell his side of the story online. He posted on Reddit about his cruel ex-wife, who kicked him out with nowhere to go and stole his business. He framed it as financial abuse. The comments tore him apart once people started asking basic questions about who paid for what. Someone did the math and commented that I'd funded his lifestyle, his business, and his affair. And somehow he was the victim. He deleted the posts within a day. My original post with all the receipts still makes the rounds occasionally. I get supportive messages monthly from people dealing with similar situations. Some of them are wild. Apparently weaponized financial literacy is having a moment. That was 8 months ago now. I still live in the same apartment and I love it. I started dating casually a few months back. Nothing serious yet. I saw Jake and Marcus once at a Whole Foods near their neighborhood. They were arguing about something in the produce section and left the second they spotted me. I finished my shopping. My friends still ask if I regret being so harsh. I don't. I gave him 30 days.
I could have given him 30 minutes and been within my legal rights. My mom thinks I should have taken the car, too, since it was technically mine, just a gift I'd been letting him use. Maybe she's right. People keep asking if justice was served or if I should have gone harder. Honestly, I don't know. Some days I think I was merciful. Other days I wonder if I should have pressed charges for something, anything, just to make a point. What I do know is that I protected myself and my assets, and I don't feel bad about that. He's still doing DoorDash as far as I know. I wouldn't know for sure because I have him blocked everywhere. Sometimes that feels like the real victory. When he said it was just a kiss, I sent the video to his parents' anniversary party. I, 25F, discovered my boyfriend Marcus, 28M, had been cheating with his coworker after 3 years together. We'd been living together for 8 months at that point, and honestly, everything seemed fine. He worked in marketing at some tech firm downtown, came home at reasonable hours most nights. We had our routines. I thought we were solid. The discovery happened 3 weeks ago. Marcus had left his phone unlocked on the bathroom counter while he showered after coming home from a work dinner. He'd been talking about this restaurant all week, saying I'd love it, that we should go together sometime. I wanted to see what it looked like, so I grabbed his phone to find the picture he'd mentioned taking of the place. I was scrolling through his camera roll when I noticed an album I'd never seen before. It was labeled Archive, which already felt weird because Marcus wasn't the type to organize anything. I opened it. There were 47 seconds that changed everything. A video of Marcus and some woman making out in a parking lot. Her back was against a car. His hands were in her hair, and they were both laughing between kisses like it was the funniest thing in the world. The timestamp said it was from 5 days ago. The same night he told me he was working late on the Henderson presentation. I sat on the bathroom floor outside the shower trying to process what I'd just seen. My hands were shaking. I felt sick. The shower turned off and I could hear him humming some song while he dried off. I just stayed there on the floor, phone in my lap, waiting. When he came out with a towel around his waist, I looked up at him and asked who Jessica was. I watched his face go completely white. He tried to grab the phone from me, but I stood up and stepped back. That's when he said it. It was just a kiss. Don't ruin something good over one mistake. Just a kiss. Like I hadn't just watched a 47-second video of him with his tongue down someone else's throat. He kept talking, trying to explain it away. It didn't mean anything. They were drunk after the team happy hour. He was going to delete it. I was overreacting. The usual cheater script, I guess. Here's the thing, though. In that moment, standing in our bathroom listening to him minimize what he'd done, I realized I wasn't as devastated as I probably should have been. I was angry. Really angry. And I didn't want to just leave and let him tell everyone his version of events. I didn't want him to get to say I overreacted or couldn't forgive one mistake. I wanted everyone to see exactly who he was. So I acted more upset than I felt. I cried. I let him comfort me. I listened to him promise it would never happen again. He actually believed I forgave him. The relief on his face was almost funny. He became super attentive for the next few days, bringing me coffee in bed, texting me throughout the day, probably feeling like he'd dodged a bullet. While he thought everything was fine, I was planning. His family loved me. His mom was always saying I was too good for him, that he'd better not mess things up. His dad treated me like the daughter he never had. His sister and I got brunch every few weeks. They all adored me, and I knew that mattered to Marcus more than almost anything. I airdropped the video to my own phone and deleted any evidence of the transfer from his phone. Then I just waited. I went through the motions, smiled when he kissed me goodbye, pretended everything was normal. It was easier than I expected. Within a few days, his cockiness came back. He started staying late at work again. I checked his phone one more time and saw he was still texting Jessica. Not about hooking up or anything, but those little jokes and comments that meant they were still close. Still talking. He really thought he'd gotten away with it. 10 days after I found the video, his mom called me. Not Marcus, me directly. She was so excited on the phone, talking about how she and Mike were celebrating their 30th anniversary, and they were having a dinner party at this Italian place they loved. She wanted to make sure I'd be there. She said it wouldn't be the same without me. When I told Marcus about the invitation, he was so relieved I'd taken the call well. He actually said I had to come, and I had to act normal because his family loved me, like it was a given that I'd just show up and play the perfect girlfriend role. I told him of course I'd be there, that I wouldn't miss it. He kissed my forehead and said he knew I'd come around. That gave me 2 weeks. 2 weeks to prepare, 2 weeks to plan, 2 weeks of playing the role of forgiving girlfriend while he went about his life thinking everything was fine. I caught him smiling at his phone a few times, probably texting her. It made it easier to go through with what I was planning. The night before the party, Marcus reminded me to wear something nice and to be on my best behavior. He said his parents were really proud of us as a couple, and he didn't want any weirdness. I promised him everything would be perfect, and I meant it. It was going to be perfect, just not in the way he thought. I had the video ready on my phone. I'd renamed it so it looked like an innocent file. I'd practiced the timing in my head. His sister was doing a slideshow tribute to their parents, and I knew she'd be using the projector in the private dining room. I'd helped her set up tech stuff before. I knew how it worked. Marcus had no idea what was coming. Nobody did. And honestly, I felt completely calm about the whole thing. If it was just a kiss, like he said, then showing everyone wouldn't be a big deal, right? The party was at this upscale Italian restaurant with a private dining room in the back. About 40 people were invited. I wore the necklace his mom had given me last Christmas and a dress I knew she loved. Marcus kept telling me how good I looked on the drive over, like he was proud to show me off. It would have been sweet if I didn't know what was coming. We got there early because his sister Emily needed help setting up. She's 26 and, honestly, one of the few people from his family I'll actually miss. She was running around with decorations and setting up the projector for the slideshow she'd made. I offered to help, and she was grateful. While I was moving chairs, I made sure to check out the tech setup. The projector was connected to her laptop via Bluetooth. She mentioned she'd start the slideshow after dinner, but it was already playing on loop during cocktail hour, showing old photos of his parents. His family was so warm when we arrived. His mom Karen hugged me for a long time and told me how beautiful I looked. His dad Mike shook Marcus's hand and then told him he was lucky to have me, that I was the best thing that ever happened to his son. I smiled and thanked him. Marcus squeezed my hand like we were this perfect couple. He leaned over during cocktail hour and whispered that he was glad I got over that whole thing, that this was nice. His hand was on my thigh under the table. Then I saw her. Jessica was there. Across the room with some guy I didn't recognize at first, but then Marcus mentioned it was his college friend Ryan. Apparently they'd been dating for 6 months. Ryan was introducing her to people as his girlfriend, and he looked genuinely happy. She looked nervous, though. She'd seen me the second we walked in, and I watched her face go pale. She knew I knew. Marcus either didn't notice her or was pretending not to. Either way, he was completely relaxed. Dinner was this whole production. Multiple courses, toasts, people sharing stories about Karen and Mike's relationship. Marcus's dad got up and talked about lasting love and commitment and finding your person. Marcus was sitting there nodding along, accepting compliments from relatives about our relationship. His aunt asked when we were getting engaged. He just laughed and said soon, maybe soon. I smiled and played along. The whole time I was watching the clock, watching Emily get ready to start the official slideshow.
watching Jessica avoid eye contact with everyone, watching Marcus be so confident that he'd gotten away with everything. After dessert, Emily tapped her glass and announced the tribute video to her parents' 30 years together. Everyone settled down, turning their chairs toward the projection screen. The video started with sweet photos of Karen and Mike through the decades, their wedding, honeymoons, the kids as babies, family vacations. The music was romantic and people were getting emotional. Karen was already tearing up. I excused myself to go to the bathroom. Marcus didn't even look up, too focused on the slideshow. I walked out to the hallway and pulled out my phone. My hands were steadier than I expected. I opened my Bluetooth settings and saw Emily's MacBook show up as an available device. I connected to it. Then I navigated to the video I'd saved and renamed to look like one of the anniversary photos. I waited in the hallway, watching through the doorway. The slideshow was about 2 minutes in, right after a particularly sweet wedding photo. That's when I hit play. The parking lot video filled the 8-foot projection screen. Crystal clear. Unmistakably Marcus and Jessica. The audio came through the speakers. Their laughter. Her voice saying something about his girlfriend killing him. His response that I didn't need to know. 47 seconds that felt like they played in slow motion. The silence happened instantly. The music cut out. Conversations died mid-sentence. Someone's fork hit their plate and it echoed. Karen gasped so loud I heard it from the hallway. Her hand flew to her mouth. Mike stood up so fast his chair scraped across the floor. He was pointing at the screen, looking between Marcus and the video like he couldn't process what he was seeing. Emily burst out laughing, this shocked kind of laugh, and then immediately covered her mouth with both hands. Marcus jumped up and tried to grab the remote from Emily's table, yelling at her to turn it off. But the video had already looped and started playing again from the beginning. That's when Ryan figured it out. He said Jessica's name like a question, then louder, asking what the fuck this was. Jessica's face was frozen, tears already starting, and she tried to leave but Ryan blocked her path demanding answers. I was still standing in the doorway, phone in my hand, watching it all unfold. Karen looked at Marcus and used his full name, Marcus James Thompson, asking what the hell this was. Her voice was shaking. Mike was still standing, his face getting redder, looking like he wanted to hit something. Marcus finally got the remote and shut off the projector, but it was way too late. Everyone had seen it. Twice. The room erupted into noise. Ryan and Jessica were arguing in the corner, her crying, him shouting. Mike grabbed Marcus by the arm and dragged him into the hallway on the opposite side from where I was standing. I could hear Mike yelling even with the door closed. Words like disgrace and ashamed and how could you? Karen spotted me and came over. She had tears running down her face and she hugged me, apologizing. She said she was so sorry, that she raised him better than this. Emily came up behind her mom and hugged me too, whispering that what I'd done was brilliant. Other family members were staring at me, some looking sympathetic, some looking shocked that I'd done this at an anniversary party. Ryan left without Jessica, just walked out while she was still trying to explain. She ended up leaving in an Uber, crying in the lobby where everyone could see her. Guests started awkwardly filtering out. The anniversary celebration was completely over. The restaurant staff was clearing tables while Karen sat in her chair looking devastated, and Mike was still in the hallway with Marcus. I grabbed my purse and left. Marcus tried to follow me out, but his dad physically stopped him. I heard Mike tell him to let me go, that he'd done enough. I drove home alone, packed a bag, and stayed at my best friend's apartment that night. My phone started blowing up within an hour, but I didn't look at it until the next morning. The next morning, I woke up to 73 text messages and 26 missed calls. Most were from Marcus, but there were also messages from Karen, Emily, a few of his relatives,
and even some people I barely knew from the party. I made coffee and started going through them while my best friend sat next to me on the couch. Karen had called twice and left voicemails. I listened to them. She was apologizing again, saying she was so sorry for what Marcus had done, that I deserved so much better than her son. She said Mike wasn't speaking to Marcus and had called him a disgrace to the family. She wanted me to know that what I did was understandable, even if the timing was unfortunate. That last part made me feel a little guilty, but not enough to regret it. Emily had sent a string of texts throughout the night and into the morning. She told me that after I left, Marcus and their dad had a massive fight in the parking lot. Mike had apparently told Marcus not to come home that night. Emily said she'd never seen their dad that angry. She also said, and I quote, that my timing was fucking perfect and she'd already watched the video 5 times. Over the next week, she kept me updated on everything. Their mom had taken down all the couple photos of me and Marcus from the house. Their dad said I was still invited to Christmas, but Marcus wasn't. Emily became my main source of information for everything that happened after.
Marcus's messages were all over the place. The first few were apologetic, asking if we could talk, saying he was sorry and that he'd fix this. Then they got angrier. He said I'd embarrassed him in front of his entire family, that I was psycho for doing this at his parents' anniversary, that it really was just a kiss, and I'd ruined everything over nothing. He said I'd destroyed his relationship with his parents. One message said I was cruel and vindictive. Another said he understood why I was upset, but this was too far. I didn't respond to any of them. What was there to say? He'd had his chance to be honest, and he chose to call it just a kiss and tell me not to ruin something good. Well, I didn't ruin something good. I exposed something bad. Ryan had apparently forwarded the video to HR at Marcus's company. I found this out from Emily, who heard it from a mutual friend who worked there. Both Marcus and Jessica got called in for a meeting. Their company had policies against workplace relationships, especially ones that created hostile work environments. Marcus got transferred to a different department on a different floor. It was basically a demotion. Jessica quit 2 weeks later. Emily's friend said she just stopped showing up one day and sent a resignation email. My parents helped me move my stuff out of the apartment while Marcus was at work. He'd been texting, asking when I'd be back, saying we needed to talk in person. I had my dad change the locks on my old storage unit where I'd kept some furniture from before we moved in together. I took everything that was mine and left his stuff exactly where it was. I didn't take anything that was his or anything we'd bought together. I just wanted my things and to be done. The night of the party, after I'd left and was at my friend's apartment, I posted one thing on my Instagram story. Black background, white text, one line. If it was just a kiss, then this was just honesty. That was it. No context, no explanation, no tags. Within an hour, I had over 200 messages. Some from friends asking what happened, some from acquaintances I hadn't talked to in years, some from complete strangers who'd somehow seen it. Several women messaged me their own stories about being cheated on and gaslit. Someone screenshotted and posted it to Reddit, then TikTok, then Twitter. By the next day, it had gone viral in this weird way where people were debating whether what I'd done was justified or too far. I didn't engage with any of it. I just let it exist out there, while I focused on finding a new apartment and moving on. Marcus tried to reach me through mutual friends after I blocked him on everything. Most of our friends took my side once they found out what happened. A few of his buddies said I'd gone too far, that public humiliation was cruel and unusual, that I could have just broken up with him quietly. One guy told me I'd ruined Marcus's relationship with his family over a drunken mistake. I told that friend that if Marcus's relationship with his family was ruined, it was because of what Marcus did.
not because I showed people what he did. We're not friends anymore. It's been 3 weeks now. I'm staying with my best friend until I find a place. I've looked at a few apartments and should have something by the end of the month. Emotionally, I'm okay. Better than okay, actually. I'm angrier than I am sad. I don't miss him as much as I thought I would. Sometimes I wonder if I was already checked out of the relationship before I even found the video. Karen keeps inviting me to family events. She asked if I'd come to Sunday dinner. She wants me to stay in their lives, even without Marcus. I haven't decided if I will. Part of me feels weird about it, but part of me really does care about his family. They've been good to me for 3 years. Some nights I do wonder if I should have just broken up with him quietly. If I should have been the bigger person and walked away without the drama.
His mom cried. His dad looked heartbroken. I did ruin their anniversary party. That wasn't nothing, but also, he cheated on me and called it just a kiss. He told me not to ruin something good when he was the one who'd already ruined it. What was I supposed to do? Just let him keep lying? I still have the video saved on my phone. I haven't deleted it. I'm not sure why I'm keeping it at this point, but I haven't been able to press delete. Emily texted me this morning. Marcus is apparently seeing someone new already. Some girl from his gym. Emily said she looks young, maybe 22 or 23. She asked me if she should warn her, send her a message or something. I told her I didn't know. Now I'm sitting here thinking about it. Part of me wants to stay out of it completely. Part of me thinks this girl deserves to know what she's getting into. I don't know what the right answer is. So that's where I am now. Living with my best friend, looking for apartments, trying to figure out if I'm the asshole for how I handled this. Some people say I'm a hero. Some people say I'm vindictive. I honestly don't know which one is right. When my business trip husband forgot his tablet, I discovered his real destination.
I, 32F, have been married to my husband Mark, 35M, for 6 years. We met through mutual friends at a barbecue, got married 2 years later, and honestly, I thought we had a solid relationship. He works in marketing for a mid-sized tech company, and I'm a freelance graphic designer who works from home. No kids yet, but we'd been talking about starting a family soon. About 3 months ago, Mark started acting different. Nothing dramatic at first, just small things. He'd angle his phone away when texting, take calls in another room, and became weirdly protective of his laptop. When I asked about it, he'd say work was stressful and his boss was breathing down his neck about some big client pitch. I believed him because he'd always been a terrible liar, and honestly, I had no reason not to trust him. 2 weeks ago, he told me he had a business trip coming up. 4 days in Seattle for client meetings. He seemed nervous when he mentioned it, kept rambling about how boring it would be and how he'd miss me. I thought it was sweet. I even offered to pack his suitcase for him since I had time, and he'd been so stressed with work. He looked uncomfortable but agreed. The night before his trip, he was glued to his phone. Every notification made him jump. At one point, I walked into the bedroom and he literally threw his phone under a pillow. When I raised an eyebrow, he laughed it off and said his coworkers were blowing up the group chat about the trip. Red flags everywhere, but I was still in denial. The morning he left, I drove him to the airport. He kissed me goodbye, told me he loved me, and walked through those sliding doors with his carry-on. I went home, cleaned up breakfast, and settled into my home office to work on a client project. Around noon, I went to grab something from our bedroom and saw it sitting on his nightstand. His work tablet. The same tablet he uses for all his presentations and client meetings. The tablet he supposedly needed for this entire business trip. My stomach dropped. I picked it up and stared at it for a solid minute. Part of me wanted to just text him and tell him he forgot it. But another part of me, the part that had been quietly cataloging all those weird behaviors for months,
told me to open it. It was synced to his phone. Everything. Messages, emails, photos, all automatically backing up to the cloud. I sat on the edge of our bed and opened his messages. The first thing I saw was a thread with a contact labeled J, Work. The preview showed a heart emoji. My hands were shaking as I clicked it open. Can't wait to have you all to myself for 4 days. Booked the suite. King bed, balcony view. You're going to love it. I told her it's a business trip. She has no idea. I scrolled up. Weeks of messages. Months, actually. Flirting that turned into sexting. Plans. Photos I will never be able to unsee. And then I found the hotel confirmation. The Fairmont Olympic Hotel in Seattle. Presidential suite. Check in today. Check out in 4 days. Her name was Jessica. I'd met her at his company holiday party last year. Blonde, bubbly, worked in his department. She'd complimented my dress and we'd chatted about her new apartment. I remembered thinking she seemed nice. I sat there for probably an hour, just scrolling through everything. The rage didn't hit right away. It was more like numbness. Then, clarity. I wasn't going to cry. I wasn't going to call him screaming. I wasn't going to give him the chance to gaslight me or beg or make excuses. I was going to Seattle. I booked a flight for that same evening using my maiden name, Rebecca Hayes instead of Rebecca Chen. I packed light, just an overnight bag, and called my best friend Maya to tell her everything. She wanted to come with me, but I told her no. This was something I needed to do alone. The flight was only 2 hours, but it felt like forever. I spent the whole time screenshotting evidence from the tablet. Messages, photos, hotel confirmations, everything. I forwarded it all to my personal email and a backup cloud account. Then I drafted an email to their company's HR department, but didn't send it yet. I wanted to see this through first. When I landed in Seattle, I took an Uber straight to the Fairmont Olympic. It was almost 10 p.m. I checked in under my maiden name and asked for a room on the same floor as the presidential suite. The front desk agent didn't ask questions, just handed me a key card to room 847. The presidential suite was 850. I didn't sleep that night. Instead, I sat in my hotel room planning. I wanted to catch them together, but I also wanted it to be unmistakable, undeniable. I wanted him to know that I knew, that I'd known before I even got on that plane, and that he couldn't talk his way out of this. The next morning, I called room service. I told them I wanted to send a surprise dinner to room 850 that evening at 7 p.m. For my husband, I said sweetly. It's our anniversary. I ordered everything, wine, steak, dessert, the works. I charged it to my own room and tipped the server in advance with very specific instructions. Knock 3 times, announce it's from his wife, then step aside. I spent the day walking around Seattle in a daze. Pike Place Market, the waterfront, coffee shops. None of it registered. I was just killing time. At 6:45 p.m., I was back at the hotel, stationed in the hallway near the presidential suite. I'd changed into the nice black dress I'd packed, the one Mark always said made me look stunning. If I was going to confront my cheating husband, I was going to look good doing it. At exactly 7 p.m., a room service attendant rolled a cart down the hallway. I recognized him from my morning instructions. He stopped at room 850 and knocked 3 times. Room service, dinner delivery from Mrs.
Chen! I heard scrambling inside, muffled voices. Panic. The door opened and there was Mark, wearing the hotel robe, his hair damp like he'd just showered. His face went white when he saw the cart. Then I stepped out from beside the attendant. "Surprise," I said. He couldn't speak, just stood there frozen. Behind him,
I could see Jessica on the couch, wearing what was clearly one of his shirts and nothing else. She saw me and literally gasped. I walked past Mark into the suite like I owned the place. The room was gorgeous. Huge windows, city views, rose petals on the bed. Very romantic. My husband had really spared no expense for his mistress. "Nice suite," I said, pulling out my phone. "Presidential, right? Must have cost a fortune." "Rebecca, this isn't—" Mark finally found words, but they were useless. "It is exactly what it looks like," I interrupted. I turned to Jessica, who was now trying to cover herself with a throw pillow. "Hi, Jessica. Remember me? We met at the Christmas party. You complimented my dress." She looked like she wanted to disappear into the couch. I held up my phone and took a photo. Both of them, the suite, the wine glasses on the table, everything. "Here's how this is going to work," I said, my voice eerily calm. "I'm leaving now. You two can enjoy your dinner. It's already paid for. But when you get back to the office, you'll find an email waiting in HR with every single message, photo, and receipt from this entire affair. Your company has a strict no fraternization policy between coworkers, especially in the same department." I checked. Mark stepped toward me. "Wait, please. We can talk about this." "No," I said. "We really can't. You made your choice when you booked this room, when you lied to my face, when you let me pack your suitcase for your affair trip." I looked at Jessica one more time. "For what it's worth, you can have him. I'm done." Then I walked out, letting the door close behind me. I flew back home that same night. On the flight, I sent the email to HR with every piece of evidence. I also texted my brother, who's a divorce attorney, and asked him to recommend someone. Then I blocked Mark's number. When I landed, I went straight to my friend Maya's house. She'd already started looking at apartments for me and had called a locksmith to change our locks first thing in the morning. Over the next 3 days, everything moved fast. Mark tried calling from different numbers, sent emails I didn't read, even showed up at the house but couldn't get in. My lawyer contacted him with divorce papers. By day 4, when Mark was supposed to come home from his business trip, I'd already moved half my stuff out. The company acted quickly too. Mark was fired within 48 hours. Apparently the affair violated multiple company policies, and the fact that he'd expensed some of their previous hotel stays as client dinners counted as fraud. Jessica resigned before they could fire her. Word spread through his office fast, and according to Maya's boyfriend, who works in the same building, Mark became basically a pariah. I put the house on the market. We'd bought it together, but I had no interest in fighting over it or living there anymore. My lawyer said I had a strong case for the divorce settlement, given his infidelity and the evidence I had. The part that surprised me was how people reacted when they found out. I posted a vague version of events on Reddit a week later, just to vent and maybe get some perspective. It absolutely blew up. Thousands of comments calling me a legend, asking for updates, praising the silent revenge. Some people thought I was cold or calculating. Others said I handled it perfectly. Honestly, I'm still processing. Some days I feel strong and vindicated. Other days I'm just sad about the 6 years I gave to someone who could betray me like that. I keep thinking about all the times he said he loved me while texting her. All the nights he came home and kissed me hello after probably being with her during his late meetings. Mark sent one final email through his lawyer last week. It said he was sorry, that he'd made a terrible mistake, and that he hoped I could forgive him someday. I didn't respond. My brother asked me if I regretted how I handled it, if I wished I'd just confronted him quietly instead of making a scene. The honest answer? I don't know yet. Part of me is proud that I didn't fall apart, that I took control of the situation. But another part of me wonders if I did it for the right reasons, or if I just wanted him to hurt the way I was hurting. So Reddit. Am I the go for exposing my husband's affair in front of his mistress instead of just leaving quietly? Should I have handled it differently? And for anyone who's been through something similar, does this feeling of being in limbo ever actually end?
When my fiancé forgot to end things with his ex, I planned a wedding he'll never forget. I, 28FF, need to know if I took things too far with what I did to my ex-fiancé Marcus, 30ml. We'd been together for 3 years, engaged for 8 months, and our wedding was supposed to happen 2 weeks ago. Spoiler alert, it didn't. Let me back up to where this really started, about 6 weeks before the wedding date. Marcus and I were living together in a 2-bedroom apartment downtown. We'd already sent out invitations, booked everything, and I'd paid the deposits for most of the vendors since I had better credit and more savings. The dress was hanging in our closet. His tux was ordered. We were in the home stretch. Then, one Tuesday night, Marcus left his phone on the bathroom counter while he showered. It lit up with a text from Jamie. I wasn't trying to snoop, but the preview showed enough. I miss you too. Tonight meant everything. My stomach dropped. I knew exactly who Jamie was. His ex-girlfriend from college, the one he'd dated for 4 years before me. He'd always said they ended on complicated terms, but assured me it was ancient history. I didn't confront him right away. Instead, I waited until he fell asleep and went through his phone. I know. Invasion of privacy, but I'm glad I did. There were weeks of messages. They'd been meeting up for coffee, then lunch, then dinner. The texts got progressively more intimate. I never stopped loving you. I think I made a mistake letting you go. She's great, but she's not you. And Marcus's responses? I needed to see you for closure. I can't stop thinking about our time together. Maybe we rushed into things. There were no explicit plans to call off the wedding, but he was clearly keeping her warm on the back burner. The most recent messages were from 3 days ago. They'd met at some wine bar across town while he told me he was working late.
She'd asked him point blank, "Are you really going through with this wedding?" His response, "I don't know anymore. I'm confused." I sat on our couch until 4 a.m., staring at my engagement ring, screenshots saved to my cloud storage. Part of me wanted to wake him up and scream. Part of me wanted to pack my stuff and disappear. But then I thought about the venue deposit I'd paid, $8,000. The catering deposit, $6,500. Photography package, $3,000. All in my name, all non-refundable to him. That's when the plan started forming. The next morning, I acted completely normal. Made coffee, kissed him goodbye, told him I loved him. He had no idea I knew anything. Over the next 2 weeks, I played the excited bride-to-be perfectly. We had our final menu tasting. I smiled and nodded. We confirmed the guest count. I acted enthusiastic. His parents came over for dinner, and I laughed at his dad's jokes. The whole time, Marcus seemed relieved, like maybe he'd made his decision to go through with it after all. But I was making calls during my lunch breaks. Private calls. I contacted the venue first, explained the situation with proof of the screenshots. The event coordinator was a woman in her 50s named Patricia, who'd been through a bad divorce. She was sympathetic. I told her I wanted to cancel everything, but make it look like it was still happening until the day of. She helped me coordinate with the caterer and the florist, both also women who were surprisingly willing to help once they saw the texts. The photographer was a guy, but his sister had been cheated on, so he was in too. They all agreed. They'd act like everything was still on schedule if Marcus or his family called to confirm. But nothing would actually show up on the wedding day. And since I'd paid all the deposits, I'd get the refunds for cancellation. Even though they were technically non-refundable, Patricia worked some magic with the contracts,
since I was canceling with cause and had documentation. Meanwhile, I kept collecting evidence. More texts between Marcus and Jamie. A receipt from a hotel that I found in his wallet, from a night he said he was at his buddy's bachelor party. Photos on Jamie's Instagram story that she'd posted, then quickly deleted, but I'd screenshotted. Her and Marcus at a restaurant, his hand visible across the table. 1 week before the wedding, I went to a jeweler. I asked if they could melt down my engagement ring and take photos of the process. The guy looked at me like I was insane until I explained. Then he actually got excited about it, said he'd always wanted to do something dramatic. He melted that 2-carat diamond ring into a misshapen puddle of gold and sent me high-resolution photos of every stage. I also quietly moved half my stuff to my best friend Sarah's apartment. Clothes, important documents, sentimental items. Marcus never noticed because he was barely home. Wedding stress, he claimed. 3 days before the wedding, his texts to Jamie got bolder. After this weekend, we need to talk seriously about us. My response? I confirmed our honeymoon tickets to Bali and made sure everything was in my name only. The night before the wedding, we had the rehearsal dinner. His family was there, my family was there, the wedding party. Everyone was happy and excited. Marcus gave a speech about how lucky he was to have found me, how he couldn't wait to spend his life with me. I smiled and raised my glass. After everyone left, back at our apartment, I told Marcus I was staying at Sarah's because of tradition. The groom shouldn't see the bride before the wedding. He seemed relieved to have the place to himself. I wonder if he texted Jamie that night. I didn't check because I'd already deleted his contact info and blocked him everywhere from my phone earlier that day. Those screenshots were all I needed. That brings me to the wedding day itself. I woke up at Sarah's apartment and got ready like I was actually going through with it. Hair, makeup, the works. Except, instead of my wedding dress, I put on a silk robe and slippers. Sarah had mimosas ready and kept asking if I was really sure about this. I was. The ceremony was supposed to start at 3 p.m. At 2:45 p.m., I sent out the group message. I'd created a group text with everyone invited to the wedding, all 150 guests, including both our families, the wedding party, co-workers, friends. The message was simple. Hi everyone, there won't be a wedding today. Marcus has been having an affair with his ex-girlfriend Jamie for the past 2 months while planning our marriage. Below are screenshots of their conversations, including the night he said he was at his bachelor party, but was actually at a hotel with her. Also attached, a photo of what I did with my engagement ring. Enjoy the Sunday, and sorry you got dressed up for nothing. OP. Then I attached everything. The texts, the hotel receipt, the Instagram photos, and the beautiful high-resolution image of my melted engagement ring. Gold pooled into a sad little puddle with the diamond sitting in the middle like a defiant eye. I hit send and turned off my phone. According to Sarah, who kept her phone on to monitor the fallout, it was chaos. Marcus had been at the venue since 1 p.m., doing photos with his groomsmen. The venue was empty except for them. No chairs set up, no flowers, no arch, nothing. He'd apparently called Patricia in a panic around 2 p.m., and she played dumb, said there must have been a miscommunication. When my group text hit, he was still at the venue trying to figure out what was happening. Sarah said her phone exploded with messages from mutual friends, some asking if I was okay, others saying they'd always thought Marcus was shady, a few asking if the screenshots were real. Marcus's best man called Sarah trying to find me. Marcus's mom called Sarah crying. My mom called Sarah asking what the hell was going on because she'd been in the parking lot, about to walk in, when she got my message. But the best part? Jamie apparently showed up at the venue around 3:15 p.m. She'd seen my group message, I'd included her number too, and came to support Marcus through his humiliation. According to one of my bridesmaids, who stayed to watch the drama unfold. Marcus screamed at Jamie in the parking lot, blaming her for ruining his life. She screamed back that he'd been leading her on. His family stood there in their formal wear, mortified. Marcus tried calling me 47 times that day. I know because when I finally turned my phone back on 3 days later, there were 47 missed calls from his number, plus hundreds of texts and voicemails. Blocked all of it without listening. His family tried to get refunds on everything they'd paid for: the rehearsal dinner at the restaurant, his tux rental, the hair and makeup for his mom and sisters, the hotel rooms for out-of-town guests, all non-refundable. They'd collectively spent around $15,000 on non-refundable wedding-related expenses. Meanwhile, I was at a spa. I'd booked myself and Sarah a full-day package: massages, facials, body wraps, the works. We drank champagne and I felt nothing but relief. Marcus somehow found out where Sarah lived and showed up on Sunday night, banging on her door. Sarah's boyfriend threatened to call the police, and he finally left. He sent emails to my work account, begging to talk. He had his mom call my mom, trying to get her to convince me to hear him out. I stayed silent for a week. Then I did 3 things. First, I sold the honeymoon package. The flights and resort were all in my name, and the travel company let me transfer them to another couple for 80% of what I'd paid. That gave me about $6,000. Second, I accepted a job offer I'd been sitting on for months, a position at my company's London office. I'd turned it down originally because Marcus didn't want to move abroad. Now, perfect timing. Third, I posted about everything on Reddit. I made burner accounts and put the story on r/relationship advice and r/AITA, asking if I'd gone too far with my revenge. The Reddit posts blew up. Thousands of upvotes, hundreds of comments. Most people were on my side, calling Marcus trash and saying he got what he deserved. Some said I was petty and should have just called off the wedding normally. A few suggested I was legally liable for something, but I documented everything and had receipts proving I'd paid for the deposits. So legally, I was clear. Marcus found the posts. I know because he sent me an email, the only one I actually read, saying, "I know this is you, and you've made me look like a monster to the entire internet." I didn't respond. My family had mixed reactions. My mom was horrified at first, thought I should have handled it privately. My dad said Marcus was lucky I didn't do worse. My younger brother thought the melted ring was the most badass thing ever, and made it his lock screen wallpaper for a month. Marcus's family tried to do damage control, telling people I'd misunderstood the texts, that he and Jamie were just friends, that I'd overreacted. But too many people had seen the screenshots. His reputation was destroyed. I found out through a mutual friend that Marcus and Jamie didn't end up together. Apparently, once the dust settled, she realized he'd been playing both of us and wanted nothing to do with him. He moved back in with his parents. I moved to London 6 weeks after the non-wedding. Took my refunded deposits, the honeymoon money, and my savings, and started fresh. New job, new apartment, new city where nobody knew me as that bride who melted her ring. But here's the thing that keeps me up sometimes. I still have all of Marcus's stuff in a storage unit back home. His clothes, his gaming setup, his vinyl collection he loved, boxes of his childhood stuff. I paid for 3 months up front before I left. The unit expires next week, and the storage company has been emailing asking if I want to renew or if they should auction off the contents. Part of me wants to let it all go to auction. Final act of petty revenge. Part of me thinks I should tell him where it is and let him deal with it. Part of me wonders if I should just renew it because, despite everything, throwing away someone's entire life feels too far. I also wonder sometimes if I should have just confronted him back when I found the texts. Maybe we could have talked it out. Maybe he would have ended things with Jamie. Maybe we could have worked through it. Maybe the public humiliation was overkill. But then I remember his text to her. She's great, but she's not you. And I remember him standing at that rehearsal dinner, lying to everyone who loved us. And I think about how if I'd confronted him privately, he probably would have gaslit me, trickle-truthed me, made me feel crazy for doubting him. So I'm asking, am I the A for turning my canceled wedding into the ultimate payback? Did I take it too far? And what do I do about his stuff in that storage unit? The rent is due in 6 days.
When my fiancé forgot to end things with his ex, I made sure she got the wedding invitation instead. I, 28F, have been with my fiancé Jake, 30M, for 4 years. We got engaged last summer, and honestly, I thought I had it all figured out. He proposed at this little Italian restaurant where we had our first date, the whole 9 yards. My best friend Mara was helping me plan the wedding. My mom was over the moon, and we'd set a date for early November. Everything was perfect. Or so I thought. 2 months ago, I was using Jake's laptop because mine was charging. He'd left his messages open, something he never does, by the way. Usually he's weirdly protective of his phone and computer, but I'd brushed it off as a privacy thing. That morning, a text popped up from someone named A, with a heart emoji. The preview said, "Can't wait to see you tonight, baby." My stomach dropped. I clicked. Turns out A was Amanda, his ex-girlfriend from college. The same Amanda he told me he'd broken up with 6 months before we started dating. The same Amanda who, according to him, had some trouble letting go but eventually moved on. I scrolled, and scrolled, and scrolled. They'd been talking this entire time. Not just friendly catching-up talks, full-on relationship talks. I love you texts. Plans to meet up. Photos she'd sent him. And here's the kicker. In one message thread from 3 months ago, she asked him point blank if he'd told that girl about them yet. His response? "She's just someone I'm seeing casually. You're the one I'm serious about." I felt like I was going to throw up. I kept reading, my hands shaking. There were messages from just 2 weeks prior where Amanda was asking when he was going to finally end things with me. He told her he was working on it, but that I was clingy and wouldn't take the breakup well. Then I found the worst part. He'd been telling Amanda that I was the obsessed ex who wouldn't leave him alone. And he'd been telling me that Amanda was the obsessed ex who wouldn't leave him alone. He'd literally been running the same playbook on both of us. I sat there staring at the screen for probably 20 minutes, just processing. Part of me wanted to scream, throw his laptop across the room, pack my bags and leave. But another part of me, the part that was absolutely done being played, started thinking differently. Jake came home an hour later with takeout, kissing my forehead like nothing was wrong. "Hey babe, got your favorite." He had no idea I knew. No idea that I'd spent the last hour screenshotting everything and sending it to my personal email. "Thanks," I said, smiling. "Actually, I was just working on the wedding guest list. Want to help?" He looked relieved, probably because I wasn't asking where he'd been. "Sure, yeah. Let me just change first." That night, I didn't confront him. I didn't cry. I didn't do anything except act completely normal while my brain worked overtime on a plan. Because if Jake thought he could manipulate 2 women at once, he was about to learn exactly what happens when those 2 women find out. The next morning, I called Mara and told her everything. She wanted to drive over immediately and slash his tires, but I told her to wait. I had a better idea. Over the next 3 weeks, I played the perfect fiancé. I confirmed vendors, finalized the seating chart, sent out invitations. Jake had no clue. He kept sneaking off to see Amanda, making up work emergencies and guys' nights,
and I just smiled and said, "Okay." But behind the scenes, I was making changes. First, I went through the guest list. I quietly removed Jake's parents, his brother, and his 3 closest friends. When he asked about it, I told him the venue had a smaller capacity than we thought, so we had to trim the list. "Don't worry, they'll understand," I said. He barely pushed back. Then I added one very special guest, Amanda Richardson, complete with her full address that I'd found in Jake's phone contacts. I designed the invitation myself. Cream cardstock, elegant script, the works. It read, "Jake Matthews and my name request the honor of your presence at their wedding ceremony." I included all the details, date, time, venue. At the bottom, I added a handwritten note. "Jake is so excited for you to be there. See you soon." I mailed it 2 weeks before the wedding. The beautiful thing about Amanda is that she's apparently as delusional as Jake is manipulative. According to the message thread I'd been secretly monitoring, yes, I installed software on his laptop, sue me. She received the invitation and absolutely lost it. She called Jake freaking out, asking what kind of sick joke this was. Jake, to his credit, tried to do damage control. He told her it was a mistake, that I must have found her address somehow and was trying to sabotage them. He promised her the wedding wasn't real, that he was only going through with it because I'd threatened to hurt myself if he left. Complete lie, by the way. Amanda, being apparently just as naive as I'd been, bought it. And then, this is the part I didn't expect. She told Jake she was going to show up and expose me at the wedding. She said she'd wear white and tell everyone the truth about what a manipulative person I was. Jake tried to talk her out of it, but she was determined. I watched this entire conversation unfold via screenshots Jake kept taking and texting to his friend Matt, trying to figure out what to do. Matt, by the way, told him he was an idiot and to come clean. Jake ignored him. The week of the wedding, I was a wreck internally, but calm externally. My mom kept asking if I was nervous. Just excited, I'd say. Mara was the only one who knew what was coming, and even she thought I was crazy. "What if this blows up in your face?" she asked the night before. "It will," I said. "But it'll blow up in his face worse." Wedding day arrived. I got up early, got my hair and makeup done with my bridesmaids, put on my dress. The whole time, Jake was texting me sweet messages about how he couldn't wait to marry me. I responded with heart emojis. At the venue, guests started arriving. My family, my friends, my co-workers. Notably absent, Jake's entire family and friend group. He texted me that morning saying his mom was sick and they couldn't make it, and his friends had some emergency. I acted disappointed. Then, at 2:47 p.m., 13 minutes before the ceremony was supposed to start, Amanda walked in. She was wearing a white dress, a wedding dress actually. Not quite as elaborate as mine, but definitely meant to make a statement. Her hair was done, makeup perfect, and she was holding a folder of what I assumed were printed text messages. The room went silent. My mom looked confused. Mara, standing next to me in the bridal suite, grabbed my arm. She actually came. "Yeah," I said. "She did." We watched through the doorway as Amanda marched up to the venue coordinator, demanding to know where Jake was. The coordinator, bless her, looked terrified and went to find him. Jake appeared from the groom's suite, saw Amanda, and went completely white. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but I could see everything. Him trying to pull her aside, her pushing him away, her voice getting louder. Other guests were starting to stare and whisper. That's when I walked out. I didn't walk down the aisle. I walked straight to where they were standing, my dress trailing behind me, bouquet still in hand. Both of them turned to look at me. "Hi, Amanda," I said calmly. "I'm so glad you could make it." Her face went from angry to confused, Jake looked like he might pass out. "What?" she said. "I invited you," I continued, "because I thought you should know that Jake here has been telling me you're his crazy ex who won't leave him alone. And based on his texts, he's been telling you that I'm his crazy ex who won't leave him alone. So I figured, why not get us both in the same room and see what happens?" The color drained from Jake's face. Amanda's eyes went wide. "That's not," Jake started, but I held up my hand. "I have screenshots," I said. 4 years of them. Do you want to see, or should I just put them on the projector we rented for the reception slideshow?" Amanda turned to Jake. "You told me she was threatening to hurt herself. You told me this wedding was fake." "You told her what?" I said, my calm facade cracking. The venue coordinator appeared, looking panicked. "I'm sorry, but if there's going to be a disruption, we may need to cancel the ceremony." "Oh, the ceremony is definitely canceled," I said. "Right, Jake?" He couldn't even speak. He just stood there, opening and closing his mouth like a fish. Amanda started crying, but not sad crying, angry crying. "You piece of shit. 4 years. 4 years you've been lying to me?" "Try 6 for me," I said. "Well, 4 engaged, but we were dating for 2 years before that." We both turned to look at Jake, who had apparently decided his best option was to try to run. He literally turned and started walking toward the exit. Amanda, in her wedding dress, kicked off her heels and ran after him. I didn't chase. I just stood there, in my wedding dress, in front of 75 of my closest friends and family, watching my fiancé run away from both his girlfriend and his fiancé. My mom rushed over. "Sweetie, what's happening?" "Jake's been cheating on me our entire relationship," I said. "With her. And he told both of us the other one was crazy." The venue erupted in chaos. The venue coordinator did cancel the ceremony. Something about safety concerns and contractual obligations regarding disruptions. Jake lost the deposit, $8,000 by the way, which he'd paid because I'd been saving for the honeymoon. Amanda and I ended up in the parking lot, both in white dresses, both crying. My mascara was running, her updo was falling apart, and we just stood there, looking at each other for a long moment. "I really thought he loved me," she said finally. "Yeah," I said. "Me too." She showed me her folder of printed texts. I showed her my phone with all the screenshots. We spent 20 minutes in that parking lot, piecing together the full timeline of Jake's lies. Turns out he'd been telling her he was going to leave me for over a year. He'd told her he was just staying with me because we had a lease together and it was complicated. Meanwhile, he'd been telling me she was stalking him and he'd considered getting a restraining order. "He's really good at this," Amanda said quietly. "The lying." "Too good," I agreed. My mom eventually came out and convinced us both to come back inside. The guests had mostly left by then, confused and awkward, but my close friends and family stayed. We ended up having an impromptu party with the catering food that had already been paid for. Amanda stayed. We got drunk on what was supposed to be my wedding champagne and burned our copies of Jake's texts in the venue's fire pit. Jake called me 47 times that night. I didn't answer. He texted saying it was all a misunderstanding, that Amanda was lying, that he could explain. I blocked him. He tried calling Amanda too. She blocked him faster than I did. The next morning, I woke up hungover in my childhood bedroom at my parents' house, still in my wedding dress. I posted the whole story on Reddit's relationship advice forum, asking, "AITA for inviting my fiancé's secret girlfriend to our wedding instead of confronting him first." The post blew up. Thousands of comments, most of them saying it was the most satisfying revenge they'd ever read. Some people thought I'd gone too far, that I should have just confronted him privately. Others said I was a genius. A few asked if Amanda and I were going to start a podcast. Amanda and I actually kept in touch.
We're not best friends or anything, but we text sometimes. She sent me a meme last week about red flags in relationships. I sent her back one about trusting your gut. Jake tried to get back with both of us, separately, over the following month. He sent Amanda flowers with a note saying he'd always loved her most. He sent me an email saying I was the one who got away, and he'd made a mistake. We screenshotted both and sent them to each other. Then we blocked him everywhere. His mom called me once, asking what happened. I told her to ask her son. She never called back. I'm still living with my parents while I figure out my next move. The apartment Jake and I shared was his name only, so at least I don't have to deal with that. I'm in therapy now, working through the trust issues and the humiliation of having my wedding implode in front of everyone I know. But honestly, I don't regret what I did. Should I have just confronted him privately and called off the wedding like a normal person? Probably. Would that have been more mature? Definitely. But would it have felt as satisfying as watching him sprint out of that venue while two women in white dresses yelled after him? Absolutely not. The question I keep coming back to is, did the revenge go too far? I humiliated him in front of everyone, cost him thousands of dollars, and essentially burned his life down. Some of my family thinks I should have handled it differently. Mara says he deserved worse. Amanda texted me yesterday. Do you ever wonder how many other women there were? I do wonder. We found 2, but Jake was clearly skilled at this. What if we weren't the only ones? What if there's some other girl out there who thinks she's his serious girlfriend, waiting for him to leave his crazy ex? Part of me wants to investigate. Part of me just wants to move on. I haven't decided yet. So Reddit and everyone else who's followed this story. AITA for inviting my fiancé's secret girlfriend to our wedding instead of confronting him first. And more importantly, should Amanda and I keep digging to see if there are more? When my husband's boys' trips turned out to be more than fishing, I turned his lies into public humiliation. I'm a 31-year-old woman, married for 4 years to Jake, 34, a firefighter. I really thought I had it figured out. The supportive wife thing. Jake worked long shifts, 24 hours on, 48 hours off, and he was tight with his crew. They were brothers, he'd say, and I got it. The job is brutal. You see things that stick with you. So when he started doing these weekend getaways twice a month with the guys about 6 months ago, I didn't question it. He'd come home and tell me about the fishing, about sitting around the campfire talking, about how much he needed that time to decompress. I'd kiss him and tell him I was glad he had that outlet. I trusted him completely. Looking back now, I can see all the signs I missed. Or maybe I didn't miss them. Maybe I just didn't want to see them. 6 months ago, right around when these trips started, Jake changed. Nothing dramatic, just small things. He started keeping his phone face down on the counter. He'd take calls in the garage or outside, saying it was just work stuff, and he didn't want to bother me with department drama. He began showering immediately when he got home from these trips, instead of his usual routine of collapsing on the couch with a beer and telling me about his weekend. At the time, I told myself he was just being considerate, not wanting to bring the smell of campfire smoke into our bed. I pushed down that little voice in my head that said something was off. I mean, this is Jake, the guy who cried at our wedding, who brought me coffee in bed every Sunday, who talked about having kids and growing old together. Why would I doubt him? Then 3 weeks ago, everything changed. It was a Tuesday night, around 2 a.m., and my phone lit up with a message from Ashley. She's married to Mark, one of Jake's crew members.
We'd met at department functions maybe 5 or 6 times, but we weren't close.
Her message said she was sorry to bother me so late, but she'd found some receipts in Mark's wallet. Expensive lingerie, fancy restaurants, flowers. He kept telling her they were for group gifts for the department, but wouldn't give her a straight answer. Then she asked if Jake had ever mentioned someone named Lila. I stared at that message for a full minute. Jake was asleep next to me, snoring like he always did after a shift. Lila. No. He'd never mentioned anyone named Lila. I typed back that I'd never heard the name and tried to go back to sleep, but my heart was racing. I kept thinking about Ashley's message. Why would she ask me about someone named Lila? What did that have to do with Jake? The next morning, while Jake was in the shower, I grabbed his laptop from the home office. My hands were shaking as I logged into our joint credit card account. We'd always kept our finances combined. Total transparency. Or so I thought. I scrolled through the past few months of charges, and my stomach dropped. The Lakeview Inn. Multiple charges over the past 4 months. It's this place about 2 hours north of us. I'd never been there. Never even heard Jake mention it. But there were charges for 2-night stays, always on weekends when Jake said he was on fishing trips with the guys. Then I saw the restaurant charges. Primo's Italian, the Garden Terrace. Places I'd been wanting to try for our anniversary, but Jake always said were too expensive. And flower deliveries from a florist I didn't recognize. Flowers I'd never received. I felt like I couldn't breathe. I quickly took screenshots of everything and emailed them to myself, then cleared the browser history and put the laptop back. When Jake came out of the bathroom, I was sitting at the kitchen table pretending to drink coffee. He kissed the top of my head and asked what I wanted for dinner that night. I told him whatever he wanted was fine. He had no idea I'd just found proof that our entire marriage might be a lie. I didn't confront him. Not yet. Because what if I was wrong? What if there was some explanation I wasn't seeing? If I accused him of cheating and I was wrong, I'd destroy our marriage over a misunderstanding. But if I was right, I needed more than hotel charges. I needed real proof. The rest of that week was torture. I acted completely normal while internally I was falling apart. I smiled when he kissed me goodbye. I asked about his day. I pretended everything was fine. Meanwhile, I was digging deeper. I logged into our phone account online and pulled up his call records. There was one number that appeared dozens of times over the past few months. It wasn't saved in his contacts, at least not under a name I recognized. I reverse searched the number online and found a name. Lila Morrison. I'd never heard of her. So I did what anyone would do. I looked her up on social media. Her Instagram was public. 28 years old, pretty, worked as a dispatcher for a fire department in a neighboring county. And when I started scrolling through her photos, I felt my entire world tilt sideways. Posts from various weekends over the past few months showing cozy getaways and much-needed relaxation time. In most of them, she was alone in the photos, but there were details. A man's hand in the frame holding a wine glass. In one photo, I could see a watch, Jake's watch, the one I'd given him for our 2nd anniversary. Captions like, "With my favorite person," and "Finally found my happy place," and "So grateful for this." I cross-referenced the dates with Jake's fishing trips. They matched. Every single one. That Friday, Jake came home and started packing for another weekend trip. He was whistling while he threw clothes into his duffel bag. I asked where he was going this time, and he said the same fishing lodge up north. The guys were already there waiting for him. He'd be back Sunday night. He kissed me and told me he loved me, and I told him to have fun. The second his truck turned the corner, I called in sick to work for Monday and started planning. I wasn't going to sit at home wondering anymore. I was going to see this for myself. Saturday morning, I got in my car and drove north.
Jake had mentioned the general area of this fishing lodge before, some small town about 2 hours away near a lake. When I got there, I started looking. It didn't take long. There was no fishing lodge, but there was the Lakeview Inn, the same one from our credit card statements. A small, romantic lakeside inn with a restaurant attached, and parked right out front was Jake's truck. I sat in my car staring at his truck for probably 10 minutes. My hands were gripping the steering wheel so hard my knuckles were white. Part of me wanted to march inside, find their room and kick the door down. I wanted to see the look on his face when he realized he'd been caught. But I didn't move. Something told me that wasn't the right play. Instead, I took a deep breath and walked into the lobby. There was an older woman at the front desk, probably in her 60s, with reading glasses on a chain around her neck. She smiled at me when I approached. I steadied my voice and told her I was looking for my husband, Jake Morrison, that I thought he was staying there. Her whole face lit up. She told me, oh yes, the newlyweds were in room 12 upstairs. Such a lovely young couple. Then she asked if she should call up to let them know I was here. Newlyweds. The word hit me like a physical blow. I felt my face go completely numb. I managed to shake my head and mumble something about wanting to surprise him. Then I turned around and walked straight back out to my car. I got in, closed the door, and just sat there. I couldn't process it. Newlyweds. He was playing house with her, pretending to be newlyweds, like our marriage didn't even exist. I don't know how long I sat there. At some point I started crying. Not the angry kind of crying, the kind where you feel like your entire reality just shattered and you don't know what's real anymore. 4 years of marriage, 4 years of me being the supportive wife, understanding about his schedule, giving him space for his guy time. And the whole time he was building a completely separate life with someone else. Eventually, I pulled myself together enough to drive home. It took me almost 3 hours because I had to keep pulling over. When I finally got to our house, I sat in the driveway in my car and let myself completely break down. I thought about our wedding day, about the night he proposed, about every time he'd told me he loved me over the past 4 years. Had any of it been real? When did it start? How long had he been lying to my face? But the crying only lasted maybe an hour. Then something shifted. The sadness turned into anger. White-hot, crystal-clear anger. He'd made me look like an idiot. He'd made me the clueless wife who had no idea what her husband was really doing every other weekend. And he'd done it so easily, so casually, like I didn't even matter enough to be careful around. I spent the rest of Saturday and all day Sunday gathering evidence. Real evidence. The kind that couldn't be explained away or dismissed. I created a fake Instagram account and went through every single one of Lila's posts, screenshotting anything that included Jake or showed details that could be traced back to him. There were more than I'd initially seen. Photos of meals at romantic restaurants. Pictures of sunsets with captions about being happy. A shot of champagne glasses with "celebrating us" as the caption from 3 months ago. Sunday morning I drove back to the inn. His truck was still there. I took photos from multiple angles with timestamps. Then I went into the restaurant attached to the inn and struck up a conversation with the hostess. I told her I was thinking about booking a romantic weekend with my husband and wanted to know if the inn was worth it. She got so enthusiastic, telling me about this adorable couple in room 12 who'd been coming once or twice a month for months now. She said they were always so sweet together, so obviously in love. I recorded the whole conversation on my phone. By Sunday evening, I had everything: credit card statements, phone records, screenshots from Lila's Instagram with dates that matched Jake's trips, photos of his truck at the inn, a recording of the restaurant hostess confirming they'd been regulars for months, a complete timeline showing how his fishing trips lined up perfectly with hotel charges, and Lila's romantic getaway posts. It was airtight. Jake came home Sunday night around 8. He walked in, kissed me hello, and started complaining about how the guys had drunk too much and he was exhausted. He asked what I'd done all weekend. I told him I'd just relaxed around the house, caught up on some shows. He didn't suspect a thing. He took a shower and fell asleep on the couch watching TV like he always did after these trips. Monday morning, I made my move. I'd done research on the fire department's policies over the weekend. They have this whole code of conduct that every firefighter signs when they join. It covers things like public behavior, honesty, integrity, basically anything that could reflect badly on the department or affect team dynamics. Having an affair isn't explicitly mentioned, but lying about your whereabouts and conducting a relationship that could impact your judgment or the department's reputation? That's covered. I created a burner email address and sent everything to the fire department's HR. Every piece of evidence I'd gathered. I wrote a straightforward email explaining that I had concerns about a married firefighter conducting an affair and systematically lying to his spouse about his location, which violated the code of conduct policy and could affect both his judgment and the department's public image. I kept it professional and factual. I didn't use my name. Then I sent the same evidence to Ashley and 2 other wives from the department that I had contact information for. I figured they deserved to know that their husbands' boys' trips might not be what they thought either. Maybe their husbands were innocent, but maybe they weren't. They had a right to the information. The next few days were the hardest of my life. I had to act completely normal while knowing what I'd set in motion. Jake went to work Tuesday like any other day. Came home Wednesday and told me about some training exercise they'd done. I nodded and asked questions and pretended I cared. Meanwhile, I'd already met with a divorce attorney Monday afternoon and had papers drawn up. I was just waiting for the right moment. Thursday afternoon, Jake came home early. I was in the kitchen when he walked in and his face was pale. He said there was some kind of investigation at work, something about misconduct allegations against someone in the department. He didn't know the details yet, but everyone was on edge. I asked if everything was okay, and he said he was sure it would blow over, that it was probably something stupid. It wasn't something stupid, and it definitely didn't blow over. By Friday morning, Jake knew it was about him. He came home that afternoon looking like he'd aged 10 years. The department had suspended him for 2 weeks, pending a full investigation into allegations of misconduct. Someone had sent HR detailed evidence of him having an affair and lying about his location during what should have been personal time. They'd also contacted Lila's department, and she was in trouble too for not disclosing the relationship. Jake still didn't know I was the one who'd reported him. He kept saying he couldn't figure out who would have done this, who would have known. I sat next to him on the couch and let him talk about how unfair it all was, how his private life shouldn't affect his job. The whole time I was thinking about the divorce papers in my car and planning my next move. The following Saturday was the department's annual summer barbecue. It's this huge event they do every year where all the firefighters bring their families. There's food, games for the kids, the whole thing. It's basically the social event of the year for the department. Jake absolutely did not want to go. He'd been suspended. Everyone was talking about him. And he just wanted to hide at home until it all blew over. But I insisted. I told him that not showing up would make him look guilty, like he had something to hide. I said we needed to present a united front, show everyone that our marriage was solid, and he had nothing to be ashamed of. He eventually agreed. I think he was desperate to believe that things could still be salvaged somehow. I spent 3 hours getting ready that morning. I did my hair, my makeup, put on this new dress I'd bought specifically for this day. It was blue, fitted, made me feel confident. I wanted to look incredible. Not for Jake, and definitely not to make him feel better. I wanted to look good for me, for this moment I'd been planning since the second I decided to blow up his life. When we got to the park where they hold the barbecue, people were already talking. I could see it the moment we walked up. People would be mid-conversation, and then they'd see us and get quiet. Or they'd whisper to whoever they were standing with. Jake's jaw was clenched the entire time. He was trying so hard to act normal, to act like everything was fine. His captain came over and shook his hand, asked how he was holding up. Jake said he was good, that he was confident the investigation would clear everything up. I stayed quiet and played the supportive wife role for about an hour. I smiled at people, made small talk with some of the other wives, helped set up the dessert table. The whole time I had the divorce papers in my purse. I was just waiting for the right moment. Lila wasn't there, obviously. She wasn't department family and nobody was going to invite her under the circumstances. But her absence was almost louder than if she'd been there. People kept looking at Jake like they were trying to figure out what was true and what wasn't. Around noon, when most people had arrived and the main area was crowded, I made my move. Jake was standing near the grills talking to his captain and a few other guys from his shift. They were probably trying to do damage control, trying to remind everyone that Jake was a good firefighter regardless of his personal life. I walked up and tapped Jake on the shoulder. He turned around and I handed him the envelope. He looked confused at first, like he thought maybe it was something for the barbecue. Then he opened it, and I watched his face change as he read the first page. All the color drained out. His hands started shaking. He asked me what it was. His voice cracked when he said it. I said it loud enough for the people around us to hear. I told him they were divorce papers, that I was done, that I knew everything about Lila, about the Lakeview Inn, about all the fishing trips that weren't fishing trips, and that I was the one who'd sent all the evidence to HR. The conversations around us stopped. I could feel people staring. Jake's captain was frozen with a beer halfway to his mouth. One of the other wives had her hand over her mouth. Jake just stared at me. Then he asked if I'd really reported him, if I'd really ruined his career. He said it like he couldn't believe I was capable of it. I told him no, that he'd ruined his own career when he decided to cheat on his wife and lie to his department about where he was spending his weekends. I said I just made sure everyone knew who he really was. He tried to grab my arm, but I stepped back. His captain moved between us immediately and told Jake he needed to leave. Jake looked around at everyone watching. All his brothers from the department, their wives, their kids. His entire support system seeing him at his absolute lowest point. Then he looked back at me and I'd never seen him look so destroyed. He said he couldn't believe I'd done this. I told him that was funny because that was exactly what I'd thought when I found out about her. He left, just grabbed his keys from his pocket and walked to his truck without another word. I stayed at the barbecue. I wasn't going to run away or act like I'd done something wrong. Ashley came up to me almost immediately and hugged me. She said she was proud of me for being brave enough to do what she wished she could do. 2 other wives came over after that and thanked me. One of them said her husband had admitted to knowing about Jake and Lila, but hadn't wanted to get involved. She said she was glad I'd forced it into the open. The captain pulled me aside about an hour later. He apologized and said he'd had no idea any of this was going on. He said the department would be conducting a full review of their policies about off-duty conduct and disclosure requirements. He also said that regardless of what happened with Jake's investigation, he respected that I'd come forward with the truth. I stayed for another 2 hours. I ate. I talked to people. I helped clean up. I wanted everyone to see that I was fine, that I wasn't the broken wife hiding at home crying. By the time I left, I actually felt okay. Not happy exactly, but lighter. Like I'd been carrying around this weight and I'd finally put it down. It's been a week since the barbecue. Jake's been staying with his brother because I changed the locks the day after. He's texted me probably 50 times. Some of the messages are apologetic, saying he's sorry and he made a mistake and he wants to fix things. Some are angry, calling me vindictive and saying I went too far.
Some are just begging me to talk to him. I've responded to exactly one message, and it was to tell him to contact my lawyer. His mom called 3 days ago and screamed at me for 20 minutes about how I humiliated her son in public, how I could have handled this privately, how I'm destroying his career over a mistake. I let her yell until she ran out of steam, and then I hung up without saying anything. Some of his friends from the department have reached out too. A couple of them said I went too far, that airing everything at the barbecue was cruel and unnecessary. One guy told me I was bitter and that Jake deserved a chance to explain. But Ashley and the other wives have been supportive. They've checked in on me, invited me to lunch, told me I did the right thing. The divorce is moving forward. My attorney says I have a strong case because I can prove infidelity and that he violated the trust in our marriage. I'm keeping the house since I can afford the mortgage on my own, and he's the one who chose to leave. His suspension got extended to 30 days while the department completes their investigation. I heard through Ashley that Lila's department put her on administrative leave too. Part of me feels vindicated. He humiliated me by lying for months and building a whole life with someone else while I sat at home being the supportive wife. He made me look like the clueless idiot who had no idea what her husband was really doing every other weekend. So yeah, I made sure he felt that same humiliation in front of the people whose respect and approval he valued most. But there's another part of me that wonders if I crossed a line. I could have just divorced him quietly, filed the papers, split our assets, moved on with my life. Instead, I went nuclear. I got him suspended from his job. I exposed everything at a public department event in front of everyone he works with. I essentially nuked his reputation and possibly his entire career. Some nights I lie in bed in our house, my house now, and I feel completely justified. Other nights I wonder if the revenge was worth it, or if I just made everything messier and more painful than it needed to be. Why I sold my ex-husband's dream car after finding out who he was driving to. I'm a 36-year-old woman, recently divorced from my ex-husband Mark, 38. We were married for 8 years, lived in a nice suburban home with a 2-car garage, and honestly, for most of those years I thought we were doing okay. Not perfect, but okay. The problem was that Mark had another love in his life, and it wasn't me. It was his 1967 Mustang, this gorgeous restored classic that he'd spent 3 years and God knows how much money fixing up. That car was his baby. He'd spend every Saturday in the garage with it, polishing chrome that was already spotless, adjusting things under the hood that didn't need adjusting. I used to joke that he should just marry the car instead. But looking back, that joke wasn't really funny. He genuinely spent more quality time with that Mustang than he ever spent with me. The past few months of our marriage, things had gotten cold. I'm talking about that kind of cold where you're living with someone, but you might as well be roommates who barely tolerate each other. We'd eat dinner in silence, sleep on opposite sides of the bed, go days without actually talking about anything real. I kept telling myself it was just stress from his job at the marketing firm, that we were going through a rough patch like every couple does. I kept waiting for it to get better. Then about 2 months before everything fell apart, Mark started this new routine. He'd announce at random times, usually at night, that he needed to go for a drive to clear his head. And he'd always take the Mustang. He'd be gone for 2, sometimes 3 hours, and when he'd come back, he'd go straight to shower and then to bed. At first I didn't think much of it. He'd always loved driving that car, said it helped him think. But it started happening more frequently. Once a week became twice a week, then 3 times a week. I started noticing other things too. Small things that individually meant nothing, but together they painted a picture I didn't want to see. He'd put on cologne before these drives. He started checking his phone constantly and tilting the screen away from me when I walked by. He bought new workout clothes
and claimed he'd joined a gym. Said he was trying to get back in shape. But I never saw him actually go to any gym during normal gym hours. The worst part was how he'd react when I asked questions. I'd try to be casual about it, just asking where he was going or if everything was okay. He'd snap at me, tell me I was being paranoid, that I was suffocating him, that he just needed space to think. He'd turn it around on me, make me feel like I was the problem for even caring that my husband was disappearing for hours at a time. I started doubting myself, wondering if I really was being paranoid like he said. But my gut kept telling me something was off. You know that feeling, right? When you just know something is wrong but you don't have proof, so you feel crazy for even thinking it. That was me for weeks. I'd lie awake at night while he was on these drives, imagining all sorts of scenarios, then feeling guilty for not trusting him. Then came that Friday night. It was around 8 in the evening, and Mark came into the living room where I was watching TV. He announced he needed to go for a drive, said work had been stressful and he needed to clear his head. But here's the thing that made me snap to attention. He said he was going to the gym first, but he grabbed the keys to the Mustang. He never drove the Mustang to the gym. He always took his regular car because he didn't want to risk anything happening to his precious classic in a parking lot. That's when I knew. I just knew. I didn't even think about it. The second his taillights disappeared down the street, I grabbed my purse and keys and got in my car. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely get the key in the ignition.
I caught up to him at the second stoplight and stayed back far enough that he wouldn't notice me.
I felt insane doing it, like some paranoid wife from a bad movie, but I couldn't stop myself. He didn't head toward any gym. He didn't head toward his usual driving routes either, those scenic roads outside town he claimed he loved. He drove straight through town and pulled into the parking lot of this mid-range hotel on the edge of the suburbs. Not fancy, but not cheap either. The kind of place that's nice enough to not feel seedy, but generic enough that you wouldn't run into anyone you know. I parked across the lot and watched. He sat in the Mustang for a few minutes, checking his phone, and then he adjusted his rearview mirror and fixed his hair. He fixed his hair, like he was getting ready for something. Someone. Then she walked out of the hotel lobby. I recognized her immediately. Sarah. She worked in his department at the marketing firm. I'd met her at the office Christmas party 3 months earlier. She was younger than me, maybe mid-30s, and Mark had introduced her as his co-worker like it was nothing. I remembered thinking she seemed nice, friendly. I remembered watching them laugh together at some inside joke and feeling a tiny pinch of something I dismissed as silly jealousy. They kissed in the parking lot before walking into the hotel together. Not a peck on the cheek, a real kiss. The kind of kiss that made it very clear this wasn't their first time meeting like this. I sat there in my car and managed to take a few photos with my shaking hands. One of his car, one of the hotel entrance, and one blurry shot of them together before they disappeared inside. I don't know how long I sat there. Could have been 10 minutes. Could have been an hour. I just stared at the steering wheel, feeling like my whole body had gone numb. Then I drove home in a daze, gripping the wheel so tight my knuckles were white. I pulled into our driveway and couldn't bring myself to go inside. I sat there in the dark garage for almost an hour, just staring at nothing, trying to process what I'd seen. Mark came home around midnight. I heard the Mustang pull in, heard him whistle as he came through the door. He poked his head into the living room where I was sitting with the TV on, not watching it. He asked what I made for dinner. He was smelling like someone else's perfume, and he asked what I made for dinner. The next morning, Mark woke up like nothing had happened. He was actually cheerful, humming while he made coffee, asking if I wanted to grab brunch somewhere. I sat across from him at the kitchen table, watching him scroll through his phone and smile at something, and I just nodded along. I felt completely numb, like I was watching myself from outside my body. I made some excuse about not feeling well and stayed home from brunch. He shrugged, kissed my forehead, and left without me. I spent that entire Saturday in a fog. I kept replaying the night before in my head, seeing them kiss over and over again. But I didn't cry. I didn't scream. I didn't confront him. Something in me just switched to autopilot, and I started thinking practically instead of emotionally. Maybe it was shock, or maybe some survival instinct kicked in. Either way, I knew I needed to be smart about this. Monday morning, I called in sick to work. Mark had already left for the office, probably to see her. I got dressed, printed out the photos from Friday night, and drove to a divorce lawyer's office. I'd found her online that weekend, read reviews, and made an appointment for first thing Monday. Her name was Patricia, and she was this no-nonsense woman in her 50s who'd clearly seen every variation of cheating spouse stories. I showed her everything. The photos, the phone records I'd pulled from our account showing all those late-night calls, the credit card statements with hotel charges I'd been too naive to question before. Patricia was straightforward with me. She said I had a solid case, that the adultery would work in my favor, but that I needed to be strategic. Don't tip him off yet. Document everything. Protect our assets. Start separating finances quietly. She said the biggest mistake people make is confronting their spouse too early and giving them time to hide money or build their own case. I listened to everything she said and took notes like I was in a business meeting. Then we got to the part about assets, and that's when Patricia asked about the Mustang. She'd seen it on our insurance documents. I told her it was his baby, his pride and joy, worth probably $40,000 to $50,000. She asked whose name was on the title, and I realized I didn't know. I just assumed it was his car, you know? He paid for it, he restored it, he drove it. But I told her I'd check. That afternoon, while Mark was still at work, I went through our filing cabinet looking for the title and registration. I found them in a folder with all our other vehicle paperwork, and there it was, clear as day. The car was registered solely in my name. Not joint ownership, just mine. I stared at that document for a solid 5 minutes, trying to remember why. Then it came back to me. About 5 years ago, when he'd finished restoring it and was getting it registered and insured, he'd put it in my name because of some tax thing. Something about lower insurance rates and property tax benefits. I hadn't questioned it at the time because I didn't care about the car, and it seemed to make him happy. I called Patricia right away. She confirmed it. Legally, that car was my property. I could do whatever I wanted with it. That's when the plan started forming in my head. I didn't tell Patricia what I was thinking. I just thanked her and said I'd be in touch. For the next 2 weeks, I played the perfect wife. I acted normal, made dinners, asked about his day, pretended I believed him when he announced his drives. But I was documenting everything. I followed him twice more to that same hotel and took more photos. I started moving money from our joint account into a separate account I'd opened, just a little at a time so he wouldn't notice. I quietly filed for divorce through Patricia. I went through the house and packed up all his important documents, his passport, his birth certificate, family photos, all that stuff, and stored it in boxes in the garage. I wanted to be ready. All that time, he had no idea. He kept sneaking around, kept lying to my face, kept sleeping next to me at night like everything was fine. The betrayal was one thing, but the lying was what really got to me. He'd look me in the eye and lie so easily, like I was too stupid to figure it out. That Friday, exactly 2 weeks after I'd first followed him, I decided it was time. I made a nice dinner, set the table, acted completely normal. We sat down to eat, and I just said it. Calm as anything. I told him I'd filed for divorce and he needed to move out that weekend. You should have seen his face.
He literally dropped his fork. He tried to play dumb at first, asking what I was talking about, saying I was being crazy. I pulled out my phone and showed him one of the photos from the hotel parking lot. Just one. Him and Sarah, clear as day. He went pale, then red, then pale again. He tried to explain, stumbling over his words, saying it wasn't what it looked like, that it was a mistake, that it only happened a few times. Then when he realized I wasn't buying it, he switched tactics and got defensive. Started saying that maybe if I wasn't so cold all the time, if I paid more attention to him, he wouldn't have looked elsewhere. He actually tried to blame me for his affair. That was rich. The argument went on for over an hour. He went through all the stages: denial, anger, bargaining, the whole thing. I just sat there and let him talk himself out. Eventually he realized I was serious, that I wasn't going to change my mind, and he left. Slammed the door so hard a picture fell off the wall. He stayed with one of his friends that weekend. Came back Sunday afternoon with his buddy's truck to get his stuff. I'd made it easy for him. Everything was already boxed up and labeled, stacked neatly by the garage. His clothes, his books, his games, all his personal items. I helped him load the truck without saying much. His friend kept giving me these looks like I was the villain in this situation, but I didn't care. As they were finishing up, Mark looked around the garage and asked about the Mustang. Said he'd come back next weekend to get it, that he needed to arrange for garage space at his friend's place first. I just nodded and said sure, whenever he was ready. He didn't seem to notice that the car wasn't actually in the garage at that moment. I'd parked it in the driveway that morning. He was too distracted with everything else to pay attention. They drove off, and I went back inside my empty, quiet house. I stood in the kitchen where we'd had that final dinner conversation and let myself feel it all for the first time in 2 weeks. The anger, the sadness, the humiliation. Then I dried my eyes, made myself a cup of tea, and pulled up my laptop. I had a car to sell. Monday morning, first thing, I contacted a classic car collector I'd found online over the weekend. His name was Robert, and he specialized in vintage Mustangs. I sent him photos and the VIN number, told him I needed to sell quickly. He called me back within an hour, said he'd come look at it that afternoon. Robert showed up around 3 with a buddy of his who apparently knew everything about old Mustangs. They spent maybe 40 minutes looking over every inch of that car, checking under the hood, taking it for a test drive around the neighborhood. When they got back, Robert offered me $45,000 cash, said it was a fair market price, that Mark had done good work on the restoration. I told him I'd take it. Tuesday morning, Robert came back with the cash and a trailer. I signed over the title, handed him the keys, and watched him load up the Mustang. The whole transaction took maybe 20 minutes. Just like that, Mark's baby was gone. I deposited the money into my personal account that afternoon and felt absolutely nothing. No guilt, no satisfaction, just numb efficiency. The rest of that week was quiet. I went to work, came home, started boxing up more of Mark's stuff that he'd missed. I found his old baseball card collection, some tools, random things he'd left behind. I kept it all organized in the garage, figured he'd come get it eventually. I didn't hear from him at all. No calls, no texts. I assumed he was settling into his new situation, probably spending time with Sarah. Friday evening, 5 days after I'd sold the car, I was making dinner when I heard a truck pull into my driveway. Then someone started pounding on my front door. Not knocking, pounding. I looked through the peephole, and there was Mark, red-faced and furious. He had a trailer hitched to his friend's truck. I opened the door and he immediately started yelling, asking where his car was. I stayed calm, told him it wasn't his car, and it never had been. That just made him angrier.
He tried to push past me to get to the garage, but I blocked the doorway. He kept yelling about his baby, about how he'd spent years restoring it, about how much money he'd put into it. Threatened to sue me, said I'd stolen from him, called me every name in the book. I held up one finger, told him to wait, and went back inside. I'd prepared for this moment. I had an envelope ready on the kitchen counter. I came back and handed it to him without saying a word. He opened it right there on my porch. Inside was a copy of the title, showing my name as the sole owner, a copy of the bill of sale to Robert, and that photo from the hotel parking lot. The good one, where you could clearly see him and Sarah together. He stared at that photo for a long time, his face going through about 10 different shades of red and white. I told him the car was gone, sold legally since it was mine. Then I said if he needed a ride anywhere, maybe Sarah could help him out. I don't think I'd ever been that cold to anyone in my life, but it felt appropriate in the moment. He tried one more time, sputtering about lawyers and theft and how I couldn't do this to him. I pulled out Patricia's business card and handed it to him, told him to call my lawyer if he had a problem. Then I stepped back inside and closed the door while he was still standing there with his mouth open. I locked it and walked away while he pounded on it a few more times. Eventually, I heard the truck start up and drive off. That was 3 months ago. The divorce was finalized last month. It was pretty straightforward once everything was filed. Mark never did sue me about the car. Patricia said he talked to a lawyer who probably told him he didn't have a case. The car was legally mine. I had proof of his affair, and he didn't have a leg to stand on. He got some of our other assets in the settlement, but nothing major. I heard through mutual friends that he's still with Sarah. They're apparently living together now in some apartment across town. One of my friends saw them at a grocery store and said they both looked miserable. But who knows if that's true or just wishful thinking on my friend's part. I've seen a few of his social media posts when they pop up, and honestly, he doesn't look happy. But maybe that's just what I want to see. The reaction from people has been mixed. Some of his friends think I'm this vindictive monster who destroyed his most prized possession out of spite. They act like I'm the villain in this story, like he didn't cheat on me for months and lie to my face every single day. My friends are split too. Most of them think he had it coming, that it was justified payback for what he did. My best friend thinks I should have done worse, actually. She wanted me to key the car before selling it, but that seemed excessive even to me. My mom had the most interesting reaction. She thinks I should have been the bigger person, that revenge doesn't solve anything and just brings you down to their level. She said I could have just taken the high road, finalized the divorce, and moved on with my dignity intact. But she also admitted that she understood why I did it, even if she didn't approve. My dad, on the other hand, laughed when I told him, and said Mark got what he deserved. I used the money from the car as a down payment on a smaller house in a different neighborhood. Fresh start. No memories of Mark anywhere. It's nice, actually. Smaller and easier to manage, and it's completely mine. Some days I love it. Other days it feels too quiet. I still think about the whole thing sometimes. Not about Mark, really. I'm over him. But I think about the car, and whether I did the right thing. Most days I feel like it was justified. He betrayed me, humiliated me, made me feel crazy for months while he was sneaking around behind my back. He got to have his affair and play happy with someone else while I was home alone wondering what I'd done wrong. So yeah, I took something that mattered to him. Eye for an eye, right? But then there are other days where I wonder if I was just being petty, if I stooped to his level instead of taking the high road like my mom said. The car was legally mine, sure, but it was his project, his passion. I knew exactly how much it would hurt him to lose it, and I did it anyway, specifically to hurt him. Maybe that doesn't make me much better than him. I still have most of that $45,000 sitting in my account. Haven't touched it except for the house down payment. Sometimes I look at that balance and I'm not sure how I feel about it. Part of me knows I sold that car purely out of spite, out of wanting him to feel even a fraction of the pain he caused me. But another part of me thinks he got to betray our marriage and move on to someone else like nothing happened. So why shouldn't I get something out of this whole mess? The car was legally mine. That's not really in question. But whether it was right to sell it, that's something else entirely.